know, yeah, this information is right or not. So how government and social media platforms can do things on this particular thing, and how we can like overcome them?
Yes. So I think as a medico or if you have that knowledge idea already, there are already so many creators working as a myth versus fact in that aspect. And if government largely wants to influence population, and if that message is definitely going to a mass of the crowd, maybe government should also, like she said, should introduce some virtual influencers or even access the influencers and can tell exactly like, can you please bid the, bust this myth? It's getting a lot of virality.
Yeah, in my opinion, the most scalable way of doing that would be just to work with Meta and Twitter and other platforms, YouTube, that you just have anytime there's a fake information, below the video there should be something like this information is partially false, or like this information is false. So working with the social media companies is, I think, the most scalable way. The biggest challenge is WhatsApp, because WhatsApp usually doesn't have anything like that. And that is, I think, the biggest challenge, because Twitter and Instagram, sometimes you see, okay, this is false, this is not accurate, but WhatsApp, you can't even have comments. So, then someone will just share something and it'll go viral. I think there needs to be a lot of check on WhatsApp. I don't know what the best way is. Like, for example, one thing which they did 2, 3, 4 years ago was that now you cannot forward a message to more than 5 people in one go.
Right.
So that itself, I think, reduces little bit of spreading of information, like spreading of misinformation, rather, I would say. So things like that should be really strategized. That can some AI maybe find out if a video is around health, and if it's around health, maybe you cannot forward it to more than 2 people or more than one person at a time, rather than even 5 people. Because I think WhatsApp is the biggest miscommunication spreader. I think Twitter and all is getting slightly better than before. It's still not great, but it's getting better than before because of AI.
Perfect. So I want to add something in this. So the thing is, like, when people forward that particular message, or it's misinformation or disinformation. So the thing is, key influencers, on my take it is, influencers should create content that people should not believe everything they see on WhatsApp. Because the thing is, key, like, each and every person, there are 2 sort of audience that are present. So one that believes each and everything they read on WhatsApp, and the second one are that saying that, yeah, it might be fake because it is coming from WhatsApp. So influencers and all the people should align with it, because the audience is totally different. Because nowadays, if we talk about it, so most of the influencers are building their whole sort of audience on one platform, that is Instagram. But if we see now, so there are like many youngsters on Instagram, but not the middle-aged people and not all the age group that are all present on the Facebook, right? They consume YouTube videos. So the content set and audience is totally diversified. So what my take is, like, influencers should create content on each and every platform, so that they can conquer the audience of each and every age group. So I just want to know from your perspective that what are the things that are stopping you to build your audience on different platforms, and if nothing is stopping you, then are each and every content creator is producing content or not, or it's all about just getting the followers, that's it?
So it's a very good question. I personally am also relatively bigger on Instagram. So I have 2.8 million followers on Instagram, but other platforms like on Facebook, I have only 1 lakh followers. So 100,000 followers on Facebook and 2.8 million on Instagram, and then 1.2 million on YouTube or whatever. But the point is, it's not easy to cater to every audience. For example, Facebook audience may not necessarily resonate much with my videos, because if you talk science to a Facebook audience, they don't want to see that video. They would prefer a video which says that this food will make you taller, this will help you lose weight tomorrow. And so they prefer those videos, they'll share those videos, they'll follow those people who make those kind of videos. So it's not that easy to cater to everyone. So you'll see there are many people on YouTube who have 10, 15 million followers, and the quality of videos will be very poor because they're trying to. I'm not blaming them, but they're catering to a very different audience, which does not really want facts. They want like entertainment more than facts. So that's the biggest challenge. It's very difficult to cater to everyone.
Yes, so I also face the same thing. I have close to 1 million followers on Instagram, and on YouTube the same thing happens. So I have also studied few creators per se in the health segment. So there are some alternative medicines. When you talk about just in a green vegetables, if you pour your feet, your blood pressure will get better. So this kind of content definitely get more views when we talk about the Facebook, because the audience is like that. And general perception, sadly, it is made by the media, made by the people, or there may be few bad people as well. I don't say that everyone is good. Is that doctors or any other pharma companies are telling you these things just to loot you. Per se, that's the perception of the common person. So if you say them scientific, they feel that it's rigged. And if you tell something natural or Ayurvedic, they feel, okay, this is Indian, that means I have to trust you. But yes, natural is not always means evidence-based or scientific. So it's very difficult to break that barrier. But yes, as you said, if you are talking in their own language, that these are the problems and this is how we should address this, we can definitely conquer all the audiences.
So my next question is, like, how do algorithms on social media impact the visibility of health-related content, and what can be done to ensure equitable access to accurate health information?
I'll start with this. So when I started creating content around the health, first of all, it is really difficult to scale through the platform. If you don't say that you're gonna get this type of illness, or if you're gonna get this type of problems if you eat this, people won't believe in you, or people don't follow you on social media. If you tell them you eat this vegetable, this is the proper diet for you, nobody's gonna see that. So that fear factor plays a very, very important role in any algorithm, either it's Instagram or even YouTube. Actually on YouTube, the moreover the educational audience is there, that who really want to learn, and that's very less, right? The number is very less. But just you stumble upon something, and they are just spreading the fear factors, and you are thinking, okay, this can happen. But think about the social media now, what's happening. There are several creators doing the same thing. So in a different aspect, somebody is saying you should not bath like that, somebody is saying you should not brush like that, somebody is saying you should not walk like that, you should not walk after taking meal, you should not eat that. So that creates some sort of distrust in the general public that these all creators are doing this just for views. But in fact the algorithm is built like that. So that's a very significant challenge as a creator.
I completely agree. What I personally try to do is always balance two things: value and views. Like, I am trying to provide value to people, but if I only provide value, no one's going to watch it because it gets boring. So you have to find a very sweet spot of value and views. So you have to try to make the video entertaining or slightly interesting. So I have a whiteboard where I'm tearing off things and trying to make it more visually appealing. Because if you just make a video in a very boring tone and you're just talking in front of a camera, it's not going to get views. And if you really want to maximize the value you're creating, you need the views as well. You can be very altruistic that, I'm going to do it on a very scientific way, but then no one's going to watch it. And if your true goal was to try to help people, what is the point? How can you help people if no one's watching your videos?
Right.
The most basic thing is you need to get people to watch your videos. So I think you need to always balance value with views. And that's the main thing. So that is why personally, back in the day, I used to write health comedy as my bio to get more people to watch my videos. Then they realized that it actually is not much comedy, it's mostly health. But that's a different thing. But the idea is to try to make it appealing for the people. And I don't know what changes the algorithm can do, but unfortunately, I think as humans, we want entertainment. And the algorithm also prioritizes entertainment. So I don't think a boring health video will be pushed by the algorithm. But if there is a way for it to happen, then that will be great. If the algorithm can push videos which are good for you, which may not necessarily be exciting. But yeah.
Great. So, like, my next question is, what ethical considerations should we take into account when using influencers or celebrities to promote public health messages on social media?
I think one is that most influencers or celebrities may not be following whatever message that you want to spread. For example, the government had asked us to do a anti-tobacco. I mentioned, right? The government asked us to spread an anti-tobacco campaign, and there were many celebrities and influencers. Now, I personally don't take tobacco, but there were many celebrities who were all smoking outside of the camera, but they're still spreading that message or don't smoke and whatever. So that is a thing that the whoever you are hiring, especially when it's Bollywood actors and all, if you look at, they may come and collaborate with the Ministry of Health, but at the same time they're also promoting junk food. They're doing ads for chips and lays and whatever else. So that is the challenge, that the celebrities may not necessarily believe in the message that they are endorsing themselves, and that even the public understands that. So when a boring video comes from Ministry of Health partnered with some Bollywood actor, they don't really watch it, and I don't think it adds much benefit.
Yes. And regarding the ethical things, I think all the celebrities or even the content creators per se would be better than the celebrities, I think, in that aspect, because celebrities have that all the brand demands that they have to fulfill. So we can't expect much from them. But obviously there are certain great cricketers or great players like Sachin Tendulkar who never done tobacco or any ads like that. So it comes from within. If you really want to do something for the society, you should never do actually against this. And when it comes to the content creator, so if you have built your name in the reputation around, like if he's talking about the evidence-based medicine, right, then people will believe in you as well. So if you really feel ethically as a doctor or as any person that I am not consuming this and I shall also spread the message for the society, then only that can make an influence. Otherwise, for celebrities per se, I don't think that much makes influence.
And here I want to give my own suggestion. So the thing is, like, there are two types of influencers that are creating content around health. One are those that are creating a good content that you have said, and the other are the second one that are saying that yeah, आपको हरा कुछ चलना है and all these things, आप ये लगा लो तो dermatology अच्छी हो जाएगी, skin अच्छी हो जाएगी, glow हो जाएगा and all. But the thing is that people are getting more views than the right content. So is there any way that government and influencers can come on the same page in this particular thing, that they can like recognize the creators that are creating the right content, and in the social media will play a like huge role in it, as they were notifications that yeah, this application is stealing your data, you should not use it. Similarly to that, if that happens, it would be great.
First of all, not to make anything controversial, but the government themselves also, are they fully factual? So that will be a challenge. Like, for example, if the government themselves may believe that some natural route is better than some taking a medicine, so they may not want a guy who is proposing medicines to promote him. They may rather prefer a guy who may say that if you apply this cucumber on your skin, then all your pimples will go away. They may prefer someone like that rather than someone who's saying that use this cream, which may be scientifically accurate potentially. So yes, ideally the government should promote whoever is scientifically accurate, but it depends on the government's incentives as well.
I believe in this. So most of the governments recently they are pro Ayurveda, pro naturopathy, but in fact there are very few evidences when you talk about the country. But as the young generation, the population is growing, the education factor is there, and few creators obviously spreading the importance of the evidence-based medicine. I think it's from the person's perspective that which creator is really I'm going to follow or what is evidence-based medicine. So Rather than if government can really not ban the other creators who are working on the naturopathy just to get the views, government should tell the importance about the evidence-based medicine. Either it is Ayurveda. It's not a fact that like I don't say that Ayurveda is good, but if you have like good study of over like 5,000 or 10,000 population, why don't we everybody will take Ayurveda, right? So first thing, imply that evidence-based medicine is essential, and second thing is promote more studies within the country on the homegrown medicines or naturopathies.
So the next question I want to ask is, what role can data analytics and social listening tools plays in identifying emerging public health issues through social media trends?
So as of now, there's no data that's available through the social media trends. I don't know, like somebody will sign up that I'm a smoker on the social media for sure. Government is also not going to get idea about that. But on the longer run, if you are a very well respected creator, you know, you can spread that awareness that like free government program is there. We're gonna spread awareness. We're gonna help you to, you know, de-addict you from this. So then only we can get the data actually we want. And as such, if government really can access the data, I think probably, then they can get some clues about the health issues.
We always request data. So if we are providing funding to any of the grants, let's say for trial recruitment, and we have some health promotion folks on board, we do request and we want to understand what progress they have made in the process. And it has worked well for us. What Vishal said is a different dynamics, but in Alberta it has worked well, and that's how the fiscal year fundings are provided, and it has worked well for us. That's my take on it.
Perfect. So, just a second.
Sorry, also circling back to what you said, it has enabled us because we have a dashboard in place. We know the prevalence of cases. Everyone is well aware about the OpenGov dashboard. We know how much cases we have for any health condition we can talk about. Everyone who's taking an information can use it. They are recommended to use it. We do organize summits every year to make them aware what progress we have made, specifically in the realm of primary care, I would say. So we do make sure that they have right information, and it has worked out well as of what I know.
Great. So the next thing I want to ask is that how can health professionals ensure they are engaging with diverse population through social media, considering language barriers and varying levels of digital access?
Yeah. So first of all, when you grow a certain amount of audience on any platform, first of all, let's talk about the Instagram per se. So the algorithm keeps on pushing you to the same audience, you know, in that aspect. So probably you can diversify your channels, either a regional channel of your own, or you can translate it, which is again very difficult. So that would be my recommendation. Or if you can't help through directly making videos, maybe you should start some news articles, or you can start your own blogs, and even you can access to the media as well as newspapers, from where you can definitely influence so many people.
And yeah, what's your take on this, Revant?
No, I already told my opinion around language barrier around social media. So I personally once again try to use the most simple language which people understand, even if I'm not as good in it. So I'm speaking in Hindi, even though my English is slightly stronger. But he's right, I think Vishal is right, that unfortunately social media shows you to the same people again and again. So even if suppose I have 2.8 million followers, and if I make a good video and it's going viral, it will show it to 5 million people. But that 5 million will be the same 5 million people. Next time my video will go viral, it will show it to the same 5 million people again. So there is a 2.8 million people who've clicked the follow button. But there is around 5-7 million people who've not clicked the follow button, but they've still seeing my videos. But the unfortunate part is that social media does not take you to different bubbles and show your video to them. and that is the challenge. And I think there is no easy way around this in terms of you can hire a translator and make your videos in another language, and then you will maybe reach out to more people. But when it comes to health, I tried this in the past. Like I tried to get a translator to translate my videos in Tamil and Telugu, but it's so tricky because health, even one word if they translate wrong, can be completely different.
Yeah.
So I stopped translating my videos. Now I make it only in when I myself speak, because translation can really mess up the message you're trying to say.
And as we all know that mental health is a like trending topic out there on social media, and there are multiple web series that are creating content around it. Netflix has also provided some website that if you are not having that particular mindset, Meta is also provide that support. So how like influencers are thinking about it and how they can be like creating content around it.
Yeah, so I made few videos on the brain rot concept first of all. So I think one of the important factor regarding the draining mental health these days is how much digital consumption is. So starting from the start of the day, like since morning, like average Indian screen time would be around 6 to 7 hours around. So that's like huge for the youth population to have that much of a digital presence. And in social media, nobody shows what they are going through their life as a rough patch. Everybody shows the happy faces and all they think is about the greenery. But everybody has their own struggles in their own personal life. So in social media, what you try to do is to tell others that I'm happy. In fact, you see others' happiness. Maybe you get shattered by that person is achieving this much, and that leads to some sort of depression per se. Second is awareness about the mental health per se. Like this is serious issue. Burnout is a serious issue. It can really lead me to the ineffectiveness as well as mental health in the form of depression. So that's the thing that should be very thoughtfully consumed on this social media. So when we talk about the content on the social media nowadays, the Instagram just has like 90 seconds videos are there. Earlier we used to watch 3 hours movie easily without any distractions. But nowadays, because of this easy access, easy dopamine what we've got through the Instagram reels, our brain is modified in that way that it says like, okay, if it doesn't make me happy in 1 minute, that's not for me. Then he just scrolls different things, and that reduces the brain's natural creativity, and that leads to this breakdown of the neurosynapses and leads to this big issue of the mental health. Coming to the older population now, who really have this big issue about the depression because they are kind of alone. They don't have anyone with them either to talk, or they don't have friends like earlier used to, or many of the Indian older population were used to work for entire day. Now they have a lot of free time and they actually don't know what exactly to do in this time. So these are the few factors I think are leading to the mental health breakdown. Now there are definitely several factors that government is promoting as well. Either it's an exercise, yoga, etc. We have the dedicated mental health day as well, and there are various talk groups that are helping the people. But it has a lot of caveat in between it, and it's definitely gonna take a lot of time. As a creator, yes, few creators have started just making content around the mental health, but it's not as easy as we feel to target those audience, because probably somebody is having such a big breakdown. If I talk about the medical professional, you go with full-fledged into the medical college, and there is just so much of toxicity, either because of the resources are not there, or because of the crowd population issues. We have lots of patients, so everybody is drained in that, and the other person actually doesn't believe in mental health issue. So if you say them that I am drained and I want a break, I am burned out, he says we all have done this in our life, so what's big deal? So that thing has to be targeted first.
Anything?
I'm not a social media influencer, but I think what we do, pretty much what Rewat said in the very beginning, we had this challenge, 3-minute challenge on Yoga Day, and that was quite successful. And hopefully yoga is related to mental health, and that could have helped people who are viewing it, and that was funded. So that was the mental health bit. Yeah, not much to say since social media is not something which I do.
Anything you want to add in this? Okay, not problem. So, like, as you said, that people are not agreeing with the thing that they are having some mental issues or their mental health is not well. So, like, the thing is, like, every disease or anything that is not working well can only be fixed until unless it is known to them that it is happening, right? So, like, what my take is in this particular thing is, you guys are influencers, you are here, she is a policymaker, she is here, and I am working with like brands and all these things for creating strategies for the social media. So I have an idea and I want to know your take on this and all of the audience as well. So what if we create a platform or a single website, you can say, that on particular website people agree that they have a problem, yeah, they are not well. So the problem can be only fixed if they aligns with it that yeah, I have this problem and I want to get it fixed, and it will provide the solutions, whether it is mental health, whether it is something else, the consultations and all these things. People can come aboard on this website, something like that. So what's your take on this particular thing?
Yes, as you rightly said, I think first thing about solving the problem is understanding that we are in a problem. And if you talk about the different platform per se, the stigma is so big considering the mental health in India right now. Nobody will say in overpopulation like I am depressed right now, right? It creates a different perspective. These guys must have some other issues as well. So because of that, that platform has a significant challenge. That you can see very few sign-ups on that platform. But if on a general population, if you're talking for a general public that mental health is this, even 20 of them agree that they have really a problem, 10 will think next time that maybe I'm on. So that's a challenge behind this. What platform you use.
Like a good idea to me. A chatbot, I believe that's what you're talking about through a website. I think there is a placebo effect we always talk about that can be there, but just like talking to someone through that chatbot, knowing that that person won't have a judgment or a stigma and a discrimination about the conversation they're having, and then understanding where they stand in terms of their physical well-being or mental health well-being could be sounds like a good idea. I'm sure there are people who are doing this kind of work. I'm not sure how it is in the South Asian population, but no, if like pretty much what Vishal said, that if there is a stigma about mental health, if therapy is not something which we talk about openly here, something in the form of website where we don't see a person, we can talk. That could be helpful for sure. Yeah.
Anything you want to add to this? Okay, perfect. So now we just have like few minutes left. So I want you guys, if you have any questions, you can add. Yes, please, sir.
So it's more of echoing whatever our social media influencers have said. Thank you so much for your contribution to what you're doing to the world. I'll just bring it out here that government cannot do whatever you expect to do. Government should not be doing what you expect to do. But I really like what you brought about, Mrs. Hemetsinka, about the value versus views, that balance, the equation to be maintained. See, I'll just say that as social media influencers, it's very difficult for you to reach out to people, but the work that you're doing is great. And in between the views, if you can push in value maybe once in a month, maybe also that will be enough. You can't deal with the rest of the problems of the world. That's the only thing that I'd say in support of what you're all doing. Thank you so much.
Yeah, please, can you pass the mic?
Hi, I'm Sanchita. I work for a public health organization called Clinton Health Access Initiative, and I basically lead communications over there, and we work very closely with the government in terms of like scaling health interventions in various programmatic areas like anemia, maternal health, tuberculosis. So one issue that as a communications person I constantly face is that, like, if I'm doing a posting on, for example, World Malaria Day or World TB Day, and I want to talk about some stats that, okay, this was our target that we should have eliminated TB by this year, like these many cases should have been diagnosed. And still we are not there yet. That's why we have the programs in place. So how do we get the messaging right that in no way we are coming across that as though we are criticizing the government, because we're actually working with them. At the same time, like data is a very strong tool when it comes to like informed storytelling. So how do we navigate that? If Pratima could answer me, because, you know.
Okay, I have a very interesting thing coming. I use ChatGPT. No, that's not that correct answer. Just kidding. Uh, I I do like the idea that multiple revisions we go through and like preferring what government wants. Uh, we do we do scrutinize a lot of social media content coming from the communication team. Uh, I'm not sure how the analytics information, what information you want to add and why you can't add that. But if you have something which is important, and if you can communicate properly to the leadership how those information you are meaning to add can add value to the audience, can maybe help you break through that barrier. Yeah, that would be my suggestion. Just communicating them how the stats and the quantitative information you have can add value to the information you're meaning to provide, can maybe something which will enable your information. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you to all the panel experts. It was a very insightful session. So, as Mr. Revan talked about simplifying the language for conveying your messages so that if it reaches people, it makes sense to them. So on a similar note, I was talking to my sister last night who is suffering from like chronic PCOD. And I asked her like, what are you gonna do now? She said, I'll be making some spearmint tea for myself, and I'll be doing this and that. And I asked like, how is it gonna help? And she says, like, she broke down the biology for me. Like, you know, there are this cortisol in your body. In PCOD, the pituitary gland is overstimulated, and that's why it's like causing problem with the menstruation. And by the way, she's a literature major, so I knew that like she wouldn't have got this information from a textbook, and it's only from like the mass media that she would have understood it. And I, as like a biology undergraduate, I said that I'm not questioning the credibility of your knowledge, but of course there are a lot of nuance to like our physiology and like, because our body is different. PCOD has like varied causes. So on that note, I want to ask, like, when you're conveying information, health-related information on social media, how do you ensure that we are not oversimplifying the information while also striking a balance with the scientific integrity? Because our body functions so differently, and what you consume on social media is like a one-size-fits-all. So what do you think, like, how do you find a sweet spot between conveying the complexity and the nuance that it might not work for everyone, but also making sure that social media as an enabler reaches people?
As a medical professional, first of all, it becomes really difficult to, simplify as much as a young boy or young girl in school can understand that. But as you said, that if somebody has a good idea about the biology, basics of the biology, it's not very simple for them to understand what we are talking about. Now, if there are other creators who are talking in your regional languages, demystifying the things or just simplifying it very much, that doesn't cause any harm if it is scientifically proven, if it's evidence-based, right? If you have good amount of proofs for that. Even if you simplify it like a baby can, or even a 5-year-old child can understand, that's not a problem until it's true. So that's what I feel. If you can simplify and you can reach to the mass of population, then it's very good, right? That's a good communication skill you have.
Any other questions? Yeah, can you pass the mic?
Hi, so I'm Pratik, and I am a representative from the Medical Student Association of India. So as a medical student, we sometimes like after joining the medical school, that's when we are getting a clear idea about the facts versus what we were told earlier when we were maybe a school student and we used to get the most of the information specifically related to health from our parents and from our grandparents and all that. So I believe that India being a country where we value the family system and the teachings and like all the information that we get from our elderly, uh, there is a like there is a striking imbalance between what is true and what is not true. And another term that comes with this fact, like again, it's rightly being said and said by all of you that like the general population accepts information that is easier for them to get and even far more easier for them to implement. And that may not be true all the time. And with that one, another problem that comes that is very prominent nowadays is digital quackery. Like quacks we used to have in physical forms previously, but now there are influencers who are spreading misinformation through digital media, and that is being spread a lot through various channels. So even if we hope that there might be some regulation, we can't ensure that because maybe that will again have a debate on like the right to spread information or right to speech. So how can we regulate that? And one more fact, like one more question that I wanted to ask, like as Pratma is here from the policy side. So whenever we make policy and we write the call to action, we map the various stakeholders that we have. And we do have like what we want or actions from the general population, from the media. But can we specify something from the social media influencers? Because even that factor, like they've also play an important role as we have the discussion right now on the public health. So how maybe we can maybe treat them as a stakeholder and create some points where we can enable like what action that we might be getting from them or not. So that's the question.
So I'm curious that you're saying that social media influencers are not on the panel for any of the knowledge translation component we are trying to bring to the audience. In my knowledge, I feel like we do have general members on the panel to understand their perspective because they are one of the pillars or the enablers for the communication we want to bring to the audience. So we do have a paid position where we have social media influencers on the panel to understand their aspect, which is very important. So yes, that's how primary care and Ministry of Health works, and that's a small world again. And I've been saying that multiple times in my speaking that again, I come from a country where the population is very small, and these things, these changes and mandates can be brought in picture easily. So we do have a paid social media influencers on the panel when we think about knowledge translation. Yeah, and again, that's why it has worked really well for us.
Yeah.
Hope that answers your question. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, I'm Abhishek. So my question to the social media influencers would be like, how much role does a brand, when you collaborate with any brand, play in terms of your content creativity? Because sometimes certain influencers have a section where they clearly say this video is sponsored by certain person or certain brand or certain individual. But in some part, when a big brand is working, they might want to push something, whether it could be a new food product, new chocolate, or some different category altogether in food. How do you manage that to Revant? And do you check the credibility, or do you do your own research? And do you also say no to brands when they are not great? To all who can take this question.
So when especially Label Padega India came out, and even before that, and even now, I get a lot of brand endorsements, especially from the food space. And I'm telling you one thing, the money involved is crazy. Like sometimes they're offering me as much money as they would to a Indian cricket team captain. I'm not even taking a cricket team player, a cricket team captain. Like, that is the amount of money they are potentially offering because of the distribution and trust you have. So I personally made a call that I'm not going to work with any food company. So I've said no to all the food brand deals that I have had in the last, like since I've started. And it's not been easy because it's a lot of money you say no to. But I work with non-food brands. So I worked with a gym company. I worked with a, like anything outside of health also sometimes, like, there was some, like, other types of companies, because food, if I start working with, sometimes I'm scared that the conflict of interest may be very high. And even if it's a clean label brand, even then it's hard to sometimes ascertain are they actually clean or not. Even if they by and large look clean, sometimes they're not as clean as they look. So I made a call to not, we work with food brands as much as possible. So I've not worked so far. But yeah, that's the take. Now it's very challenging. I know most of the people who make health content work with food brands. The challenge is that many times you'll see a video where they are promoting a brand and they don't even disclose it. So that is the challenge. So, but it's very, very common. Yeah.
Yeah. As a medical person, I have done MD in medicine. So what I do whenever I get any brand deals, per se, not food deals, I get mostly the pharma, either any sleep medicine or gummies and all those medicines are available, either multivitamins we have. So I try to see how many articles they are feeding me, or like what are the peer reviewed studies they have done for the particular factor, and is it really showing good results in the meta-analysis. So based on those results I take a call, and if it's really helping my audience and the general population, then I try to do those kind of collaborations. But yes, there are so much of gimmicky products in the market right now, telling left and right that you can lose your weight, you can correct PCOS, you can correct endometriosis, your hair will be coming back if you take this syrup or tablets. So those kind of gimmick products I try to avoid, because people are following me for my trust, and I should only stand to what evidence says.
Hi. Thank you for the discussion. My name is Colin. I'm from Singapore Health Promotion Board. So what I do is I do corporate strategy and also a lot of digital marketing stuff. So to answer, I just want to add a point to what you have mentioned, like some sort like a website or a hub that direct people to a single source of truth, right? So Singapore actually does that. We have something called the Health Hub, and at Health Promotion Board, we do very targeted messaging and marketing based on segment to lead all the audience to this single source of truth to ensure that there is accurate information. So happy to chat afterwards if anyone would like to find out more, and I will be more than happy to share. Second one is would like to direct this to the panel, like what the panel has rightfully pointed out. Given the explosion of health-related content online, do you actually believe government should mandate a certification or vetting process for health content creator, similarly to how pharmaceutical advertising is regulated? If not, what I'm thinking is, why should health promotion be treated differently from other heavily regulated sectors? Yep. So as content creators with huge following and assuming you are the leaders in this field, would you support a system where you need to certify health influencers? Thank you.
I think it will be quite difficult to, there was some talk that the government should have, everyone should display what their qualification is and things like that, but it's slightly more tricky to implement it. I think some things which the government has already done, for example, there's no baby food advertisement allowed, even online it's not allowed, neither on TV nor on social media. So there are some policies like that which can be enforced. Also, one controversial thing which I'll say is that, like for example, a doctor, a very small percentage of the doctor's time do they study about nutrition, like about food per se. They study about a lot of very important things around curative healthcare and various things, but specifically around food, that which oil should you use, or how much protein you need in a day. Maybe even a doctor is not the best person to answer that question. So what certification is should the person look at? So should only nutritionists, registered dietitians be allowed to talk about food? Should only heart doctors or cardiologists be allowed to talk about heart? And should only dermatologists be allowed to talk about skin issues? Or as long as you're a doctor, you can talk about any health issue. So it's a bit no more nuanced than, so it's a very tricky topic. It's not as easy to enforce. I do believe though that potentially the government should try to have some leeway, so some sort of control on false information to try to stop it. But it's much more tricky to actually implement it.
Okay, so
I have a different opinion for this perspective per se. When you do medicine, as for me, and we have a very book actually that's called as Harrison. So nutrition is a small part of it. Obviously, we have a huge syllabus considering all the issues about the health, but nutrition is considered. So that doesn't mean that nobody else doesn't have right to talk about the nutrition. Yes, doctors are considered to have that part of knowledge, but when we talk about the certifying the creators, so it's not necessary. Either you can take a small exam, which is easy for government to take. If you want to be on social media, give this exam. If you want to talk about this, you have to have this certificate, XYZ certificate. If you want to do content creation and health, it should have basic biology to nutrition questions, to have some complex questions as well, that when to refer to the patients and all. So if it happens, it definitely helps the society. So yes, the challenge is there to certify that amount of the creators. So if that happens, I would say like 50% of the creators will say like let it be, we'll get into the different niche. But 50%, those who are left now, those are the cream, and those will definitely make an impact in the society.
okay, thank you so much. One question is left, but we will take it outside this particular session because time is up. So I just want to wrap it up. Okay. So thank you to our incredible speaker for such rich insights and to our audience for your engagement. It's clear that while social media offers unprecedented power to improve public health outcomes, it demands smart strategies, digital literacy, and strong collaborations. Let's continue using this platform not just to inform but to empower. Thank you all once again. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, sir, a group photo. Yeah, sure. We can come. Thank you.
I've been following you since like ages now.
My question is कि आपने जो काफी language barriers are there, so shouldn't we make the labels more easier and visually appealing so enough text to font size नहीं, but it should be visually
और visually appealing, simple कि वहाँ पर कोई आया कि start here, ये नंबर इतना होना चाहिए, थोड़ा सिंपल भाषा में और थोड़ा विजुअली अपीलिंग मतलब कि कोई कलर यूज़ करो कुछ मतलब
क्योंकि जब हम लोग को ऑप्थेल्मोलॉजिस्ट के पास जाते हैं आई चेकअप करने के लिए तो यहाँ पर मैक्सिमम ऐसा होता है कि लोगों या तो रट के रखते हैं या फिर उनको पता नहीं होता कि क्या लेटर्स है, तो फिर वो बोल नहीं पाते कि हम लोग चार्ट होता है ना सेलेक्ट चार्ट, उसमें वो बोल नहीं पाते, तो उसको इतना विजुअली बना सके कि वो समझ सके।
I agree.
Let's just come outside because this session is going. Just a sec. I'll message your name. Shall I write doctor? Yeah. Arey, that's wonderful.
I did. I checked it. Yeah. Yep. Oh, this person's not.
कोई डे 3 विकास टिन्नी में देखना आवाज आ रही है आ रही है
In a world with increasing
ठीक है
think because we have one extra seat. Okay. So we can move the nameplate if you want to sit next to her. Yeah, so we have one extra. Nobody's sitting there. What, remind me, what's her name? Meena Ben. Good morning, everyone. If I could just please have the panelists up on the platform. Okay, good morning. We're going to get started. It's wonderful to see all of you. I know it's been a very exciting learning over the last 3 days, and we're happy to have all of you here today, and really looking forward to not just having our panelists speak, but to really have an engaging, intimate conversation to discuss what is truly an emergency, which is climate change and extreme heat. So by way of introduction, I am Dr. Amita Vyas. I am from the Milken Institute School of Public Health at George Washington University, and it's truly an honor to welcome all of you to our session today, which is Yes, We Can, Strengthening and Safeguarding Women's Health in the Face of Extreme Heat. So today's panel is not just timely, it is urgent, and I think you're going to hear that theme throughout our session this morning. Extreme heat is the deadliest climate hazard we face today, and yet it remains one of the most invisible in both climate policy and health systems. And who bears the greatest burden? That is women, especially women who are working in our informal, unregulated, and outdoor sectors, from salt pans to construction sites, to farms, to factories. Women are on the front lines of heat exposure. And so not only is extreme heat invisible, but oftentimes in many spaces, we find that women are invisible as well. So we're really looking at the intersection of women and climate. So yes, they are absolutely vulnerable, but women are also our leaders. They are our inspiration. They are our caregivers, our organizers, innovators, and first responders. And so there is so much that we can learn from women in terms of how can we adapt to this emergency. We need to recognize that, and we need to value that, and we need to ensure that women's voices are centered at all when it comes to our policies, as well as our interventions and programs on the ground that are working to mitigate extreme heat. Oftentimes people say that we lack really good gender disaggregated data. You know, do we really understand the impact of extreme heat for women and women's health? And so today we're going to have a robust discussion on that issue itself. What data do we have? Is it enough? Do we need more? Or do we need to actually turn that data into insightful and actionable work on the ground, whether it's moving policies and developing programs? And also to think about what kind of data we need that's really measuring our impact. If we want to take our programs to scale, we need to ensure that we are measuring that impact and doing it in a meaningful way so that we not only address extreme heat here in India, across South Asia, but across the globe as well. So I'm really just honored to introduce our panelists today. They are leaders across science, policy, and community action, which is so fortunate for all of us. We're really going to have a wonderful learning session. Visala Anamalai, who is from Climate Resistance for All, a global NGO that's working at the intersection of women and climate. Dr. Rajvi Joshipura from SEVA, Self-Employed Women's Association, which is a trade union of more than 3.2 million women across India. She is leading many of SEVA's climate mitigation and climate interventions and programming. Dr. Mona Chabra Anand from the Asian Disaster Preparedness Center, who is leading initiatives around disaster risk and reduction, as well as building climate resilience in Asia and across the Pacific. And we are incredibly honored to have with us today Meena Ben from SEVA. Meena Ben is going to share with us her stories and really her insights on how, again, climate is not just disproportionately affecting women, but what are the solutions around that. So I'm going to start with Visala. Visala, can you share with us how is extreme heat impacting women's physical, mental, and reproductive health? You know, what actions are needed to really raise awareness, not just across India, but globally, when it comes to the impact of extreme heat on women's health?
Thank you, Amita. Thank you for the question. At the outset, I think I'd want to say that it's an absolute honor to be a part of this all-women's panel. Despite the given times, I think this is not something we often get to see. And I'm incredibly proud to be sharing this stage with such remarkable women, and deeply grateful to my colleagues and Climate Resilience for All for putting us together to talk about this important, timely conversation. I am Visala, and I work with Climate Resilience for All, and as Amita said, we are a global NGO. We're dedicated to strengthening the health and livelihoods of women and other vulnerable communities in the face of extreme heat. We're probably one of the only organizations that are laser focused on looking at women and heat and the impacts of heat on women's health and livelihoods. Our particular attention is to the around 750 million informal workers across countries and regions that are exposed to heat and are engaged in sectors like agriculture, construction, waste picking, street vending, head loading, salt pan workers, and things like that. Particularly, and our presence is in Southern Asia, Southeastern Asia, Western Africa, and Sub-Saharan Africa. We are an NGO. We build and deliver solutions that are women-designed, women-led, and women-centered. And we look at acting now, taking innovative solutions to people to replicate success and to build the field. We, as I said, we're active in different countries and in different regions, in different forms of interventions, and one of our hallmark solutions is a Women's Climate Shock Insurance and Livelihoods Initiative, and I'll come to that in a bit. But before that, to Amita's question, we recognize that women are disproportionately impacted by extreme heat. Women are almost 4 times more heat intolerant than men are. 60% more women than men lack access to adequate cooling. But we also recognize that women are backbones of communities. They are almost always the first responders to any climate disaster. So building women's resilience means we're not just building their resilience, but we're building their families' resilience, the resilience of the communities. And so we believe that women are also disproportionately equipped to be the solution for climate change. That said, women are affected disproportionately by heat, and it's not just physiological, it's also very structural. When it comes to physiology, women's bodies react differently to heat. For example, a 1 degree increase in maternal heat exposure can lead to around 27 to 42% increase in the risk of stillbirth and miscarriages. That's a big number there. So there is exposure, there's disproportionate impact. It's not just physiological, it is occupational, it's structural. Women tend to do most of the unpaid care work at home, and in Asia and the Pacific, women do almost 4.1 times they spend almost 4.1 times more time in unpaid care work than men do. They do the cooking, they take care of elders, they're exposed to heat at their occupation, which could be sometimes agriculture. They come back to houses that have tin roofs, there's indoor heat, there's external heat, there's heat everywhere, and heat is not just a short-term, heat doesn't just have a short-term impact, it is chronic, cumulative, and it can exacerbate underlying illnesses. So there's a lot of things that come into place here. There could be lack of access to shade, water, leading to dehydration, and it's a cumulative issue. So it's physiological, deeply structural, and yet women respond first, and they still lead all the solutions. And two other statistics that I'm putting out here is women are 14 times more likely to die from a climate-related disaster than men, and women lose income because of climate disasters, and particularly heat. Women in Asia have reported losing up to 50% of income on their on hottest days, and there is a 34% reduction of income for female-headed households because of heat, and 80% of people that are displaced by climate-related extreme weather are women. And despite all of these things, they are still the first responders, and they keep communities and families together. So those are the impacts. And we're also seeing more and more evidence and statistics from across Europe and other countries saying women die twice at the rate of men when there's increased heat exposure. And now coming back to our Hallmark program, so we are building this solution, which is a bundled solution that combines risk reduction and risk transfer mechanisms that are both financial and non-financial. And we believe that investing in women and women's health gives us returns. And there's another statistic here. So every $1 we invest in women's health gives back $3 in economic returns. So we are making the case here that investing in women and women's health will build climate resilient communities and families. So we co-design and co-develop products and solutions that equip women to prepare for, endure, and recover from periods of extreme heat. And when I spoke about the risk reduction, risk transfer, financial and non-financial solutions, these include anything from heat parametric insurance, returnable grants, loans, a layer of social protection, income supplement, and any non-financial would include early warning systems, cool paint, cool roofs, green spaces, community level investments, using wearables like cooling vests or cooling helmets, or anything that would reduce risk that is combined with other layers of protection. So one of the key parts of this is the pioneering parametric heat insurance product that we piloted with SEVA in India in 2024, reaching 50,000 women, and the insurance payout reached around 92% of the 50,000 women. This year we are scaling that up to reach around 225 to 250,000 women, and this is one of the products that compensate women for their lost income due to extreme heat. And this is added with other layers of protection. So recognizing that insurance is not the only solution, and for insurance to work, there has to be other components in place. And the other components are the other risk reduction and non-financial and other financial solutions. So we are moving with these solutions. We are taking learnings from all of these solutions that we built in India with SEVA, with Swiss Re Public Sector Solutions, with ICICI Lombard, to other countries in Southeastern Asia, to West Africa. We're taking these learnings to build solutions there, and we kind of believe and we know that this bundled intervention or this bundled solution is more locally rooted. We work with communities on the ground partners, but it's globally connected. We take learnings from one place to the other, and we see that we're learning real time what works, what does not, and how it works. And those learnings are really helping us to take awareness raising to another level. We're trying to take climate literacy and heat literacy to women to different levels to influence behavioral change, because heat is deadly. Heat kills more people than any other climate hazard, but is invisible. I mean, a storm or a cyclone still causes death, economic loss, and heat also does the same thing, but heat is not that well understood. It is not well recognized. And so it is important to look at building those solutions, building that awareness. We have solutions that are already underway. We have climate smart products. What we need to do now is a commitment to scale them, to fund them, act on them now. And when we invest in women's health, we invest in building climate adaptive communities. And I'm going to finish with our motto, which says, when women are climate resilient, we all are climate resilient. Thank you.
Thank you, Visala. I absolutely love that, right? When women are climate resilient, we are all climate resilient. And I think, probably in many of the panels that we've all attended over the last few days, we've often heard about, when we invest in women, we're not just investing in women. We're investing in their children, in their families, entire communities rise, and of course, the economic power of countries rise. So when we think about women and climate, right, it's not just to address the disproportionate impact that extreme heat is having on women, but it's to address the disproportionate impact it's having on their children and their families and their communities, and of course, the entire country. And Visala, you talked about, when we think about the effect of heat on women, certainly there are unique biological and physiological aspects, right, in terms of why women are differently, I should say, affected by the heat. But there are also sort of what we think of as, social determinants, social structures, the roles that women are playing in our communities that also place them at a disproportionate disadvantage. And you shared some really interesting data. And now I want to move to Dr. Rajvi to share with us, to move beyond some of the data, but the human stories, and to talk specifically about how women in the informal sector and in the roles that they play, the gender roles that they have as caregivers, as women working in the informal economy, how does that continue to sort of perpetuate this risk and this emergency that we're in?
Thank you for the question, Amita. So 90% of the workforce in our country belongs to the informal sector economy, and about, let's say, 50% of them are women. For all the people in the informal sector economy, health is their key asset and is a very critical determinant of them being able to earn their livelihood for that day. Heat does have a disproportionate impact on women, despite them being the least contributors to that. So in one of the internal surveys that we had conducted at SEWA, it was brought out that about 93% of the people are being impacted adversely by heat. And it is a cascade of heat-related illnesses which starts from heat cramps, heat exhaustion, and then leading to heat strokes. And it is not only that, lack of potable drinking water at their work sites or lack of cooling stations leads to other adverse impact. Members not being able to drink ample water leads to urinary tract infections or urinogenital infections, which these women often won't address because of the stigma that exists. And it is not only this, them not having access to water puts their food security at risk because they are not able to cook 2 meals a day. But it does not stop there. These workers are continuously working under the exposed sun, and it has an impact on their skin as well. They suffer from blisters. Construction workers who are constantly toiling have to deal with tools, have to deal with cement. Similarly, it's with the waste recyclers who are often exposed to accidental fires at their work sites, and then they are exposed to noxious fumes. Lack of availability of sanitation also puts them at risk. And this is about health. Then it has a cascading impact on their sleep. 96% of the workers stated that their sleep gets hindered because they have tin roofs. It is poorly ventilated area, so there's no lack of circulation. Air circulation is not there. So this hampers their circadian rhythm, which has a cascading impact on their work efficiency the subsequent day. So with increasing impacts on health, their out-of-pocket expenditure increases. It puts them at the risk of making a hard choice between whether they want to stay safe and not go out to work, or go out in the dangerous situations, endanger their lives, and just continue working to ensure that there's food to put on plate that evening. It also impacts their food security, because very often what our members have told us is that when we take our food for lunch at the work site, it gets spoiled. But still some of them are forced to eat that, leading to a lot of foodborne illnesses. And very often women are the sole breadwinners in their family, and they have to take their children at the work site, putting them at the risk of heat-related illnesses as well. And all this put together has an impact on their mental health, because they are under the constant stress of making their ends meet, taking care of the family. And it is not only this, women have an intrinsic caregiving nature, because of which they'll put their health at a stake and look after the elderly and the other people in their family. So this has resulted into members facing a lot of anxiety and depression. And it is not only this, there have been cases wherein the gender-based violence is increasing, because there are male members in the family who want to spend the income, say, on substance abuse or something else, whereas the women want to prioritize their children's education, the food security, the health. And this leads to a clash, and the male member then coming and hitting them back, which has an impact on their dignity as well. Plus, the energy requirements increase because there are increased cooling needs. And very often there are power cuts, the grids get overloaded. So it does not stop only at health, but other determinants of health are also included. And we have had cases wherein they are feeding children with tobacco. Why? Because they don't have enough food to put on plate. Then how should they meet the hunger needs? So then this has an increased rate of substance abuse as well. But this is not it. I have my colleague who's a grassroots leader, Meena Ben. She'll be sharing more grassroots insights and what the life is actually when we are on fields.
નમસ્તે, મારું નામ મીના છે. હું સુરેન્દ્રનગરથી આવું છું અને એક સોલ પેન વર્કર છું, અને હું સેવા સાથે 11 વર્ષથી જોડાયેલી છું. અને જે અત્યારે હાલ હીટવેવ ચાલે છે એમાં અમે અસહ્ય ગરમી સહન કરીને પણ અમે જે સોલ પેન વર્કરમાં અમે કામ કરીએ છીએ. ઉપર તાપ હોય, નીચે ધરતી હોય ને વચ્ચે અમે હોઈએ છીએ, અને એમાં અમારે કામ કરવાનું જ હોય છે સતત ને સતત. કારણ કે અમારી પાસે પાણી પીવાનું પૂરું હોતું નથી. પાણી પીએ તો પાણી એવું હોય કે જે ફૂલ ગરમ હોય, કે જે ચા પીતા હોય એવું લાગે. તો અમે પાણી પીવાનું ટાળીએ, તો અમને એમ થાય કે આટલું કામ કરી લઈએ પછી પાણી પીશું, આ કરીએ પછી પાણી પીશું. પણ અમે પાણી પીવાનું, તો આનાથી અમારા જે અમને ચક્કર આવે, બેનો ચક્કર આવે અને પછી અમને બીપી પણ આવી જાય છે, પણ અમને ખબર નથી. ત્યારે અમારા સેવાના બહેનો અમારી પાસે આવે છે અને અમને બહેનો એમ કીધું કે બહેનો તમે કામ કરો છો તો તમે પોતાનું સ્વાસ્થ્યનું ધ્યાન રાખો છો. તો અમને એમ થયું કે એ વળી શું હશે. પણ અમે જ્યારે અમારા બહેનોએ અમને બીપીના મશીનથી અમારું જ્યારે બીપીમાં આપ્યું ત્યારે અમને ખબર પડી કે અમને આટલું બીપી આવે છે. એમાં એક અમારા બેન હતા મઠ્ઠીબેન કરીને, જે મઠ્ઠીબેન સતત તડકામાં કામ કર્યા જ રાખતા અને કંઈ કરતા જ નહીં, પોતાના શરીરની કે કંઈ ધ્યાન નહોતા રાખતા. પણ જ્યારે અમે એમનો બીપીમાં આપ્યું તો એમનું બીપી 165 આવ્યું. તો એ બેનને પોતાને ખબર નથી કે આટલું બીપી વધારે છે. તો અમે બેનને કીધું, બેન તમારું બીપી તો બહુ વધારે આવે. તો બેન કે બેન એવું તો હાયલા કરે. બેન તમને ચક્કર નથી આવતા, એવું તો ઘણીવાર થઈ જાય પણ એ તો હાયલા કરે. પણ પછી અમે એ બેનને રણમાંથી, રણ તો અમારે ગામથી 20 થી 25 કિલોમીટર દૂર થાય, તો બેન દવાખાને તો જઈ શકે નહીં. તો દવાખાને ના જાય તો બેનને પછી બેનને અમે પીએચસી સુધી લઈ ગયા, અને બેનને પીએચસીમાં લઈ જઈને બેનને દવા દેવડાવી. જ્યારે અમારે બેનને એમ થયું કે બેન કે ઓહો બેન તમે તમારું સારું કામ કર્યું. પણ અમે જ્યારે આ બહેનોનું કામ આ રીતે કર્યું તો પછી બેન અમારા પછી સેવાના જે અમે બધા સેવાના જે અમે પ્રોગ્રામ હતા, જે અમારા કાર્યક્રમ જે આરોગ્યને લગતા, તો બહેનોને ઘરે ઘરે જઈને અમે ORS વિતરણ કરતા બહેનોને. પછી બહેનોને અમે જે ઠંડા પાણીના જગ પણ આપ્યા અમે, અને બહેનો પાણી પણ એનાથી પીતા થયા. પણ અત્યારે હાલ કે જે અમારા સોલપેન ને આ તો અમારા જે કન્સ્ટ્રક્શનમાં કામ કરતા એ બહેનો પણ અસહ્ય ગરમી સહન કરે છે. તો એ બહેનો જ્યારે અમારે એક ગીતાબેન કરીને હતા, તો એ બેન આ કન્સ્ટ્રક્શનમાં કામ કરતાં કરતાં પડી ગયા અને આનાથી બેનનું મરણ થઈ ગયું. પણ જ્યારે અમે દવાખાને લઈ ગયા તો એનું કારણ એ જાણવા મળ્યું કે બેન અસહ્ય ગરમીમાં સતત કામ કર્યા રાખ્યું હતું, તો એ બેનને ગરમી ચડી જવાથી બેનનું મરણ થઈ ગયું. હવે બેન એકલા પોતે કમાવાવાળા હતા, તો આ બેનનું મરણ થઈ ગયું તો એમના પરિવાર તો રખડી પડ્યો. તો પછી એના માટે શું કરવું? તો પછી જે એમના ઘરવાળા હતા એમને અમે સાંત્વના આપી, ભાઈ હવે જે થયું અમે તો કંઈ કરી નથી શકતા. આ પછી અમારા જેટલા બીજા સભ્ય બહેનોને અમે ખાસ ધ્યાન રાખીએ છીએ. બહેનોને વારંવાર દવા આપીએ છીએ. બહેનોને વારંવાર સમજાવીએ છીએ કે તડકામાં ઓછા બહાર નીકળો. અને જે અત્યારે હીટવે ચાલી રહ્યો છે એ હીટવેમાં તો કહેવાય કે ગરમી તો બધાને નડે, અમારા પશુઓને પણ નડે છે. એનાથી જે અમારા પશુપાલન બહેનો છે એ બહેનોના જે રોજગારી એના ઉપર જ હોય છે. જે બહેનોના ગાયો ભેંસો હોય છે, તો હમણાં 2 વર્ષ પહેલાં જે લંપી વાયરસ આવ્યો હતો એમાં ઘણા બહેનો જે અમારા સભ્ય બહેનો હતા એ બહેનોને લંપી વાયરસના લીધે એ બહેનોના ગાયો ભેંસોના મરણ થઈ ગયા અને દૂધમાં પણ ઘટાડો આવી ગયો.
I'll translate. She is Meenaben Parmar and has been a part of Seva for the past 11 years, is one of the grassroots leaders and hails from Surendranagar, which is an area where there are a lot of salt pans. So she shared the story for multiple trades which have been a part of Seva. One of them is the salt pan workers. So the salt pan workers constantly toil in the field, and salt pan workers and street vendors are under a situation where there's sun from the above, then the ground is radiating heat, but still they have to work and toil hard amongst that. Sometimes they avoid drinking water because there is lack of sanitation facility. And the water that is available for drinking is so hot that they are unable to differentiate whether they are drinking a hot cup of tea or whether it is water. And it does not end there. When they want to access a healthcare facility, it is located at such a distance that they might have to bear losses for that day's wage. So they avoid care seeking and put their health at a backstage. It is not only this, but when they go to the healthcare center, there might be the case that it has been closed down for that day. So that is when our grassroots leaders like Meenaben go ask and interact with the members, educate them, create awareness, and measure their blood pressure and blood glucose. That is what Meenaben was saying, that there are a lot of members who don't even realize that the symptoms they are having are because of a heat-related illness. She shared an insight where there was a sister who was suffering from hypotension, but she didn't even realize. When Meenaben went there and approached and asked her that, are you feeling dizzy? Are you feeling weak? She said that, oh, this is a normal part of our life and we keep on feeling this. So when she measured her blood pressure, she realized and then accompanied her to the nearby center. Then she also shared an instant where there was a construction worker who was working on a scaffolding, felt dizzy and fell down and lost her life. But she was the only breadwinner of her society, of her family. And this is what happens when people are the sole breadwinners and her family was left out to suffer. She also mentioned a couple of interventions that Seva has taken, which includes spreading of education awareness and interacting member, linking them to care. And one of the other interventions she mentioned was provision of cool water jugs and setting up of water coolers in the areas where there's lack of drinking water facility. So even that has helped members keep themselves hydrated.
આનાથી અમારા બહેનો હજી તો જે એમના બાળકો હોય ને જે હીટવે છે તો બહેનો પોતાના બાળકોને રસીકરણ પણ નથી કરાવતા. તો અમે એમને રસીકરણ માટે પણ જે ત્યાં રણની અંદર જે મોબાઈલ વાન છે એમાં જે PHC લેવલ જઈને બહેનોને સાહેબોને સમજાવીએ કે બહેનો અત્યારે રસીકરણ નથી કરાવતા, તો મોબાઈલ વાન દ્વારા પણ એ લોકોને અત્યારે અમે રસીકરણ પણ કરાવીએ છીએ.
the last point she said is that during the periods of extreme heat, another aspect of members' lives that gets affected is they don't get immunization for their children. And that is when sisters like Meena Ben, they approach the local PHC and set up mobile units, which then facilitates healthcare as well as immunization in their area. And another thing that she mentioned previously was that it is not only the humans that get impacted, but it is their livestock that gets impacted. So the milk yield for a lot of cattle gets reduced, which in turn hampers the livelihood of these cattle rearers.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rajvi and Meena Ben. Thank you for those stories. It's always true that women are at the heart of innovation and solutions. And so we've talked a lot about, Rajvi, we've talked a lot about the negative impact on women's physical, emotional, and mental health. But can you share a little bit more about SEVA's Women's Climate Shock Insurance Program and sort of the holistic interventions that you're providing in partnership with Climate Resistance for All?
So the Women's Climate Shock Initiative is basically a parametric insurance that we have in partnership with Climate Resilience for All. So it facilitates partial livelihood replacement for the days of extreme heat to these informal sector women workers. When the members get the payout, it's very crucial for them during the days of extreme heat when their livelihoods are at stake. So this year, when about 90% of the members received that, they said that they use the payment towards buying their groceries or ensuring that their children don't have to drop out of the school. And a lot of them use towards their healthcare expenditure, which they wouldn't have in case the payout wouldn't have triggered. They would have been like, okay, this is the normal course of routine and let's not prioritize that. And some of them use towards reinvesting in their livelihoods. A lot of them use towards paying off the debt that they had, like one installment of the debts that they had. So in addition to the Women's Climate Initiative, in addition to providing with the payout and the financial help, the initiative has provided them with a social security, financial security, and we have observed that when women have access to financial inclusion and security, they automatically have access to health autonomy, wherein they get to decide what kind of preventive measures or proactive actions they want to take and not be under the constant worry of getting under the financial burden to make their ends meet. But in addition to the WCSI, with an integrated approach, there are a lot of other interventions that go on at SEVA, which are used towards as an adaptation measure towards the various climate shocks. One of them is, it starts with education and awareness, wherein we have our own cadre of SEVA health ambassadors who hail from the community and have been trained by the SEVA cadre of doctors and who focus a lot on preventive and curative care. They conduct door-to-door visits, community meetings, and tell members what are the preventive measures, what are the lifestyle modifications that they need to do, what are the symptoms of a heat-related illnesses, and what are the immediate first aid steps that can be taken, and if required, link them to care. In addition to this, we organize health camps at their own in local areas so that members don't have to travel distances or miss on to their daily wage, plus get access to affordable medical advice, which is right. Otherwise, they would just resort to some local pharmacy guy who would just advise them to take a medication and get done with this. Additionally, we ensure that there is availability of oral rehydrating salts or medicines which are even grassroots leaders are equipped with, and they facilitate members with availability of them. Second is, we have started with the telemedicine service so that members get access to free medical care sitting at their own place and not having to step out during the heat periods. Then there is procurement of heat adaptation measures like cool water jugs, solar lanterns, tarpaulin sheets. So these might not directly impact
these might not have a direct impact, but minimize their exposure to heat or impact their livelihood losses.
That's wonderful. Thank you. I mean, such a comprehensive and integrated set of interventions at the individual level. But we also know that heat is not an isolated incident that happens to individuals at one point in time, but it's certainly a chronic stress. And so if we think about it with that sort of approach, we also need to ensure that addressing extreme heat is built into our systems so that we're moving beyond the individual level to a more systems level. And so I'm going to pass it now on to Dr. Mona Chabra Anand from the Asian Disaster Preparedness Center, who's going to share with us her work and ADPC's work around systems level approaches.
Thank you, Amita, and it's such an honor to be a part of this panel, an all-woman panel for a change. I love it. And Meena Ben, आपने बहुत अच्छी बात की, तो उसके लिए बहुत आभार आपका. I've got a few slides, just photographs that might help us sort of visualize, you know, what I want to share. Maybe I'll move there. Sure, yeah. Is that okay?
The mic's on. Yeah, thank you.
So I work at the Asian Disaster Preparedness Center in Bangkok. I'm a technical lead. My background is in architecture and planning. So a lot of the examples that I share here will be from that space. To begin with, you know, when Visala and colleagues, they shared with me about this panel, we were discussing what should be covered. And, you know, we realized that heat and the impact of women on heat, people are trying to sort of understand this from wherever they are, you know. So doctors are looking at it from a, you know, a medical perspective, you know, physiological impacts of heat, etc., etc. The social scientists are looking at it differently. Like Rajvi Ben was talking about, they are looking at it from a financial perspective, livelihoods, etc., etc. But it is actually one big animal that needs to be understood holistically. So that's my first message. Now, if that be the case, where are we with regard to the policies in India? Heat waves are still not a part of the list of notified disasters as far as national government is concerned, which has a lot of implication on how we can support people during heat waves. You know, so there's a 10% allowance that the State Disaster Response Fund allows based on state priorities, but there are, you know, limitations to that provision also. This is where we are. And oftentimes we are gender blind, you know, so we are looking at heat waves, we are appreciating the impact of heat waves on people and communities, but what does that mean? You know, are men and women and other people affected equally in the same way? Perhaps not. So at ADPC, we decided to take up a quick dipstick study. We had 133 responses, to be precise, from India and from Bangladesh. These are the two countries where I work closely, and there were a couple of responses from Thailand also where I work. So out of the 133 responses that we got, 125 were women. And I also look at the private sector. So we decided to focus the survey on businesses, you know, large, small, formal, informal. We just said, any women who are involved in some sort of business, let's understand from you what heat waves mean to you. So there were 50% or so were staff members, few were owners, and then others were informal workers. You know, the 52 numbers that you see there is basically people who are small farmers, you know, street vendors, you know, people who do informal jobs in the construction sector, for example. So we asked them, have you been observing increased heat stress in recent times? 99% said yes. That's not a surprise for either of us, for any of us. What about the change in productivity? We saw that there were few people who reported productivity reduction by up to 70% or more, while a vast majority said at least 50% of productivity loss is there. This is a very, very cursory dipstick kind of a survey. Huh? So this sits very closely with the figures that you were sharing, Visala. Then we said, how have women been impacted? Question number 13 that you see there. This was a big shocker for us. 98 out of 133 said our own health has been impacted, right? And as the survey results were coming in, I was tracking these graphs. In fact, increased incidence of violence, of course, it was there. Increased caregiving responsibilities due to illness of family members. Also because in extreme heat, for example, the men and children, they tend to stay at home. So the caregiving responsibility for the woman increases. Even if she has to go to work, she has to look after people at home. And what coping mechanisms have already been used at your workplace? So increased sick leave, of course, it's understandable, but like I said, as the data was coming in, there was, this green one there, informal HR adjustments. There was a peak at one point, especially when we were looking at women in the formal sector. So people have to resort to informal arrangements because there is no formal provision that's available to them to manage what's happening to them because of extreme heat. And then if you look at that purple bar there, children left alone at home. And I'm getting goosebumps as I speak about this. Just imagine what happens when children are left alone at home. Violence, abuse, negligence, in terms of parenting. So you are actually triggering a different kind of a cascade because we are not able to manage the situation of women in their caregiving role when they are sort of, at the intersection with extreme heat. If you look at the next question, which solutions has your business put in place to help women staff cope with extreme heat? Hydration stations, of course, are common, work from home, people involved in the formal this thing. But there is also a large number that said no action has been taken, right? Now, what kind of support would help you most? Most people are asking for medical help. They're not asking for money. They're not asking for insurance. They're just saying, can you just help us manage our bodies better? Because there's nothing else we can do. This really hit me very hard. And then, of course, early warning alerts. Yes, the Indian Meteorological Department, the Bangladesh Meteorological Department have been issuing alerts. But then in terms of the granularity of the alert, the way human settlements are planned, we have a microclimate around us. This building itself has a microclimate. This room has a different microclimate as compared to the building, as compared to the neighborhood, as compared to the city. So if we are getting alerts at the city level, how good are they for us? Right? So people would really like early warning alerts that make sense to their context. And then, of course, cooling infrastructure, etc., etc. There was one more question which I think I've missed out. There are people who are asking just for shaded areas, especially informal workers. So, we are still analyzing the data. People who are involved in street vending, informal workers, they're just saying, can we get shaded areas in our place of work or near our place of work? That will be such a relief. I mean, something as simple as that. How odd is it, Okay, so now this actually is a favorite picture of mine. I try to include it in various conversations. If we have all these parts, can we run this car? We can't. All these parts have to come together and they have to work together for the car to move. This is what systems thinking teaches us. All these different moving parts have to come together in synchronicity. That's when things move for us. So what do? Women, I come from the construction trade. Mostly women are in the lowest rung, really the bottom of the pyramid when it comes to this kind of a trade. These are head loaders. What is their wage? The lowest in the value chain, right? We need to get them to a point where they feel financially, mentally, emotionally empowered to negotiate their place in the new normal. So, increased emphasis. SEVA, of course, is completely dedicated to empowering women in the construction trade, especially, besides other livelihoods. But increasingly, people are looking at including women in various kinds of training programs for construction workers that we have seen. This is from one of my past works. It is so heartening to see how they will also take up exams, when you've trained them and in a formal skill qualification framework kind of a setting. A certificate means a lot, but a certificate has to be earned through an assessment process. Just look at so a lot of it is know-how, but the larger variety is of show-how kind of questions. So women actually sit down to demonstrate their understanding and ability to do good construction work through these exams. This is how we will be able to help them walk the empowerment journey to the core. This is a small video from another project of ADPC where we started looking at how can last mile around early warning be addressed. So let me, this is a very short video. I'll play it for you here.
In a world with increasing intensity and frequency of disasters, accurate weather information is essential for survival and growth. With unpredictable climate patterns, agrarian states like Bihar in India often face challenges that threaten the well-being of their people and economies. To address this challenge, the government of Bihar, in collaboration with the Asian Disaster Preparedness Center, initiated the Bihar Mausam Seva Kendra, a state-of-the-art weather monitoring and forecasting facility. The system, perhaps the most dense network of telemetric rain gauges and automated weather stations in Asia, now covers a range of hazards including extreme precipitation, heat waves, and even fog. Starting with a pilot project in 5 districts, this innovative center has grown into a comprehensive network serving all of Bihar's 38 districts and 534 blocks. But it's not just for policymakers. The Mausam Bihar mobile app allows farmers and everyday citizens to access weather updates directly from their phones. In addition, a dedicated helpline ensures that anyone can call and receive weather information, creating a bridge between technology and the people it serves. Bihar is better prepared for natural disasters.
I'll pause this here now. So this was a phenomenal experience for us because this is really looking at, sorry, I wouldn't say the microclimate, but at least at a meso level. When you have automatic telemetry-based rain gauges and weather stations at the level of the village, then you're really closer to reality when it comes to early warning. And then, of course, people can call and ask, what's going to happen? I'm calling from such and such village in such and such district. What is the weather looking like for me? So they can look at that particular rain gauge and then, corroborate that data with the trends that they have studied. They are able to provide closer to reality predictions. The next story that I wanted to share with you, so that was about early warning, but then there's more that will have to be done. This is from another piece of work around, how disasters can trigger gender-based violence and how that can be checked during early response itself. Just look at how women are having to carry water. And this is not new. I mean, we still see them all around us. In fact, there were so many cases of rape and sexual abuse. I will not name the country simply because the water jug that was provided, it was a jerry can. It was too heavy for a woman to carry. So you ask another man to help just to carry water to the temporary shelter. There are trade-offs there, right? So what can we do about it? So this is a good practice from Bangladesh. This is a pond sand filter. So to develop the filter itself in the early response phase, cash for work, and then through the filtration system, the system is such that you pump the clean water, you turn the tap on and you get clean water, and while the bucket is being filled or your little pot is being filled, you run the hand pump and add water for filtration into the system. So it's a positive loop that's set in. My next example is the traditional system. These are not new, at least in North India. This is just a festival that we celebrated last Thursday. This is called Ekadashi. This is the Nirjala Ekadashi. So where you don't, basically, you know, it's a day where you donate water, and it happens during peak summer. This is very popular in North India. If it's a part of our culture, can we look at how this can be institutionalized for, you know, more number of days beyond that one day of festival? You know, just free distribution of water with some sweeteners added and whatever. Another example, this is from Bangladesh, how people in the slums are actually looking at home gardening solutions, not only to look at their own nutritional enhancement, but also to increase the cools inside the house because of the greening effect. And then, of course, we have to look at other sectors that sort of have an intersection with heat and women. You know, how do we get health facilities ready? And Seva sisters were talking about mobile health clinics. You know, but even the primary health centers and the secondary, tertiary health centers have to be prepared for a different level and different type of patient load during extreme heat waves. Are we ready for that? And then, of course, you know, what do we do with the children? Because it's extreme heat wave context and mothers are either ill or at work, can systems such as the Integrated Child Development Scheme of the government, you know, be rejigged or reconfigured to make sure that children are looked after and they are in a safe environment? And of course, the ICDS system takes care of their nutritional security also. So, you know, just looking at how existing systems can be reconfigured for this new need. So this is my, you know, last message. We perhaps should look at a systems perspective, see how we can enable the agency of women, because they are really the change maker, first of all, for themselves. How do we develop new engineering solutions that can, you know, support local access to water, localized access to water? How do we draw inspiration from indigenous practices and then foster multi-sectoral linkages, whether it's to do with early warning, whether it's to do with, you know, social protection, health, education, etc. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mona. And I really loved the last key point that you made around multi-sectoral linkages. You know, oftentimes when we think about some other areas that are cross-cutting, we think about things like equity and poverty and gender. And I absolutely believe that climate is another one where we need to think about climate across all sectors: health, education, livelihoods, economic empowerment. And we need to ensure that as we move forward, that our global agenda does not silo climate and extreme heat as its own sort of domain, but again, how it cuts across all of these different sectors. And it was so incredibly inspiring to listen to all of the catalytic interventions that ADPC is working on and testing at the systems level. Before we open it up to questions, I did want to ask Rajvi to just take a few minutes and share with us some of the data and studies that Seva has conducted to, again, add more insights that hopefully all of us can take away and make more actionable.
Presently, we are all aware that there is lack of data on what actual impacts of heat are on the human physiology. And whatever data we have with us has been, all those studies have been conducted in indoor settings, or the data is pertaining to the male physiology. And that too focusing just on, say, athletes and the army persons, that too in the US. So this is not the kind of data that will help us shape the policies or interventions here. So Seva has taken up a census study which focuses on studying what the impacts of heat are when the women are in their work scenarios versus when they are at home. And it includes us having two sensors. The first sensor is an environmental sensor, and it collects data on humidity and temperature, and then further helps us compare with what the outdoor temperatures were. And these sensors are placed at their home as well as their workplaces. And the second set of sensors are the wearables. So basically they are the Fitbits which we equip women with, and that measures their physical activity, their nighttime sleep pattern, and their heart rate. And in addition to it, the study is coupled with a set of physiological tests, which includes measuring their blood pressure, measuring their random blood glucose, their kidney function test, and their urine osmolality. So as of now, the study has been implemented with about 100 women home-based workers in Ahmedabad, and we are scaling it up to set of agricultural laborers, street vendors, and bangle makers. And this study so far has given and is also coupled with a perceptual scale, and we are mapping their household settings, whether it's a tin roof, what are the placements of the machineries which are inside the house, where the gas stove is, so that we can gauge the exact impact of heat on their bodies. So the results so far show us that the indoor and the outdoor temperatures might be the same during the peak heat hours, but during the evening and early morning, when the temperatures outside cool down, the indoor temperatures still continue remaining hot, and the difference is somewhere about, say, 4 to 6 degrees Celsius. It is not only this, but most of the households, they are poorly ventilated, they have tin roofs, because of which the temperature continues being about 40 degrees Celsius or even more, that too even inside. The next is, it is not only heat that impacts the health, but also humidity. So our normal human mechanism, human physiology is that as a part of letting the heat out, we have sweating, and that sweat gets evaporated in the environment. But because of increased humidity, the evaporation gets hampered, leading to increased heat stress on human body. And the last result, and according to WHO, the human survival limit is about 32 units. But in the indoor settings, which has already reached 29. So here we have a question that are the interventions helping us bring that down? And the last thing is that heat and humidity are impacting our heart rate also. So as and when the heat increases, the humidity increases, our heart rates also increase. So moving forward, we plan to use this study to shape different policy advocacy measures, to scale up to check the effectiveness of the intervention. Something as simple as telling members whether they should drink more water or not. But what are the data telling us? That are the kidney function tests showing normal results if we are asking them to stay hydrated? Or something as simple as a cool roof paint or tarpaulin sheets or biogas plants. What are the effectiveness of these interventions that we are asking them to pilot? So this is what the study will be used to shape the future of the measures pertaining to heat.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Before we open it up to questions, I want to ask a question of Dr. Mona. You talked a lot about gender-based violence, and I think that's one of the issues that around the world, we see that, again, whether we're looking at education, livelihoods, health, across all sectors. And now we're seeing the increase of gender-based violence in climate as we face extreme heat and other climate disasters. Can you talk a little bit more about how ADPC is thinking about building in gender-based violence prevention at the systems level? How is that part of the framework as you go into different communities? And are you measuring the impacts of any of that?
Thank you, Dr. Amita, for that question. So as far as, I'll answer the easier one first, which is monitoring. Yes, we are monitoring, and we have a very robust institutional M&E system that actually tracks the impact, not only activities and outputs,
but also the impact of our work. So yes, that is definitely a part of our thinking. Now to the more elaborate question, which is around how we are approaching gender-based violence. So my first, I would say the premise of what I'm going to say is that gender-based violence, it's not as if it just comes up because there is an extreme situation that one is facing. It is there. It is a structural issue. It only sort of surfaces and it gets amplified when there is a situation of stress because of anything, right? Now, gender-based violence can, in our experience, it requires 3 levels of interventions. One, of course, is policy, where, the kind of conversations that we are having here so that people are aware and decision makers can make decisions that are progressive in line with our ambition and aspiration here. The other is around technical solutions. One technical solution that I talked about, the pond sand filter. So how do you prevent exposure to violence because you have those engineering solutions available at the doorstep so that exposure is minimized? Yeah? Vulnerability is structural, huh? So now we are looking at exposure, minimizing that. This therefore requires technical people to be sensitized to how women's needs are different from men's. Right, wrong, good, better, I'm not getting into that. They're just different, right? I'll give you another example. Camp setting after the floods in Pakistan, right? So there was a situation where toilets had to be built for women. Of course, they were different, men and women toilets were different. Fantastic. You've got the first thing right. Now, the toilet block for women, and it's documented in one of our projects, the toilet block for women was in a lower part and it did not have a roof. The engineers thought there was no need for a roof because really, there's only the sky. There's nobody who's going to peep in. But for women, they were, they thought that there were trees around and there were hills. So even if somebody who wants to peep in, whether they can see anything or not is a different story, but I feel conscious because somebody may be watching. It's as simple as that. Okay, you get the roof. And then you figure out, okay, there are women who are still using menstrual cloths. They don't have access to pads, and that menstrual cloth needs to be washed. And the outflow of water from the toilet is going into a pit, but the connection between the pit and the outlet is exposed. So the color of the water, when it comes out, it is seen. And women are conscious that I don't want colored water coming out of this toilet, right? So how do you bring that in? And how do you manage the whole toilet in a manner that there is a safe space to wash the menstrual cloth, dry it, and then use it properly? So these are just some examples of how one has to first be sensitive as an engineer or an architect, and then provide solutions and be open to feedback and correction.
Yeah, that's great. And, we see that across, again, so many sectors when we think about gender sensitization around gender-based violence. And now we need to add engineers into that portfolio as well. Okay, so I'm sure that there are many questions in the room. And again, we want to open it up and really have a dialogue and conversation and hear about the work that you're doing and gain more insights from our panelists. So yes, please, in the back. Hang on 1 second. We'll get a mic, or we can take one of these. Take this one. If you could just introduce yourself before you ask your question. Thank you.
My name is Smita Sadasivan. I am coming from Chennai, and I'm a disability rights activist. I work on disability and health, basically from Disability Rights India Foundation. Yeah, very interesting discussion and really interesting studies. And my question is there any finding in these studies about women with disabilities because in India there are 21 categories of women with disabilities recognized by the disability law, and women who are acid attack victims, so they experience a lot of issues with heat, the moment they get out even in the normal sunlight, because their skin is already burnt. That is one thing. And second thing is multiple sclerosis, another disability out of 21, which is my condition also. We feel too much exhaustion with heat. It is like the fatigue is the major symptom, and it exaggerates when during these both climatic issues, and whether it is hot or whether it is cold. And there are people with more women with disabilities are more women are affected with multiple sclerosis or many other disabilities, and with other physical disabilities, any other physical disability, the pressure sore is a matter. And basically there is a neglect when it comes to women with disability, because a man with disability gets some attention and some kind of treatment, whereas there is total neglect for women with disability, and many actually even die. In spinal cord injury, we have a great deal of data of women with disability dying because of pressure sores and because of neglect and all these things. So there is an urgent need for addressing the heat and women with disabilities segment, and it will be good if any data, any studies are having some findings. Thank you.
Thank you. That's such an important question. And, we've heard today how important it is to have more gender-specific data if we're really going to build and develop and implement better and stronger impactful solutions. And now you've added a really critical dimension around disabilities. Anybody on our panel want to respond to that? Or do we have data on that, or is that another need?
Thank you so much for flagging this. And this is not an excuse. What I'm going to say is not an excuse. It's just a statement of fact. We've had to travel such a long distance to come to this point where we are nuancing everything around gender differences in the population. So disability definitely has to be done, but at least for us, in this space, no data. I don't know about Seva.
So far, no, but definitely food for thought.
Yeah, we have to collaborate.
Yeah, I think gender disaggregated data, that's the big thing, right? We recently did a study on reviewing the literature around early warning systems across the world for particularly extreme heat, and we found that none of these systems actually look at a woman's physiology to give out those early warnings. It's all based on a man's body, and most of the experiments until very recently were all based on men's bodies, and so it's just there's so much of intersectionality now, and there's so much of underlying things and there's that you're a woman, you're exposed to something, you're pregnant, there's an exposure to disability, there's exposure to there's just so many layers of it. And early warning, and I think as Mona had earlier said, it has to reach somebody specifically for their exposure, and that is the next thing that we should be doing.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for raising such an important issue. Yes, can we pass the mic over here?
Excuse me, sir.
Thank you all for such a very interesting panel. My name's Jane Hurst. I'm a professor of global women's health at the George Institute for Global Health, and we have a program around women's health and environmental change, particularly around pregnancy and heat here in India. But the question I wanted to ask to the panel was a little bit provocative, and it's like, we often hear about, oh, we're doing all these great things, like parametric insurance is inspirational, but what hasn't worked? Like, could you give us some under the cover look at actually what are the learnings for those of us trying to develop programs about where are the pitfalls and where shouldn't we go down? I mean, just being very maybe honest, sharing within the room that we all know, in public health, that sometimes things are not successful for various reasons. It might be, they're not acceptable to the community, or they run out of funding, or the intervention didn't move the dial on the outcome we were hoping that it would. And I just wondering, maybe if people are confident enough to give some reflections around that. So thank you.
Yes, thank you for that question. And you're absolutely right. We often publish and disseminate all of our good learnings and our impact and outcomes, but there's so much to be learned by what didn't work. So, Rajvi, I'm going to throw that question to you on the ground. You know, what have been the learnings so far around the heat insurance as well as the other climate adaptations and mitigation strategies?
Couple of learnings. The first learning is that there is a lack of data. We need robust data on, especially on microenvironment settings. The data as of now we have is, say, at a meta level. We need meso and micro level data, that what is a world level data show, and then base our temperature triggers or weather triggers on that. Second, insurance is not the only solution. Parametric insurance might cover losses partially, and plus there will be years when the product won't trigger. So it needs a holistic approach wherein we have early warning systems embedded, or other financial solutions like index loans or commitment savings or community self-help group savings, which are included. Then there needs to be a robust climate and health response. So this is the other thing. The third one is that there needs to be constant education and awareness and capacity building at all the levels. At present, there is a basic lack of understanding on what is climate change, what are its causes, what are the impacts it has, and what are the various other adaptation and mitigation measures that need to be in place. Plus, everyone needs to understand what is a parametric insurance, what is its importance. And we all need to understand that it might not trigger every year. But in order to ensure that the product holds value when there is no trigger, it needs to be coupled with other solutions as well.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that what I learned from you, Rajvi, over the last week when I visited Seva was the importance of trust. And we talk so much about community engaged programs, programs that are really centering women's voices. And the other piece of that is trust. If you don't have the right implementation partners where women on the ground don't trust them, I don't think an intervention such as a heat insurance product will be successful. Because it is incredibly, it's often challenging if that insurance is not triggered, right? But women will be okay with that if they have trust in the community organization. So I think that's another piece that we don't often quantify in terms of a really important process element for successful interventions.
Plus the last point is that there needs to be individual profile level analysis. At present, what the parametric insurance is that it covers the members, but the payout is uniform for all the trades. I agree that it might vary according to the geography. But the loss that a salt pan worker incurs might be different than what a street vendor suffers. So all that also needs to be taken into consideration.
And just drawing some parallels to that, as I said, we are connecting a network of country programs, and we're taking some of these learnings that we're learning real time to other countries. And what we've seen is that there's no straitjacket application of any of these solutions. They have to be locally owned and developed. And we're seeing that different communities of women in different parts of the world face heat differently. And so working with them to see what works and what doesn't, and to be able to develop a parametric insurance product itself needs a lot of information, right from what is the daily wage look like, and how does heat affect that daily wage. And this differs from community to community, from city to city, from urban to rural settings, and all of that. So foundational is that awareness and that learning from the community as to what solutions they have, what do they prioritize as they need the most. And then it's a bottom up, right? It's bottom up, and then informing solutions to that. So I think that's critical to all of this.
I know we have a few more questions.
Hello all, I'm Sangeeta from Aruvu Collaboratory. We work in a place-based approach in 3 districts of Karnataka, and heat is a very real problem we are directly facing with women especially. But recently, like the programs like cash transfer has been stopped in Karnataka, and it has like impact on women. So when it comes to insurance also, there is like some part of the society and the system which look down on women who get these benefits, and there is like a hate developed saying like, okay, women just don't do anything, sit at house and get these benefits. So how do we tackle this as a system? Even when system is trying to help, the people from the system and the society are not really like supportive of these initiatives when it comes to women. And another one is the timing according to like heat. So for example, Odisha has made it like from morning 7 a.m. to 1 a.m. the government employees will be working. But what about informal people? Like will the system ever like that kind of policy level like advocacy should have to be like we should be taking up for informal workers also? Will what can we do about that? Thank you.
Thank you. Your question and then your question, my mind is stuck only on one thought. You know, we keep blaming, there's too much traffic outside, we are the traffic, as somebody said, right? So the kind of behaviors we see around us, it is because deep down, that is the hardwiring we have within the society. So till that changes, we can never take these good practices to scale. They can never become mainstream, really. So that's my first response. I think, you know, so just, you know, a limited view on advocating for, you know, a certain kind of behavior to beneficiaries of some provisions by the government has to can change only when the mindset changes. And that will require a society level approach. In fact, I come, like I said, you know, from the housing and habitat sector. The Indira Awas Yojana, government-sponsored program, I've seen in many states. People use the money to get the house, and then when it's time to marry the daughter, they'll just remove they'll paint over the signboard that this was a house that I got through this benefit. So there is just so much, I don't know what's the right word, it's not stigma, but then there is something that makes people look down upon others who have benefited from these provisions. That needs to change, and that can only happen at a societal level. That's one. Two, I think that, you know, the ear on the ground, the cultural nuance of whatever product we develop is so important, Another insurance product that I have seen in Western Rajasthan, again, arid parts of Rajasthan. So there is health insurance that's available through an NGO network to people. They purchase that insurance product, and when people started falling sick, we did a study on, you know, how that money, whether that money was enough and how it was being used. And we found that people said, I'm done, I'm not going to renew this, I don't want insurance. Why do you not want it? Because I get 10,000 rupees as, you know, my payback when I fall sick. But in my culture, my relatives come and visit me to see how I'm doing. So when relatives come, they stay for a couple of days. I have to feed extra mouths. I have to give them gifts when they part, because it's either my daughter or my sister or whoever. So the actual, you know, the burden, financial burden of my sickness is way beyond this insurance that requires me to get hospitalized. So the moment I'm hospitalized, relatives want to visit me, which means I have to cough up more money when they are leaving. But this is not covered under my insurance. So I don't want the insurance. I'm okay going to a quack, getting some pills, popping them in, and that's it. So, you know, the context in which our products are going to be used and mainstreamed, that is so important in my experience. That's all I have to say. Thank you. I don't know whether you want to add anything.
Well, Rajvi, I was wondering maybe if Meena Ben wanted to comment on that. Sort of what's the response of other family members, community members, when women have been engaged in the heat insurance program?
આ જે બહેનોને અત્યારે જે વીમાના પૈસા મળે તો એમના ઘરવાળા એમ કે મદદ કરે કે સારું કર્યું કે બહેનોનો વીમો છે તો આટલી અમને ઘરમાં જે એ લોકોને ખાવાની વસ્તુ લેવાની હોય કોઈ આરોગ્ય માટે વાપરવાનું કામ કરે છે અને બહેનોને મદદ કરે છે તો આગામી કે આપણા જે નાની આપણે 18 વર્ષથી બીજી છોકરીઓ હોય એના પણ વીમા લઈશું કે એમ કહે છે.
So what Meena Ben is saying that when the product triggers and the members get the payout, the family feels happy and satisfied and tells that okay, now we'll be able to use this payout towards something fruitful, and then in future years they will be enrolling other members from their family into the insurance program as well.
That's wonderful. But you also reminded us how important it is that when we're developing and implementing interventions on the ground, we have to simultaneously address gender norms and social norms, right? And how do we really change the hearts and minds of people, even as they think about these different programs? Other questions? Yes, please.
Hello, I'm Saloni. I'm a medical student in Delhi, so my question would be more medical. Since you guys are really working on the grassroots level, how is heat affecting the menstrual cycle in women? Like, what is, like, how are women who are menstruating, how is heat affecting them? And what all things are we as, like, institutes like Seva and how are they helping women as such? And what all can be done more in those parts?
So as of now, we don't have robust data in terms of numbers that what are the impacts of heat on menstrual hygiene. But going forward, that is one of the part that we have undertaken under the census study. That is the first part. Secondly, during a lot of focus group discussions, what our members have said is that during the peak heat months, and especially during the menstrual cycle, they suffer a lot of fungal infections, lot of heat rashes. Especially the women who don't have access to menstrual products like pads, they use cloth. And as Mona ji said, that there's a taboo, they won't wash that. So that leads to a lot of other urinary tract infections. So that is one point. Plus, during one of the recent interactions, our members said that they experience more hot flashes and other premenstrual syndrome compared to what they used to previously.
Shall I add one more point to Saloni's answer?
Yeah, sure, please.
Saloni, it has been, it is proven, I think I'm loud enough. Okay. So it is a proven fact that, in tropical countries, the years of puberty has preponed now, and because of this constant heat. So this is one feature, and then consequently, the reproductive cycle has also, it starts early, and the adolescent girls who used to be from 10 to 19, so now even at 9 years girls and these girls are getting periods, so that's one difference. Yeah.
Is it only because of heat, or heat is one of the factors?
That correlation has been, sir, correlation is this is a finding from the tropical countries more than temperate countries. So the only difference is heat, the temperature. So, yeah.
Yeah, Sahil, can you pass that mic? Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful panel. I am Sahil Labat from Seva. My question is to Mona Ben. You showed that really good image of a car with different parts and how all of that needs to come together for the systemic response to be much more robust. Are there successful examples of this happening anywhere across the globe? And if there are, what are the reasons that led to it functioning well? Even if it's for a limited response for a particular climate shock, what exactly did that country do or did that state do that enabled it to be a smooth response to a climate shock?
I think that's a good question. And I can't think of something that ticks all the boxes straight away. But I think that it'll be a work in progress in different countries. Everyone is at different points of the trajectory. Now, having said that, the risk is fast outpacing the solutions we are providing, right? So earlier we were dealing with risk, now we are dealing with uncertainty. So whatever we might do is never good enough, at least in the current times. With that caveat, I'll give you some examples. Let me take the example of Odisha. Why go too far? Just look at the mortality. You know, we managed, just because we have good enough early warning, they may not be the perfect early warnings just yet, good enough early warnings to evacuate people in time. Now that evacuation, partly it has succeeded because people are more aware. Partly there's a lot of push, even threat by the local bodies sometimes to evacuate people. That has helped us check mortality. Now, the next thing that we have to look at is how do we address economic losses, infrastructure losses by making them more robust and resilient. So it's, like I said, it's all work in progress, but if you just look at how mortality has been addressed in a systemic way, there's been, you know, technical advancement with regard to early warning, collection and development and dissemination. There is, you know, a lot of policy push that has gone beyond that, behind all of this success. And then, of course, community awareness that's there, capacity building of local bodies, panchayats, and people themselves. So, you know, holistically, if you look at how the institutional landscape is responding to this aspiration, phenomenal. But then we've just managed to tackle life loss. Economic and infrastructure losses, asset losses are still the next challenge to be addressed. I don't know whether that answers your question.
Thank you. And I think we have come to our time together this morning, so I want to thank all of you for being here, for your wonderful questions. Thank you to our brilliant panelists, and surely we've all learned so much. And I'll just leave you with, we need to continue to measure. We need data. We need to measure our impact. We need to scale all of these incredible solutions. But then we also need to make sure we continue to share with one another so that we can really build a global approach to addressing extreme heat for women. Thank you all.
Some of the equipment that you mentioned. possible, so holistically included everything, all the aspects. So that's the way of playing it.
Thank you.
It was very organic, but you guys made it so especially I was impressed with your panelists.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Not only with that gesture, but then the way she put her thoughts across. I think we are all an audience that's
also
receptive
connected and passionate.
Absolutely. So, it's the energy in the room makes a huge impact on people like she so confidently, and I took notes on the points you said. That's not that. I would love to think about it.
Otherwise, you need to come and speak to our students. You need to turn you into a professor. You have all the makings of a good professor.
Thank you. You're so kind of me.
No, I'm not being kind. I'm just telling the truth. No, it was really wonderful to meet you. I want my daughter to meet you. Actually, she's studying environmental science at university. And she's at University of St. Andrews in the UK. And I'm going to tell her to connect with you at some point. It would be great for her to learn about, because so many of the things she's studying there. I was like, well, this is the real work that you're doing.
You're very kind. Thank you.
I learned so much. So if possible, I just thought of thank you, Rajvi.
Related topic like
We come to MR90, so they're also similar, nutrition and women farmers have adjusted their lives.
130.
MR90.
I will just give you my card.
It's always so inefficient. That's the one thing.
Solutions are out there, right?
That's okay. No, we're going to still do. Yes. But I'm wondering how you can also do that. Even whatever sample we try, we must put some sample in that. So let's also think about when we think about the sample for the FGL, we should think of a subsample that's in your study, right? So that we can integrate the two. Yeah. So we'll keep chatting. Yeah. But it was great. I learned so much. Yes, to go to the salt pan. Yes, I know, but I don't know that I would have survived it in April. So I'll come in, I'll definitely be in Rajasthan in December, so I can prepone my trip a little bit and come, and maybe we get to meet everybody. Yeah, I would love to. And Rajasthan is really cold at that in December, right? I'm like bundled up, and I'm thinking, oh my God, it's the extreme temperatures, right? Like the differential, and inside here, that's inside here we're all freezing. This is the difference, and then the extreme temperature. I'm working with women farmers and millet cultivation. Yeah. Salon is your number, right? You're coming out? Okay, perfect. No, I don't want to. Where will I find you? No, I'll be straight outside. No. Good on
बीच में फिर चले गए यशोभूमि जब हो रहा था तो तुम बोल रहे थे ना नहीं गया था यार छुट्टी में गया था तबीयत खराब हो गई थी दर्द होने लगा था सेट में कराया छोटा सा स्वामी 2-3 बहुत बुरी हालत हो गई खराब नहीं गया फिर वो गया गोपाल का तो गाड़ी गया था मम्मी भी आई थी मम्मी भी गई पापा तो पहले वो तो बात हो गई थी मेरी हम लोग साथ ही गए थे वो भी गया था अपना छोटा हाँ हाँ सारे हरदा लोग सब गए थे सब लोग गए थे घर पे पूजा थी ना हाँ 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 अच्छा तुम नहीं गए क्या उसमें तुम आए नहीं तो घूमने में तबीयत खराब थी क्या फिर जैसे भूमि हट गई थी रोटी 1-2 दिन में बीमार था तो जैसे भूमि हटी गई थी सेटअप के टाइम पे थी तो सेटअप के टाइम पे मेरी ड्यूटी थी वहाँ आया नहीं तो फिर कोई दूसरे को भेजा होगा ना मैं तो वहीं मैं भी तो नहीं था बस अभी कैसी मम्मी कैसी मम्मी तो वही इलाज चली जा रहा है पापा भी खराब हो गए थे ऑपरेशन हुआ हाँ गाँव दोनों गए गाँव में ही मम्मी आती रहती है वो तो उनका तो चलता रहता है और बाल बढ़ाओ अरे कैमरा रखा हुआ ठीक है तुमने खाया खाना जा रहा था यार IT वाला तुम भी चले जाओ यहाँ है थोड़ा कुछ अभी इसमें नहीं हो रहा कुछ थोड़ा है तो कुछ नहीं घंटे का ब्रेक है यार बीच में हाँ लेट हो गई धोनी भाई वो भी गया अरे मैं खुद जा रहा था वो 4-5 लोग खा रहे थे बोला यार ले ले 2 रोटी चाह दें कुछ भी चाय तो पी बिस्कुट खाए लाना चाहिए यार पता नहीं वो आता है फिर डबल हो जाता है यार तो मैं इस चक्कर में मैं आज ही आता हूँ आया आज तो आया मैं भी यहाँ नहीं जाता बड़ा दूर पड़ता है वहाँ तो 3 बजे पड़ता होगा मेरे को उल्टा पड़ता है मेट्रो से आओ मैं तो 3 पौना घंटा 1 घंटा 1.25 घंटा पूरा लगता है तुम्हारे तो डायरेक्ट है दोनों वही रहता है फाइनल कौन है वही तो ऋषि हाँ हाँ जयपुर वाला ठीक है ना खाना पीना बनाते वैसे ही तो हो रहा है यार खत्म करा आज जो है क्लोजिंग है पता लग रहा है लाइव दिखाओ बोलेगा तो फिर वही 9-10 बजे पहुँचते 4 बजे खत्म है तो हाँ 4 बजे का टाइम है 6:30 का टाइम है हमारा तो क्या बस खोलने नहीं देगा ना हमारे तो कमरे में हमारा तो पूरा स्टेज भरा हुआ है 8-9 मिनट हमारे भी बहुत भरे हुए राउंड टेबल ना ना ऐसी टेबल लगी है अभी 8 आदमी को अभी बैठे थे अभी गोपाल से बात हुई थी सुबह मेरी मानसर क्या मानसर वो राम से बात हुई थी शाम को मेरी मानसर में चल रहा है दोनों रामू भी गया था बिक्को सुबह फोन आया बोला यार खुदा यार थोड़ा सा यार वक्त तो करो क्या बोला यार मेरे को ना माइक चाहिए यार फोटो माइक एक माइक चाहिए था मेरे को कहाँ पूरा गुड़गांव में मेरे को मैं दिलाऊंगा निदा से मैंने सही कहा नहीं यार वहाँ मेरा मानसर हूँ यार मेरे को यार मानसर तो कब का हट चुका है यार कॉन्टेक्ट पे यार मेरे को मैं कोशिश करता हूँ अब भी ड्यूटी चढ़ा हूँ मेरे को पता करने से कि कौन सा ऑर्डर हो पहले मैं वेट नहीं पहुँचा था फिर मैं एक में गया एक में उसने बोला 6 नंबर में चले जाओ गाड़ी रोड था ना हाँ गाड़ी रोड भी लोग आए के लिए हाँ तो पैसे 4-5 हज़ार में 35 कहाँ लगभग छुट्टी में राजीव पांडे जी को आया था कल भी आया था परसों भी आया था 10-12 दिन तो कर ही जाता है वो राजेश पांडे तो अच्छी खासी लेता होगा उसे 5 से नीचे नहीं राजेश पांडे ऊपर सोना देता है 5 तो लेता होगा इतना तो 5 लेता है इतना हम भी मानते हैं 5 से ऊपर तो मतलब ही नहीं बनता खाना पीना अलग है खाना पीना तो 150 ही सबसे कम है फिर गोपाल का फोन आया मैंने बोला यार भूख
बैठ जाती हूँ मैं इधर बैठूंगी ना इधर से इधर नोच पहले है ओरल हेल्थ वाला यही है ना ओरल हेल्थ वाला यही है इम्पैक्ट ऑफ ओरल हेल्थ आप लोग के पास ये है आपका स्लाइड चेंजर है देना थोड़ा पैनल डिस्कशन है अच्छा स्लाइड चेंजर रहेगा हाँ लोरा मैं रूम नंबर 9 में आ गई हूँ पेन नहीं रखी ना बेटा भैया यहाँ पेन वेन नहीं है ना पेन नहीं है ना यहाँ There is some confusion here. It is ये कहाँ है यहाँ तो I don't know. अरे भैया ये आप लगाए हुए ये कैसा है यहाँ पे तो ये नहीं है अभी मैं उसको चेंज कर रहा हूँ मेरे को पहले ये वाला दिया था अच्छा ओरल हेल्थ bottles this will only happen आ रहे हैं देखिए लोग खाना खाए हाँ हाँ
मनोज बहुत सारा ये हो रहा है, इतना लेट कर रहे हैं सब. मनोज, द प्रॉब्लम इज तुम्हारा अच्छा है बहुत पीपीटी, किसी का कुछ नहीं है. तुम्हारा अच्छा पीपीटी है. मैं बोलती हूँ तुम थोड़ा I'll call you to the podium. I'm not calling the people. वो लोग अपना ही भैया वो दे देंगे हम लोग को ना. आप स्लाइड चेंजर देना, ठीक है. तुम अपना ख़त्म करके you'll sit, I'll ask you questions. नहीं लोग देखो ना आ नहीं रहा, अभी तक उन लोग का लोड नहीं हुआ है. हाँ प्रियंका प्लीज कम, पीपल हैव स्टार्टेड कमिंग. 9. मनोज थोड़ा देख लो इनको. मनोज इज गोइंग आउट. हाँ मनोज यू कम. मनोज छोड़ दो, दिल कम. अपलोड नहीं हुआ अभी तक. मनोज का तो मैं तुम बोल के जब बैठोगे आई स्टार्ट आस्किंग यू ओनली ना, तो ऑडियंस को ये रहेगा. मुझे लगता है लोरा का उसमें है नहीं, तो लोरा यहीं से अपना चेंज करके आई आस्क हर क्वेश्चंस. देन आई आस्क प्रियंका, देन आई धर्मश्री. उसके बाद आई गिव अ ब्रीफ यू लास्ट ईयर. जल्दी अपलोड करना है पीपल. नहीं वो थोड़ा ओपनिंग में थोड़ा दो बोलेंगे. तुम पेरियो को तो तुम्हारा इतना अच्छा है, तुमको थोड़ा दिखाना. देन आई आस्क यू ओनली 3 क्वेश्चंस. हाउ टू डू इट धर्मश्री ना. फिर मेरे वो क्वेश्चंस खोल के दे देना. नहीं हम लोग तो दिए नहीं ना. कैसे
I'm seeing if Wi-Fi is there, I'll talk here only.
भैया वाईफाई है यहाँ. पीपल स्टार्टेड कमिंग. वाईफाई है यहाँ. वाईफाई नहीं है.
या यहाँ पे सेंड करना है.
दो ना प्रियंका. नहीं वाईफाई नहीं है.
वाईफाई कहाँ है?
दो ना इधर से दे दो. क्वेश्चंस इधर है. दो क्वेश्चंस अभी यहाँ. तुम लोग का कहाँ है पीपीटी? कहाँ है?
सैमसंग गैलेक्सी बोल
हाँ स्लाइड चेंज.
Samsung Galaxy.
S20 FE का क्या नाम?
No. This one, no? Galaxy.
Yes.
जो आना चाहते वो वहाँ बात करें.
Small IQ.
हाँ लेटर
ISI 7177. No. ऐसा yes कर दो. अभी यहाँ करना.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Wait, I need to connect on ma'am.
हाँ, मैं इधर ही.
Manoj, I need the password again. IQI.
IQ SI.
IQ.
SI 7177 I think. 1 second. 7177. Done.
Ma'am, you need to sign into your mail to send the mail. You need to sign into your mail to send the mail. You have Microsoft account?
पता नहीं ये बच्चे लोग यूज़ करते हैं.
I think it's better I do it from
You
mine.
do it from your own. नहीं
Mom is not signed into her email.
मेरा उसमें माइक्रोसॉफ्ट में साइन इन.
Hmm? नहीं, because she is not signing to a mail, and how do we send here? No, this is how do I send? To what do I send? Can I send to Bluetooth?
You can send to Bluetooth.
Because there's no mail or WhatsApp or anything, no?
You switch on your Bluetooth.
I have switched it on.
iPhone में तो एक ऐसे ही रहता है, थोड़ा dependency.
किसी के पास ये पेन ड्राइव नहीं है क्या?
Pen drive is not working here.
We don't have a pen drive.
Ma'am, try करिए. Just try sending.
No, I think we'll just
From
see which mail, WhatsApp, something कुछ तो रहना चाहिए ना. Yeah. Mail is there.
पूछो मेल आईडी भैया इधर का मेल आईडी क्या है पेन ड्राइव में डाल पाएंगे पेन ड्राइव में डाल पाएंगे
कहाँ है पेन ड्राइव का? मैम देन
I know that, Laura. I do not know that.
कंप्यूटर हमारा प्रेस कंप्यूटर में, इनके कंप्यूटर में थोड़ी होगा प्रेजेंटेशन.
नहीं वो पेन ड्राइव में मांगे थे ना
Just WhatsApp
पेन
and the
ड्राइव में
presentation.
प्रेजेंटेशन तो नहीं डाले थे.
डाले तो नहीं ना किसी ने वो लोग पेन ड्राइव में ही मांगे थे हम लोग से
नहीं मैम, अभी कोई लैपटॉप नहीं लेकर आया है. हमारे लैपटॉप में प्रेजेंटेशन है, तो
मेल्स में है इसमें है
हाँ, तो we can't access that, no?
We can't.
तो इसीलिए
वो व्हाट्सएप पे डाल देगा इसलिए तो वो मांगे थे ना हमसे यही मांगे थे पेन ड्राइव में
अब पेन ड्राइव
यहाँ पे
should have loaded presentation.
वो तो मैं 2 दिन से बोल रही हूँ किसी ने नहीं किया चेंजेस अभी भी हुआ है ना उसमें थोड़ा सा शिफ्ट हुआ है दिल्ली की गर्मी बच्चों का मुझे ऐसा लगा भी एडवोकेटिंग ओरल हेल्थ सब बर्गर खा के आए और सब जा रहा है तो इसी को छोड़ देते हैं ना तो क्वेश्चन वाइज कितना करना है किसी का ज़्यादा है किसी का कम करना है चेयरपर्सन विल कम speak about something on the subject with their उनका रहेगा हाथ में change and then
Mama.
then you transfer it to your friend का लोरा का ठीक है लोरा इतना करेगा उतना बोलेगा
Slides तो मैम कितनी भी दे सकते हैं, बट
I know discussion Maternal and neonatal outcomes भूल रही है neonatal के बाद outcomes आएगा नहीं neonatal के बाद outcomes डालिए
I don't know if they can edit it right now. See, yours is this. Should I bring this down? No, no, not this one.
इसके आगे और एक word है neonatal के बाद outcomes
Okay. Then this. Okay. Laura's actually. No, I'm just moving this. Okay. Let it be. Let her talk about it. Then this is yours. Then.
This is not mine.
outcomes
Achha, okay, fine. Fine, I'll speak on it.
OUT
Then from here it's mine. Okay. ठीक है.
outcomes S डालिए ना outcomes को जोड़ दीजिए हाँ S डालिए वन इवेंट है ना, फिर ये किसी और इवेंट के लिए बुक होगा, फिर हमको आके बोलेंगे जाने के लिए। और नो मैम, यहाँ पे ना वो टू बजना शुरू हो जाता है, वो अनदर वो एम्बैरेसिंग। आई अंडरस्टैंड स्टाफ, बट अमंगस्ट अस वी कैन स्टार्ट। मैम हम धीरे धीरे स्टार्ट करेंगे, इंट्रोडक्शन नहीं, ऑटोमेटिकली पीपल विल जॉइन इन, व्हेन पीपल विल सी समथिंग इज हैपनिंग दे विल जॉइन। We can't rely on people leaving, they must be doing something, but we just मैम तो कोई पूछ रहा हूँ उनका है ना, WHS वाले उस ग्रुप में मैसेज किया गया था, डाल दो टू स्टार्ट में। तो ये will you put the first slide? I just उसी को डाल के लग देते हैं ना, उसी को डाल देते हैं, छोटा सा क्यों है?
He has a control.
सो आप डाल दीजिए अभी। हाँ हाँ ठीक है ना। टोटल 2 बार आ रहे हैं। ठीक है,
वो भी आप भी चेंज किए क्या वहाँ से? मैं कर रही हूँ, आप छोड़ दीजिए।
Come on. Good afternoon, dear delegates. Welcome to the panel discussion, Impact of Oral Health on Maternal and Neonatal Outcomes, an Evidence-Based Approach. I'm Dr. Neeta Mohanty, Professor in the Department of Oral Pathology. I'm the Director of the Cochrane India Affiliate Center, Institute of Dental Sciences. I was the former Dean and I'm the Pro-Vice Chancellor of Shiksha Anusandhan University. I take this opportunity to invite our chairperson, Dr. Balendra Pratap Singh, to the dais. Professor Balendra Pratap Singh is the professor in the Department of Prosthodontics, King George Medical University, Uttar Pradesh. He is the director of the Cochrane India KGMU affiliate. He is the principal investigator and technical research center funded by Center for Evidence-Based Guidelines, DHR, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. He has completed his graduation and post-graduation from KGMU, and he is the principal investigator of 5 extramural research projects of 2.13 crores and co-investigator of another 5.1 crore, focusing mainly on geriatric population, 3D printing and obstructive sleep apnea. Dr. Singh is a GBD collaborator and panel member of Guidelines International Network. He has 85 publications, including 7 Cochrane meta-analysis. And he got fellowship of the UK India Education Research Initiative to get training at King's College London, and international fellowship of ICMR to getting training in University of Montreal, Canada. Dr. Singh has delivered talks in various international conferences throughout the world, and he served as a membership he served in membership committee of International College of Prosthodontics and first Indian in the editorial board of most prestigious journal in Prosthodontic Society, the Journal of Prosthetic Dentistry, and he is the second Indian in editorial board member of Journal of Prosthodontics, the official publication of American College of Prosthodontics. He is the first Indian to get awarded the Best Clinical Research Award by International College of Prosthodontics, USA, and he's got recipient of the KGMU Most Renowned Research Award of Professor Dhavendra Kumar Young Investigator Award among the entire medical and dental faculty within 10 years of joining the university. I welcome you for this panel discussion. Now, I take this opportunity to welcome our other panelists of this session. Our first panelist, Dr. Manoj Kumar, is the professor in the Department of Periodontics and Oral Implantology. He's a PG guide, and he has numerous publications in PubMed and Scopus Index journals, with few being in very high impact factor journals. He's a reviewer of many journals and has systematic reviews and meta-analysis to his credit. He'll be discussing the impact of gum diseases on preterm labor and low birth weight babies. I invite you to the dais, Professor Manoj. Our next panelist is Dr. Laura Mishra, professor in the Department of Conservative Dentistry and Endodontics at the Institute of Dental Sciences, SOA. She is also the deputy director of the Cochrane India Network Affiliate Center, with a strong research focus on how oral health impacts systemic conditions. She brings valuable clinical and academic expertise to today's discussion. Welcome. Our next panelist, Dr. Priyanka Kalimi Reddy, is an associate professor from the Department of Pediatric and Preventive Dentistry from the same institute and university. She is keen academician and clinician. Her areas of expertise include behavior management, early childhood caries, diet and lifestyles impact in children. She is also trained in pre-surgical nasoalveolar molding. She will be throwing light on prenatal counseling and neonatal oral health care in today's discussion. Our final panelist, Dr. Dharmashri Satyaroop, is a professor and head in the Department of Public Health Dentistry at SOA IDS, with a research focus mainly on preventive dentistry and oral health promotion. She has authored numerous research papers. Dr. Dharmashri has collaborated with the World Health Organization in developing the basic oral health package for the Southeast Asia region and has led research projects funded by the ICMR. So, the panel discussion today will explore the critical link between maternal oral health and neonatal outcomes. Poor oral health during pregnancy has been linked to adverse maternal outcomes such as preeclampsia, preterm birth, as well as neonatal conditions like low birth weight. Maternal oral health is frequently overlooked during prenatal care, despite its crucial role in overall systemic health. This session aims to explore evidence-based strategies for improving oral health outcomes amongst pregnant women and neonates while addressing existing gaps in policy and practice. May I now invite the first panelist, Professor Manoj, to come on the dais to speak about his specialty.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we have gathered here to discuss about the impact of oral health on preterm low birth babies, and as well as its impact whether we can save babies or not. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizing team of WHS for giving us this wonderful opportunity. I thank Neeta ma'am for moderating the session, and I thank Dr. Balendra sir for being the chairperson for this session. Now, during pregnancy, what happens, even with a slight amount of infection, there is an exaggerated response because the level of hormones are very high. Now the question is, how does gum disease or periodontal disease affect it? So before moving on to it, for the benefit of people in the audience who are non-dentists, I'll just explain what is gum disease and periodontitis. So periodontitis basically means, peri means around, odont means tooth, and itis means inflammation. So basically it means inflammation of the structures which surround the tooth, namely gingiva, cementum, periodontal ligament, and alveolar bone. So during pregnancy, what happens, due to rise of hormones, there is exaggerated response to this dental plaque. Now what is the link between periodontal disease and low birth, preterm labor and low birth babies? It has been seen that one of the primary periopathogenic bacteria, that is Fusobacterium nucleatum, it was isolated in the amniotic fluid of pregnant women, and which was very similar to what is found in the oral cavity. Now, how did this happen? Either there may be a non-disseminated infection, or this bacteria has gone through the hematogenous route. Now, let me explain a little bit about preterm labor and low birth babies. So the gestation is normally around 40 weeks. So anything less than 37 weeks is preterm labor. And babies whose weight is less than 2.5 kgs, they are classified as low birth babies. So how does this gum infection affect that? Before going on to gum infection, what are the causes which lead to PROM, that is preterm rupture of membranes? In general, there are various causes like pregnant ladies on alcohol, smoking, some infection, hypertension, genitourinary infection, to name a few. But it was seen that in 1/4 of the women who have undergone preterm labor, they did not have any of these causes for this preterm labor. So the review began on this, that why these 1/4 people, pregnant ladies who do not have any of these infections, why are they undergoing preterm labor? So one of this possible or plausible mechanism is the spread of oral infection through the hematogenous route to the amniotic sac. We have various evidence wherein it is seen that Fusobacterium nucleatum, the type of bacteria which is seen specifically in gum disease or periodontitis, similar type of bacteria have been identified in amniotic sac of pregnant ladies. Now the basic mechanism how premature rupture of membrane happens is that there is local rise of cytokines followed by increase in prostaglandins, which causes premature labor. So what is the link between periodontal disease and this? As I told, bacterial infection is one of the most common causes of preterm labor, and the bacteria which is present in the oral cavity, as it has been identified in the amniotic membrane. Basically, the lipopolysaccharide of the bacteria causes increase in local systemic pro-inflammatory cytokines like prostaglandin E2, interleukin 6, TN alpha, ultimately leading to increase in prostaglandins and premature rupture of membranes. And the second part was low birth babies. Now, low birth babies, if it is less than 2.5 kgs, they are, first of all, there are 40% chances of they being not surviving beyond 1 week post parturition. And even if they survive, they have a lot of issues, like they can develop respiratory issues in future, some neuromuscular imbalancements in the future. So now we need to discuss evidence wise how this link is associated. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Manoj, for your insights on how periodontal disease is linked with pregnancy outcomes and neonatal outcomes. So my question to you is, now you have talked about the connection between periodontal disease and preterm birth. So what are the measures to be taken to prevent low birth weight child from the perspective of a periodontist?
Okay, thank you for the question, ma'am. So the first and foremost is routine checkup of a pregnant lady right from the time of conceiving, and we can undergo non-surgical treatment like scaling and root planing. We have evidence, although very low, that scaling and root planing in a pregnant lady can lead to or can prevent preterm labor, although the evidence is low or very low, but some evidence is better than no evidence.
Can you describe the mechanism, like you were talking, or pathophysiology of the association between periodontal disease and preterm labor with evidence?
Yes, ma'am. So as I mentioned, few of the bacteria, the periopathogenic bacteria like Fusobacterium nucleatum, Porphyromonas gingivalis, they have been isolated from the amniotic fluid samples, and the bacteria are similar to what is seen in the oral cavity. So it is very unusual to find these bacteria in the amniotic fluid. So a probable explanation for this is that through hematogenous spread, they have been carried to the amniotic fluid. And as we know, the bacterial infection is one of the most common causes of preterm labor, because the lipopolysaccharides of the bacteria, they initiate a pro-inflammatory cascade wherein there is increase in prostaglandin E2, which ultimately leads to preterm or premature rupture of membrane, leading to preterm labor. That is one of the mechanisms which has been proposed.
Thank you so much, Dr. Manoj, for your insights.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, now I would like Dr. Laura Mishra, an endodontist, to speak about her domain in
First of all, thank you, WHS, for inviting this most neglected topic among the entire health would be the oral health. Somehow, everything is coming as priority, but what we see usually in front of us, that is the most neglected one. And probably this would be the right podium to say, and it's already established, that there is no health without oral health. So if that is not taken into concern, I feel that we are missing out on a major chunk of identifying and managing the diseases, which can be done in a very simplified approach. I am a conservative dentist and an endodontist, and my specialty is on dental caries and root canal treatment and cosmetic therapy and managing dental risk, high-risk caries risk patients in daily practice. I'm also a postgraduate guide, so I have recently conducted a lot of studies on how oral health impacts the rest of the system, whether it is cardiovascular disease, whether it's your mental health, or how does it affect a person's psychology. And the most sensitive phase of life for any woman would be her pregnancy. And everything is taken care. Her weight is taken care. Her skin is taken care. How she's supposed to take rest, what baby will be, how the baby will look healthy, or probably, you know, he or she will look different or healthier from their parents. All thing is taken into account. But the oral health is not at all taken into account. And you'll be surprised to know that there are n number of evidence which states that a poor oral health does lead to low birth weight preterm babies. And that evidence is really clear. Then also, as a medical practitioner and other health practitioners who have come here, and probably when you are in your society, we never advise a woman to go to a dentist till there is a problem. We ourselves don't go to dentist when we do not have a problem. And even if there is a glaring issue, we wait for that pain to come and, you know, tell us what is happening. So I will be taking up a panel discussion. Ma'am will have set of questions for me, but I would just like to have starting remark from a pedodontist perspective as well, and as well as a community dentist, a public health dentist as well. Priyanka and Dharmashri ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. A very good afternoon to everyone. Thank you so much for gracing this session. So, apart from the periodontal aspect of oral health during pregnancy, there's another aspect which is the dental caries. So, dental caries in common language is cavities, what people usually have. And it is also seen that when mothers have increased culture of the microorganisms that cause dental caries, it kind of reflects in the child as well. And this is known to transfer basically postnatally, like when they're kissing the baby, or even the primary caregiver or any other relatives who get in very close proximity with the children. So they kind of transfer these microbes. So that kind of increases their risk for dental caries. So that is another part of pregnancy oral health care that we also would focus on today. And apart from that, I think the public outreach programs and everything will be discussed by Dharmashri.
Thank you, and thanks to all of you for turning up for this session even after the lunch on the last day. So when we talk about the clinical aspects, we also need to focus on what is the promotion aspect and the preventive aspect that has community outreach and is able to be accessible to all, irrespective of their classification or accessibility. So that is where public policies come into picture, and having oral health as a part of the existing maternal and child healthcare system is a need of the hour, especially I think here in India. So I'll be talking about those today.
Yeah, thank you so much, dear panelists. So I'll start with Dr. Laura Mishra. I have a set of questions for you. So how do untreated dental caries and pulp infections in pregnant women influence systemic inflammation, and what could be the potential risk to the fetus?
Okay, I would say untreated dental caries and pulpal infections are basically reservoir for microorganisms. And when you have a lot of dental caries and pulpal infection in your teeth, pulp I mean the blood supply of the tooth is affected or infected, in those cases the microbiological burden of the mouth also increases. And we also know when we have a lot of pathogenic microorganisms present in the oral cavity, they also release a lot of inflammatory markers. So these inflammatory markers like interleukins and TNF-alpha, they are directly proportional to the maternal health and to the neonatal health. So if that is not taken care at an initial stage, and we are not taking care of their microbiological burden, definitely there will be increase in the risk of maternal and neonatal health.
Thank you so much. And there's another question. Can you explain the biological link between chronic endodontic infections and adverse pregnancy outcomes like preterm birth or low birth?
Okay, you'll be surprised to know that if we take a prevalence of population and we take a full radiographs of those patients, and we see that they have a lot of periodontal disease, that is gum disease, or if they have a lot of dental caries, those patients are at high risk of getting cardiac diseases, and it is an established fact. Okay, and we have ourselves also done, there were a lot of studies which were done outside India. So me and my postgraduate students got together, and we actually found that the prevalence is surprising, that it is also high among Indian population. Okay, so if the periodontal disease and the tooth disease together, they release, there's a surge of cytokines, which definitely leads to, inflammatory markers, and these inflammatory markers can also lead to, they affect the placental blood flow, and they also lead to premature uterine contractions. So it cannot be neglected. In fact, when a woman conceives, from that day or prior to that, when they do plan to have a baby in future, they should definitely keep oral health in their mind, and they should get their checkup done, because we do not want a burden of too much of active diseases in their mouth present, if at all we are concerned about maternal and neonatal health.
Yeah, very rightly put, Dr. Laura. And next is, there's often hesitation to perform root canal treatments during pregnancy. And what are the current guidelines of safe practices that endodontists should follow? Usually doctors tell that you needn't perform any root canal, it can wait, you can do later because you're pregnant now. So if a woman comes with pain, so how do you handle such cases, and what are the guidelines about it?
Yeah, since maternal mothers only visit gynecologists for their majorly checkup, even the gynecologists or medical people are not aware that what can be done in dentistry and what cannot be done. So that is one point. And secondly, every root canal treatment, if I have seen studies where a patient reports to a dental pain and they're advised unnecessary antibiotics and anti-inflammatories, which is not required. In fact, correct guidelines says that no dental infection as such requires an antibiotic or an anti-inflammatory till it has reaches a stage of a pus or an abscess or in an advanced stage. So if dental caries can be managed with just restoration, I think there shouldn't be any problem. But the problem is that even the local dentist or the local medical practitioner, they give antibiotics to a pregnant woman without even knowing what would be the implications of that. So for an oral infection, you really don't need that. Root canal therapy, the safest time to treat a pregnant woman, if at all, it would be second trimester. And that would be the preferred time when we would want, if any treatment needs to be done, it would be this. And people should not fear that we are taking radiographs for a pregnant woman. Will it hamper the maternal or a neonatal health? First of all, you can, if radiographs are not indicated, but if at all it is required, they can always wear a lead apron and then,
shields are there.
I'm a dentist myself, and I also have a 8-year-old child, and I was in that environment, and all our colleagues are always surrounded by patients, and we're at the most vulnerable stage. So I feel that dental visits should not be the last, it should be the first point where mother should come and get herself checked. And if treatment is required, that can be done. There is no harms in it. But antibiotic and painkiller should not be given like that.
Definitely.
It cannot be given just because they have come with a pain.
Yeah.
If treatment can be done, it should be done.
Yes, definitely, Dr. Laura. Next is, do you believe early restorative care in pregnant women can prevent the progression of oral disease that may impact neonatal outcomes?
It is for everyone. See, I know I'm a root canal specialist and I do a lot of root canals, but trust me, a lot of teeth undergoing root canal treatment is also not a good sign. And if you're having too many dental caries in your mouth, that is also not good sign at all. So a dental checkup starts for a child, probably Priyanka would validate that, when the first teeth erupts in your mouth. And it should not be that once you have visited dental treatment for a dentist visit, and you should only do it next time when you have a pain. It is a yearly checkup. Like the way we get a yearly scans done, yearly checkup done. So this should not be also neglected.
Yes.
So for a mother also, The day she conceives or she knows that she's conceived, she should visit a dentist and get her checkup done. That's the bottom line, because we do not want any tooth undergoing, extensive caries management or root canal therapy or an extraction. Nobody would want that. There is direct transmission of Streptococcus mutans and P. gingivalis from mother to child. So if the mother is having high caries risk, I wouldn't be surprised if the child is also having the same. So this should be taken care from the beginning itself.
Yes, definitely. Your next question would be, how can the use of biocompatible materials in pulp therapy of respiratory dentistry benefit pregnant women with high inflammatory markers?
Yeah, so the current strategies are like, we don't even have to go for root canal treatment as such, because the tooth, when it is vital, when it is having adequate blood supply and nerve supply, it is going to serve you for years. So if root canal should be avoided, we can avoid it by doing these partial therapies like pulpotomy and pulpectomies, which can be done to a pregnant woman to elevate her pain during that time. And we do not have to give antibiotics to her, because these materials are highly biocompatible. They reduce the pain. So after the pregnancy stage is over, and if at all later stage the patient does require an advanced treatment, if she requires a root canal therapy or if she requires an extraction, that can be also done later. So these intermediate therapies are also available to elevate the pain of the patient if at all she is suffering from pain.
Okay. Now we go to Dr. Priyanka Kalimreddy, our periodontist. Dr. Priyanka, what are the preventive measures for oral diseases in an expecting mother and neonates?
Thank you for the question, ma'am. So the preventive measures are broadly under prenatal counseling, since we are talking about prevention only here. And then there is anticipatory guidance and also establishment of dental home. So when I say these three terms, we have multiple factors that get focused in each level. Under prenatal counseling, we discuss few issues. We also talk to them about their developing fetus, as well as once the child is born, how to take care of the child. And under anticipatory guidance, we have another set of 6 issues that we deal with, which we'll be discussing further. And then when I say dental home, it's not a physical structure here. It's basically an ongoing relationship between the parents and the dentist to provide dental services in a safe and culturally sensitive space, customized manner and individualized manner, irrespective of ethnicity, religion, or financial factors and their health issues. But this will be provided to everyone, including all the populations, be it special healthcare children or differently able children, and even the LGBTQ community, all of them. So this is not a physical structure. When I say dental home, it's something similar to medical home, but it's an ongoing relationship.
Okay. You were talking about anticipatory guidance. What are the issues that focused in anticipatory guidance? Can you just elaborate on that?
So under anticipatory guidance, it's basically a process of delivering practical and developmentally appropriate information that we give it to the parents, so they are prepared for various emotional, physical, and psychological milestones of the baby. So under this, we discuss regarding growth and development, diet and nutrition, and fluoride supplementation, and injury prevention, oral hygiene practices, as well as any other habits which are like non-nutritive habits. So these non-nutritive habits include thumb sucking and tongue thrusting, digit sucking, pacifier habits. A lot of parents today, just to make their kids stop crying, they immediately insert the pacifier without knowing what deleterious effects it might eventually have. So other than this, in growth and development, we'll also talk about cleft lip and palate. So under cleft lip and palate, as a pediatric dentist, we come in to give pre-surgical nasoalveolar molding as a treatment option once the child is born. So under this, there are 2 schools of thought again. Some surgeons do not opt for it, some do. But according to the meta-analysis and systematic review done in 2022, it showed that doing PNAM has given, reduced the number of corrective surgeries that has to be done. It has also led to better nasal contour and reduced the cleft gaps, and also resulted in a better aesthetic appearance post the surgeries.
Thank you, Dr. Priyanka. Another question to you is, how do we do postnatal counseling for neonatal oral care?
So postnatally, we'll focus on feeding, and also if any oral problems that arise. So neonates basically might sometimes have natal teeth. So teeth that comes at birth, like at birth itself, notice a tooth already there inside the mouth. So that is a natal tooth. So that might cause some discomfort for feeding. So at that point, we will not be extracting the tooth, but because we need to also assess whether it's a milk tooth or a primary tooth in itself or a supernumerary tooth. So post the analysis, we'll take a call on the treatment. Another one is neonatal tooth that erupts in the first month of birth itself. So irrespective of either of it, to reduce the discomfort, we might go for reduction of the tooth structure or softening the edges so that it's comfortable for the mother. And another issue that we'll also focus on is encouraging breastfeeding compared to bottle feeding, and also on how to clean the oral cavity. A lot of times mothers avoid this aspect, thinking that the baby is small or there are no teeth that are present in the mouth at the moment, so there is no need for cleaning the oral cavity. So we also train them as to how to clean the oral cavity. And in case, so we are only talking about neonatal oral health here, but I would like to just go a little beyond that period, because the infancy period is also as important as neonatal period. So we'll also tell them regarding teething. So what are the symptoms that are expected to be seen when a baby is teething, whether it is immense crying, or whether there'll be gastrointestinal issues, diarrhea, or severe salivation or blisters around the mouth. So we are here for counseling on all these bases, and then if any time the problem arises, they can always come to us. And we'll also teach them as to how to use teething sticks, cold teething sticks for teething, and what to expect while the teething process is happening.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Priyanka, for those insights. And what are the societal factors that play a role in increased incidence of poor oral health during pregnancy and early childhood? Are there any societal factors that play a role in this?
Societal factors definitely do play a role in ways that are like accessibility to oral health care, lack of public understanding, low socioeconomic status, or in cases wherein children are highly urbanized, where they kind of binge eat on totally extremely processed food. That is also one reason we see for why there are a lot of carious lesions in very educated and highly affluential families also. And other than this, when the accessibility is not there for oral healthcare as much as it is there for medical, that also acts as another big pointer.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So what are the dietary and lifestyle precautions to be taken during pregnancy and for the developing child?
So during pregnancy, from the diet point of view, it's always better for the mother to consume a well-nourished, a variety of, the basket needs to be completely variable, and it not just focusing on either only carbs or proteins or fats. It should be variable and highly fibrous diet. And also the mother needs to keep a check on her sugar, because gestational diabetes and gestational hypertension is again a concern for the mother. And we also need to focus on reducing the plaque in the expecting mother, so that does not get transferred to the child. And with respect to children, though again it is neonates usually do not have any dietary restrictions, or because they are fed either via formula feeding or breastfeeding. Breast milk is obviously more nutritious and more healthy for the child. But when we talk about the infancy period, we'll talk from 6 months of age as to how to introduce the solids and what kind of consistency the food needs to be. I think a lot of parents believe that when they start solids, the consistency needs to be very, very thin. But there are different times as to how they should increase the viscosity of the consistency. That is one thing. And what I see a lot these days is giving screens while eating. So that is a very serious issue that we are facing because it has deleterious effects on children. Early screen exposure, I'm saying I've seen patients who are exposing the babies to screen at 8 months, 7 months of age. The baby has no understanding, but it's up close. And they kind of eventually develop ADHD, virtual autism, and they come to us at the age of 6 years, wherein the child is not able to speak. So that is a lifestyle, it's affecting the quality of their lifestyle. So according to AAP, at least for and IAP as well, for 2 years, it's absolutely no screen time. And after that, it comes in a graded manner as to how much screen one can show. But it's always healthy that they are not exposed to it while eating. So when we're talking about diet and nutrition, it's also diet and lifestyle. So, and they also, when they're watching something, they tend to put the food in their mouths for a longer time. So the exposure of highly processed food in their mouth is also kind of causing carious lesions because the exposure time is increased. So these are the various diet and lifestyle choices that are impacting the neonate, infancy, oral health, and childhood eventually.
Thank you, Dr. Priyanka. Now we move on to Dr. Dharmashri. Dr. Dharmashri, can you give a brief overview of public oral health initiatives taken to target maternal and child health care worldwide?
There are many, so I'm just going to give a very comprehensive overview of it. There is, at the global initiative, we have the World Federation for Public Health Association, which has started a initiative in 2023 to incorporate maternal oral health as a part of the maternal and child health, which targets prevention of dental caries and also tries to cause early intervention through access to dental care. And apart from this, we also have the POHP, which is the prenatal oral health, which is also initiated in United States of America by the University of North Carolina. So here they have tried out an interprofessional collaboration between medical students, dental students, and then nursing students. And they have found it to be very effective in order to increase the reach among the pregnant women. And next, we also have a healthy smile for moms and babes. So this is like an online program that is available in the state of Wisconsin for all medical professionals or any healthcare professionals. It can be even auxiliary professionals, which helps them to target maternal oral health. And coming to Europe, we have Child Smiles from Scotland, where they have tried to integrate it into early childhood care, the oral health, and access is available from the primary health level itself. And we have many other programs in South America. We have there's a program in Chile. So that also focuses on early intervention and access to dental care. Then even in Brazil and in Nepal, we have oral health policy, which is similar to our national oral health program, where they use the frontline workers, that is the voluntary health workers, to access the pregnant women and to deliver oral health as a part of the maternal healthcare system. So that is about the...
So now we come to India. So can you elaborate on the public health initiatives taken in India for maternal or health care? And where are the gaps? We'll talk about the gaps, policy gaps.
Yeah. So majorly it is the NOHP, the National Oral Health Policy. So that has been integrated with the NHM, and there is availability of a lot of educational material for training of the frontline workers and education material that is available to the mothers, which are displayed at all the healthcare services centers. And also there is a structure for giving access to oral health care, which follows the normal hierarchy of the health and wellness centers, then the public. Of course, at the health and wellness centers, it is just access to counseling material and education. And then in some places from the PHC and the CHC level, you have access to care. And there are very elaborate and illustrative manuals that are available for these health workers to be trained, which has been designed by the NOHP. Apart from that, we have the the reproductive, maternal, newborn, child and adolescent health. So this is like a continuum of care that starts before pregnancy, during pregnancy, after pregnancy, and in infants and till adolescents. So, importance of oral hygiene and a healthy diet has been reinforced as a part of this program. And then we have the Janani Sishu Suraksha Karyakram. So that also, even though it doesn't explicitly deal with oral health, but it does focus on the importance of healthy diet for the mothers, and also they have free access for diagnostics and services, which can extend even to oral health. And the Poshan Abhiyan also, which stresses on the healthy component of the diet for mothers, is also somehow connected to oral health, because we also push forward the balanced diet and less sugar exposures. And then coming to the RBSK, which has the four Ds. So therefore the early detection of the defects and diseases is the dental caries. So it focuses on early intervention. So these are the few public health initiatives that are present in India. But from my perspective, I feel the gap exists with respect to integration of oral health, because all of these indirectly deal with oral health, but not exactly incorporate oral health into these various programs that are functional. And also there are manuals available, as I said, for the frontline workers, but there is no means of follow-up whether when they visit the homes, are they actually doing the counseling for the mothers, or is there is a path for referral, but there is no documentation of how many cases have been referred from home visits to the primary health care setup, or if every mother who has been diagnosed with some oral issue has been referred to the service setup. So there needs to be a structured data collection system that records the oral health status of the pregnant women and their treatment needs at the central level. And also I think incorporating the recording of those issues in the MCH cards as just in common language, such as presence of cavities or bleeding gums when the ASHA or the ANMs or the Anganwadi workers visit the homes of the pregnant women. So this needs to be done. And we have many setups such as the Village Health Nutrition Day and the home-based care for young. So during these, where there is immunization drives and growth monitoring has been monitored on those days, they can also take the opportunity to educate the mothers about cleaning of the gums, which as Dr. Priyanka said, from the birth of the child, after every feed, the gum pads need to be cleaned. So all these can be reinforced, and we need to have a way of documenting it. And we could also have in the health management information system the incorporation of oral indicators, at least the dental caries and bleeding gums, so that this will help in convergence of the services either at the district level or at the state level when you're taking review reports of the RMNs, the reproductive, maternal, child and health. So you can also incorporate the oral health findings of that. And I guess, and then we need to have certain amount of, there are educational materials, but they need to be more culture sensitive and probably use indigenous means of dissemination. I think that kind of sums up all the gaps.
Yeah. So in spite of these public health initiatives, still oral health is a concern among pregnant women and new mothers. It's still a concern. So are there any barriers to access these services?
Yes, there are two recent systematic reviews that have explored the self-perceived barriers among pregnant women to these services. And they enlist that the most common one is the affordability or the cost of care. So this might be because of the fact that oral treatment itself are considered expensive by most, and there is not much of insurance coverage. This I'm talking about the urban population. Of course, all the dental services that are available at the primary healthcare centers and the CHCs and at the district level are free of cost. But at the urban center, it is perceived as very costly treatment, and most women would like to postpone dental treatments during pregnancy. And the next would be the availability of care. Access to oral health care is cannot be compared as much to the health services that are available. They are kind of limited. And then next, coming to the perceived barriers with respect to the beliefs. So most of the medical professionals themselves do not consider oral health as being important, especially during this phase of pregnancy, when the woman is considered to be at a very vulnerable stage of her life. So the physicians themselves are often known to advise the women not to go to a dentist until the pregnancy is completed. So, and also it is thought that, as my other colleagues also said, that the women themselves, the pregnant women themselves, perceive the dental treatments not to be safe. So therefore they don't avail dental care. And the dentists, coming to the dentists themselves, most of us, if you're not a specialist or you're not trained exclusively, then you consider the pregnant woman as a high-risk patient, and you will tell the patient not to avail any treatment as of now, and you come back after you have finished delivering your child, because they consider it as a liability. So therefore, yeah, so these are a few of the things. And also another barriers are with respect to the awareness among the pregnant women. They are not aware about the first and foremost, where are the services available, what are the services available, what are the treatments that they can undergo during this phase. And secondly, the linkage. They don't know that oral health could have an adverse effect on their child or their pregnancy. So that awareness is also lacking. And of course, I'm coming to the rural setup and to the regions where the access is limited. There is a person who takes decisions at home, and mostly it is not the pregnant woman. So the family members who are considered like the elders of the house are the ones who are calling the shots. So they would advise the woman not to avail dental treatment during this phase, because, you know, being pregnant and delivering the child is the ultimate concern for the present time.
Yeah, very rightly said, yeah.
So they'll say it's just ek dant ka dard to hai. So you can just bear with it or take a painkiller, and once the baby is born, we'll see. So that is there. And also the cultural beliefs with respect to not sending the woman out of the house during pregnancy, nazar na lage. That aspect also is there. So they limit the amount of places that she can go to. So these are few of the barriers. And with respect to the beliefs of the women themselves, so there are various misconceptions related to oral health. Some believe that during pregnancy, it is the calcium is being sucked from the woman's teeth for the deposition in the bones of the child. and of course all the other misconceptions that they said regarding extraction or use of LA or restoration, scaling, radiographs, and it is not an accepted belief in especially in the Indian setup that oral health is also a part of maternal and child care.
Very important part of.
Yeah. So these are a few of the barriers that I feel is preventing, actual utilization of the services that are available.
Thank you. I think Dr. Laura, you have some perspectives on this.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that a pregnant woman is a physiological process. She's not contagious. So she should be treated like a normal human being. As it is, the women body is capable of doing this. So many people who do not want to send or they themselves don't want to go to the dentist, and that is definitely one barrier. Person themselves, they have lot of barrier. And when a woman becomes pregnant, she's not the only person who's pregnant. The whole family is pregnant. So they take and the decision is not taken by one person, as ma'am rightly said. Where do you want to go, whom you want to go, what you wear, what your child should think, believe, everything starts intrauterine. And I fail to understand that where we talk so much about like medical health, taking care of the child, taking care of the mother, how many of us actually also know how to brush our teeth? It's the simplest intervention and the most accepted intervention. Dr. Dharmashri is already working on a project called Anand Muskan, which is dealing with teaching children, primary school children, the correct way of brushing. And that simplest approach, no government policy is talking about it. You had a nationwide drive on polio drops, but we don't know how to brush our teeth. And then if you are, because we have lot of amalgamation of lot of specialities like Ayurveda, homeopathy, allopathy, skin and the teeth are the most misused. Skin products and the dental products, they are available in the market with no guidelines. Nothing is standardized. Any person can come up with a toothpaste of whatever particle and give it and advertise about it that this is the best. So the problem is not understanding the simplest way of approaching oral health would be to run programs and educating people through mass media or social media or whatever media is available, through that. So I think that maternal health or neonatal health or anybody's health should start with oral health.
Yes, very rightly said, Dr. Laura. I have a few more questions for you. I think we have the time now. Are there any signs in maternal oral health that should alert a general dentist to refer the patient for immediate endodontic evaluation?
Yes. So immediate endodontic, when ma'am is talking about, is that when person is having dental pain. Okay, not tooth pain. People who have tooth pain, they have rated tooth pain as number 1 and pregnancy, labor pain as second. So people who have experienced it would know that it's really bad. And I'll tell you from my personal experience, when I was expecting, first time I have experienced barodontologia. That means pain in a high altitude. I was in the plane and I had severe pain in my teeth. So I know that it's an excruciating kind of pain. Now most of the dental setup are well equipped to do the root canal therapies, and they are well equipped to counsel the patients. But during pregnancy, I feel a specialist care, especially from an endodontic point of view, it becomes important that you refer such patients to endodontist. Why? Because endodontists are root canal specialists. You refer the patients to a periodontist because they will understand the gum issues, and anything to do with infants, you refer them to periodontist. And my friend prosthodontist can come later.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's another question, Laura, the last one for you. With the increased prevalence of erosive wear and caries during pregnancy due to hormonal and dietary changes, what preventive measures can be offered through conservative dentistry?
Yeah, so if you feel a patient is at high risk or is somebody who is predisposed to a lot of dental issues, actually application of fluorides would help then also. And as I said, oral hygiene measures needs to be taken from day one. If you do not know how to brush your teeth now that you're pregnant, you should be knowing it for sure. And using toothpastes which are standardized and which are ADA recommended, and then rinsing your mouth after every meal. And I'll tell you one thing is very surprising, that most of us, whether we are pregnant or not, we suffer from gastritis. We'll have some issues with our stomach. That also starts from the mouth, by the way. Why? Because any tooth which is not functioning or doing mastication, you're not chewing the food properly. And if you're not chewing the food properly, you're taking large bolus of food into your stomach. And if you're taking large bolus of food to your stomach, it will produce more acids to compensate it. So already a pregnant woman is already having a lot of issues, hormonal issues, her gastric issues is a little deranged. And on top of that, dental pain. All these are adding to the reducing the overall health quality of life of the patient, of a pregnant woman.
Yeah, thank you so much. And this is the last slide of our presentation. So this is the oral health care during pregnancy and early childhood practice guidelines. This book we had released during our first Cochrane India meet in 2022, and these guidelines are being used for patient education and in community dissemination by Institute of Dental Sciences. And we also give these booklets to our ASHA workers, ANM, and also to our urban and rural health centers. And this book has all the illustrations like we all discussed now, from not using bottle feeding children and how to do breastfeeding, that is most important, and the gum diseases and periodontal diseases, for the mother to understand. And also it describes the primary and secondary teeth, the permanent teeth, because most people, even the educated parents, they tell that when the first permanent molar in the mouth is decayed, they tell that no, that's the milk tooth, it has not yet exfoliated. Little do they know that since 6 years to the whole life, that permanent tooth is there in the mouth, so it has to be taken care. So all illustrations are there, and we use this book from Cochrane India Ideas. We have using for dissemination. So thank you so much for being an awesome audience. I think after the lunch, I'm coming to that. So I'd like our chairperson to give the closing remarks for this panel discussion before we put the questions to the audience.
I think the panelist has actually tried very well to give an insight how to look oral health and how to connect the oral health with the general health. And few panelists actually very well elaborated what are the gap and how to actually fill those gap to involve more and more different stakeholders, not at the urban area but also the rural areas like Anganwadi Karkarta, the implementation of RBSK and JSSK schemes and all those things. Ayushman also. In Ayushman actually there are 14 dental procedures are included, but not like this, the impacted teeth, the fracture and all. So before going to the audience, I have one question with the panelists actually. Can you suggest few short-term method or short-term advice for general people? And what can be the long-term in terms of, the government initiative, NGO initiative? How can people contribute to improve the oral health, especially in the pregnant women? So what can be the short-term goal we can target, maybe like 2-3 years and long-term?
So short-term goals would be for a pregnant woman would be that because her primary caretaker would be a gynecologist. So gynec people should actually refer the patient to the dentist, and it should be part of their program, and it should be part of their counseling program. And I feel that as a medicine specialist, you have more control over the patient. So they should be the one who should be actually
if they
telling
refer,
them
the patients
that
will
you
come
should
to the
get
dentist,
a
yes.
dental checkup done as well, and it should be mandatory basically.
Yeah. It is not usually done.
Yeah.
The
So they
gynecologist will-
themselves, if they are not advising the patient to whom they are going to see for the next 9 months, then who is going to do that? And dental problems and dental issues, some of them are not even having glaring symptoms, right? I understand people come to a dentist when they have pain, but patient might neglect bleeding gums for that entire 9 months. Or they might neglect a loose tooth, or they might defer the treatment. So the primary advice givers are the doctors, the MBBS or the MD doctors, to whom the maternal mother goes for advice. They should make it mandatory. And as a general public, I feel that really visit to a dentist and getting your oral hygiene checked, and not to neglect bleeding gums, because I'll tell you, periodontal issues are like that. They are very silent killers. You will really not know that there is a problem till it reaches an advanced stage. And at that stage, if you approach a dentist, we really cannot do anything about it. So that timely care should be taken. And in your home, if you see some near your relative, your some relative who is expecting, as we are all in this summit, I think we should take back this message home that if their gynec is not telling that, at least you can tell them that please get your oral health checked. So that is a short-term goal. For government policy, I think Dharmashri madam would be the right person to answer.
So as I said before also, it is the integration of the oral health component into the already well-established maternal and child care system that is there. So we have done, I think, a very comprehensive job with our reach. We have almost removed home deliveries, institutional deliveries are on the rise. There is documentation of birth, immunization is also very good, the rates regarding that. So if we could just incorporate, we can use all of these things to push for, advocacy regarding oral health also. That would be the best.
Yes, definitely. May we have any questions from the audience, please? Yes.
Yeah, thank you for the wonderful session. It was a lot of new information for us as well. And so basically it's not just in rural areas, but even in urban areas there's a lot of lack of awareness. At least for rural people, the government is trying to educate, but in urban areas what's happening is, if you're not going to a dentist and if you're not in medical field, then you do not have any information on this to go. There's no way out, because the articles or the information that comes through any of the media is very less on oral health. And I think there should be a lot of prioritization given in promoting this knowledge translation projects that I would call in oral health. So we can probably work together. There are a lot of systematic reviews on this, but every systematic review, if you think about doing a certain knowledge translation product, like having an evidence platforms on this oral health, and even like you said, gynecologists should educate. How many of them even know about it to educate, even cardiologists or even general practitioner in that way to educate this patient to go and see a dentist. So that's another challenge that I feel it exists. And the other one is, so we are working on this maternal mothers in tribal areas. So they have a lot of these programs and they have these cards for all the other health checkups. But what we saw is this oral health thing is missing in that card. So this is also implemented by the government again. So if you're doing such great work, and if you can take this to the government and ask them to incorporate this oral health checkup into that card, so as a routine program, I think that would be a lot helpful for the mothers. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for the excellent session. I think I have a disclaimer. I'm a gynecologist and a dentist. Okay.
Sir.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine, that's fine. And I have worked
We were
in,
busy blaming the gynecologist all this while.
You should. But I wish there were a few more medical people on the panel. That's besides the point. I have been practicing gynecologist oral health in the US for 35 years. I've just come back to India. What is fascinating is that oral health is missing in India.
Yes, you're right, sir.
Even though the fact is that we have huge number of BDS graduates without jobs.
Yes.
Okay. I am a contemporary of Dr. Puran Chand. Okay. And Dr. I.B. Carr in Cuttack.
Okay.
So, okay, these are all my contemporaries. So, bring back a lot of memories. But anyway, I think on a serious note, in US, I initiated a program in the state of Minnesota, where I used to live, where we have oral health screening part of the prenatal care.
Yeah.
Okay. Now today, all 50 states have incorporated into the system.
Yeah.
There is some controversial issues are there, but it started in North Carolina. I think somebody mentioned about North Carolina. That's where the initial program was started. There is some controversy that when we disturb the microflora, Fusobacterium for example, it can get dislodged and it can get into the bloodstream. So there is some research needed in that area. So there is some controversy. The other problem we face is I do a lot of research also. Fusobacterium is an anaerobic. To culture it, it's almost a nightmare. So we need, I think if at all research can be done, it can be done in India. That's why I have moved back to India. So, okay.
Good to know, sir.
So I think there's a lot which needs to be done, but I think this is the first step, at least to my knowledge, where oral health and OB, I call it obstetrics, are linked. And there should be more effort in that direction. I'll be more than happy to be part of this initiative. I'll be whatever I can do. But we should not try to copy what's happening in the West.
Yeah.
Okay. We have our own problems.
Yes.
We have our.
Societal
I
and social
practiced
problems,
dentistry.
yeah.
I practiced dentistry in Lucknow for a number of years as a pedodontist. One thing which I learned was that I should not take it, don't take it as a public health message. Everybody who eats just pan and just supari,
Yes, sir.
they don't get caries. They get other problems.
Yeah.
No,
Yes, sir.
but I think
They don't live long, sir.
no, the discoloration is there, but I have never been able to see caries.
Yeah.
So is it arnic acid which kills? So I think there needs to be research on that one.
Their teeth actually reduces by so much of attrition, chewing all day.
You know, they
Yeah.
have overdeveloped masseter muscles.
See, how I got
So
into research,
difficult to
Yeah.
shall I tell you this?
Because of attrition, erosion.
My research started with soft drinks effect on enamel.
Yes, sir. Yes.
That has never been studied properly.
Yes.
Soft drinks, I mean, Coke.
Yes.
What is the basic ingredient of Coke? It's phosphoric acid. I'll leave it like that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for your insight. I would just like to add one thing that since this is World Health Summit, till the time we are telling a different terminologies like oral health, there will be no equality there. For equality, it should be mandatory that every health event should have oral cavity also as its integral part. It is not, and that understanding has to come from us and from the organizers, people who are doing conferences,
That understanding should come from there. First, we should get sensitized ourselves, then only we can reach public.
Yes, definitely.
Hi, my name is Rizma. I represent my startup Atom 360, where we have developed AI for screening oral cancer with an accuracy of 96%. Now I realize that the implication of oral health on maternal health outcomes is huge. So how can tech companies like us join hands with you to solve this problem, be in terms of reaching out, creating awareness, or even doing early assessment of the mouth for the mothers? How can we collaborate with UNC to create a larger impact? Thank you.
Yeah, I think your question is very much valid, and we actually support all such startup, all such innovations, not only in the academic institution, but also in the different sectors, so that we can collect the data, we can collect the information, we can test what is the outcome, how much is the accuracy in a different domain, like gingivitis, periodontitis, dental caries, the location of dental caries, on which surface it is, so that you have a robust data and you have a good accuracy. When we go for community level, then we are very much assured, we have a good assurance that whatever the result will be is actually the clinical situation matches with the result. So I think there are various academic institutions in which you can collaborate, and I think many of these institutions are actually happy to support such initiative.
I think along with the collaboration, I think maybe you can come up with some digitalized technologies that kind of assess the initial assessment and probably act as an educative tool to the parents or the patients to show how their mouth is and what's going on in their mouth as well. Since you are working on early detection of oral cancer, something on that model, you can also have early detection of carious lesion or early detection of gum diseases, something of that sort. And I also would like to discuss something. So ma'am has discussed that gynecologists need to be a part of it. So along with gynecologists, I think even the pediatricians also need to have a big role in maintaining the oral health of a baby and the child. Why? Because they are the first doctors parents take their child to.
Yeah.
And
the pediatricians and the periodontists should be in collaboration.
Along with nutritionists as well. Why I'm saying this is because they are more focused on vaccination schedule, immunization, initial setbacks of whatever the baby will have, whether it is too much crying or proper sleep routine. But along with that, they also need to let the parents know that oral health is also a part of taking care of the baby. So a setup wherein the periodontist, the pediatrician, gynecologist, the nutrition can have a setup together, and they can do intra-referral and inter-referral, and we can always provide a better care for the population this way.
Yes, Professor Mathur, please.
Actually, I'm not asking a question, but I'm just giving a piece of thought to the dentist sitting here. The first toothbrush, which we call as modern toothbrush, was invented about 240 years ago. It is still in the same form, and we are not able to get our children brush properly. The gums cause some problem, so the invention needs here. Toothbrush companies and toothpaste making companies are not interested in toothbrushing method. So our intelligence lies in getting the right method, which is not injurious, not irritating to the child. And in the childhood, if they make a habit of brushing in the night, they will brush for the rest of their life. So something we need to think, as a dental profession, those who are sitting here, we need to think something innovative, do something else. We have not been able to market oral health, oral hygiene See, the diapers for children, they came only in the market last 40 years.
Yeah.
Today, every house is using.
Yes.
The sanitary pads for girls, it came only 60 years back in the market. Today, every household, government is making it available at a very, very low cost. It has reached everywhere. So there is something lacking on our part, which we did not do. We did not convey the information the right way to the policy makers. Probably we lagged somewhere. So yes, a forum like this is a good initiative, but yes, we need many, many multiple and at various levels of this kind of discussion. And obviously, as Professor from Minnesota has spoken, this panel should have had at least 1 or 2 medical doctors, 1 gynecologist and 1 pediatrician. It would have completed our job very nicely. Thank you.
Yeah, to give.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, so one, it's not a question basically what, that is a lot of awareness, okay, I also have 6 years old, lot of awareness, and then I was like thinking of my journey when I got pregnant with my kid. Nobody told me, okay, nobody, even though they have actually said, don't go for dentist, you can't get your dental treatment at this stage, like because you are pregnant. They actually say no to it, even though gynae say no, please, don't think about this. And I just like, now I'm listening to it, I say, oh, there are a lot of lack of awareness being on the medical front as like, even though we like born and brought up in Delhi, urban cities, people, but then we also have this. Now because I have a lot of dental issues and then I'm visiting dental, I also heard like flossing was never taught to us. Like it was never, like flossing is something which is never introduced to us. And then I realized, oh, it's very important part of it. And I'm just like, yeah, as I really said, why I just add on to it. See, when we were brushing methodologies were not taught to kids. Like even though in the school also, they don't even care. But then one of my like French, like she just came back and she said in the school, like because UK, what they do is like they basically think of like in initial years, talk about 2-time brushing, make sure you brush in the night, no more sweets. If you eat sweets, you try to clean your mouth. Then flossing is introduced in an early age. And that is not at all, because not even a dental, like your private practitioner does not even tell that to the kids. Like how the best way you can actually clean your mouth. Like every time you eat sweets, what you have to do is like the next thing is like they never taught. They just said like, yeah, brush, but then, or else don't use the paste. Now the new thing which is coming up in the night, if the kids just don't use the paste, they can just brush it. That is also fine. So there are a lot of messages, and then you don't know which messages is correct, which message is wrong, because even from that, like there's nowhere that you can actually go for the information. Like where is the platform where you have all these information which is say what evidence is correct. Yeah, and then like as being from that area, if you can have something which you can say, promote it and say, this is an evidence area where you actually look into all small queries, a Q&A type, or maybe some app which talk about oral health, and then you have a question like, do you think this can be done, this can be introduced to my 2 years kid, or this like is how you can actually save, like protect your teeth, like being elderly, like because that's like population, it's like it's women, then obviously the children, and also like being elder, like that population as well. So you need an oral health version of ChatGPT.
I think now we need a
Yeah,
now we
Dr.
need a
Ashwini. Yeah,
Bollywood film star to endorse this oral health, like if the polio can be done by Amitabh Bachchan, and then it comes down. So I think oral health needs to be endorsed by a big Bollywood film star only, then people will listen.
I think so more correct information.
Yeah, right. Evidence-based information. Yeah, I think yes.
Yeah, I know. I congratulate Shiksha Anusandhan. You're doing a wonderful job. And as a public health dentist, I would like to put perspectives, and Dr. Mathur is here. I do agree with Dr. Mathur because we as a dentist have failed somewhere during our process which has happened, because most dentistry was basically aesthetic procedure. So that was seen and marketed as an aesthetic procedure. And the products were marketed as a over the counter and as aesthetic products, not somewhere, in terms of for health, yeah, for disease or prevention. So those aspects were lacking. So maybe we are catching up. Anand Muskan, and with National Oral Health Program coming up, it's a good thing. So social media strategies, social marketing of products are there, where it has shown a wonderful evidence in terms of tobacco and alcohol. So I think for oral health also we need to have something related to social marketing strategies, your products which are coming out. Then other aspect is oral health literacy. Like ma'am was telling about, prioritization is very much important, wherein even the medical people are there. But understanding whether are they aware of the terms related to the oral health where pregnant women are there. So basic package, we cannot have a borrowing concept from, like sir told, from different countries. So we need to have a oral health literacy manual for medical people like gynecologists, obstetricians, and also pediatricians, and also for cardiologists, where oral health can be, integrated in the lot of medical sectors we are thinking of. So oral health literacy is very component, and we have to reach out to social media through masses. That is also very important. And also the rural health and urban divide will always be there. India is a very diverse country. Okay, so evidence-based strategies where you are developing a IEC material, how evidence-based it is. So even the material silos, everybody is working. We have a huge number. We are a market for BDS and MDS graduates in India. So silos research is happening in all the states, but are they integrated? Any portal is there or a centralized repository is there for this research where it can be taken up and evidence can be generated? Maybe AIIMS is doing a wonderful job being the main nodal center for National Oral Health Program, but also many resource centers have come up for that. Apart from that, one simple thing, self-examination of oral cavity. We do with tobacco users, right? When they come for tobacco cessation clinics, self-examination of oral cavity is a must to be taught from the school and inculcated as a habit. And also your ANMs, ASHAs, health and wellness centers, they have to see to that when they reach out to people for other diseases. So maybe at NCDs, we have a STEPS model which WHO has given, or we are having even the NCDs which are recorded by the ASHAs and ANMs. So apart from that, the oral health component is missing in that. So these reaching out, so at a policy level, we need to think it is at all levels, but main policy level, oral health has to be integrated. But somewhere as a practitioners, somewhere as educators, in dental educators, we have our own role. So we have our associations, right? So evidence-based strategies which can be developed, and maybe at perio, endo, prosto, pedo, anybody sitting here, coming out from a community, from public health dentistry. So evidence-based strategies which can be converted to, as a policy. We are lacking that. That is more important. So as a panel, because we have multidisciplinary of dentists sitting here, we have medical people sitting here. So a silos solution will not be an answer for this. So we need to have a multi-sectoral approach.
So
Yes.
your point is very well taken, and I think the
Thank
point you have raised, that we have to connect the dots and we have to make an integration. And in the esteemed audience, we have one person, very eminent person. He doesn't need any introduction. And if we get some input from Dr. Indu Bhushan, and he's a CEO and he started actually the Ayushman in India. So if we can get any input from sir, that will be very good.
So you're calling me Dr. Indu Bhushan. I'm a doctor, but a fake doctor. I am a PhD doctor. I am not a medical doctor. And I came here because I wanted to learn about oral health, because I've written a few op-eds also on oral health, because I believe that like mental health, oral health is also one of the most neglected health challenge in the country. And so I was just looking at shopping for where should I go. So I thought I'll learn most from here, because I wanted to know excellent panel, and I learnt a lot. And you're right that when we started Ayushman Bharat, we did not have any dental packages, but later on we included dental packages, and because of course it's a big problem. The reason that we did not expand and include more dental packages is because it's extremely difficult to ensure that there is no fraud and abuse, because we also have to see that we have to have health packages which can be audited very clearly. So, but dental health is something that I'm internally passionate about, that we should be doing more, and I've been also speaking to the ministry, and also I had a chat with the minister also, that we don't have oral health policy. It was in draft for a long time. It's they keep saying that it will be done soon, and I was told that it will be part of first 100 days that there will be oral health policy. But to my knowledge, it has not happened. So unless there's an oral health policy, and together with that, it's a strong part of school health program, because unless school health program takes it up, and the kind of thing that they were saying, that in terms of inculcating the healthy habits right from the start. And many times what we've been saying is that the children can also be messenger for their parents, because what they learn from school, they can go back and they can also educate their parents who didn't have that kind of education. So I think wonderful panel, and thank you very much for but you did a disservice to me by recognizing me here. I thought I would just
So you were silently noting down points, is it?
Thank you.
So the journey of oral health has begun in India, from nothing in the medical side to sitting here and talking about oral health itself has been a journey. From meeting room to auditorium would be another journey. But that journey has started. And I think I can speak on behalf of all my colleagues here that we are extremely privileged to be part of such august gathering. We have people from different genres part of it. When we started the event, I was like, will people come or not? We were not very sure. And we thought that maybe we will discuss among ourselves only. But I'm very glad that post-lunch we have such a exciting audience. I have friends, I have colleagues, I have professors and mentors who support us and who are here. So extremely thankful, and thank you, Balendra sir, for identifying right person at the right time.
Can I give a little input on, sir? You said about the oral health policy. So this last month, 25th, we had a meeting with the health secretary, and now the decision is we are not calling it oral health policy. Oral health policy separately will not be there. It will be called as National Framework for Oral Health. Okay. The document is almost in the final stage, and maybe by this month end or first week of next month, health secretary should be releasing it.
That's very nice to know.
That's very great news, sir.
So we'll have to now close the session before the alarms start blaring. So we will now request chairperson to felicitate our panelists. Yeah. Dr. Manoj Kumar. सर आप प्लीज रुकिए सर हमें हाँ सर प्लीज या आइए सर डॉक्टर मनोज कुमार यस Next, may we have Dr. Laura Mishra, our second panelist.
Ma'am,
हाँ, Manoj, you didn't call me.
Ma'am, come. Sir, please come.
Sir, आइए sir, आइए. I'm holding you to felicitate me.
Ma'am, आइए. Ma'am,
next we have Dr. Priyanka. Exchange offer चल रहा है ना? प्रियंका, picture with all yes, and Perlin के साथ. We all stand and take a picture. I think इधर अच्छा था. हाँ, one better. हम नाम change हो गए. नाम change हो गए. आज प्रियंका come one picture. Leave the phone there. मैम आइए पकड़. You guys can also come to join us. Please. Come. Madam, please come. Please. Suchi, Bhumika, come now. We'll take a picture together. Sir. Sir, please come. Hi, sir. Nice to have you. Nice to have you. It's nice to have you. I'm glad I will. Come guys, come on the stage if you want a picture on WHO camp. Please come. This should be the best picture of panel discussion. Varsha, you can also come. You're in another.
Get that change, please.
I was wondering, where did you go?
So who are we missing?
I think we've got everyone now. Shubhangini. There she is. Lovely. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the very last session of the day, and also for this wonderful conference. My name is Rajat Khosla, and I work as the Executive Director of the Partnership for Maternal, Newborn and Child Health. Apologies to everyone who has heard me speak a few times in the last couple of days. It's a great pleasure to welcome you today to a session on sexual and reproductive health and rights, an issue that often does not get as much attention as we would want it to, but continues to be treated as with taboo, and also often with very restrictive state policies that inhibit progress on a variety of issues. We have a very vibrant panel and a very wobbly podium, so hopefully all of it will come together eventually in one form or shape or the other. One of the things that we wanted to do in this conversation was have a discussion on what are the relationships between sexual and reproductive health and rights and achievement of sustainable reduction of maternal and child mortality. At the World Health Assembly last year, there was a landmark resolution shepherded by Somalia with a group of 60 plus other countries, which called for acceleration of reduction of maternal newborn child mortality. And this is very interesting because for over a decade, there hasn't been a resolution on women, children, adolescent health issues in any form or shape at the World Health Assembly. And this was the first time we had a resolution that was across regional support. But importantly also, the point from which the resolution came through was the realization that the progress that was being made in terms of achievement of maternal child health related outcomes was not fast enough. The fact that we were actually seeing slowing down of progress in many places, but also reversal of progress in a number of countries. Now, of course, COVID-19 did have a significant issue in terms of how these issues were being dealt with, because we saw that there was a plateauing of investments that happened, and as a consequence we started seeing mortality rates in certain countries going up. But we do have now the most recent data which shows while there has been progress that has been made across different regions from 2000 till date, there are challenges that still remain, and one of the biggest challenges that remains is the root causes that drive higher mortality in a number of countries. Colleagues, with that, I would like to introduce a very eminent panel of experts that will take us through this conversation. It's a great pleasure and honor to have with us Rodrigo, WHO representative in India. Also, dear friend Sarojini, who works with SAMA, and a very well-known organization for those of you who work in India. Sumita Banerjee with FP 2030 Regional Office. Shubhangini, who is representing YP at this conversation, and also wonderful to have Government of India, Zoya Ali Rizvi, who works with the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. We will also be joining by a colleague from Guttmacher Institute online at a different point in the conversation. To kick us off, Shubhangini, I would like to go to you first for your reflections on the relationship that you see in terms of youth-led advocacy and intersectional approaches related to SRHR and gender justice. We had, as you know, a panel earlier today on adolescent and young people issues, and this was one of the things that came out most strongly is sexual and reproductive health rights issues, body image, and other related aspects. So very much looking forward to hearing your perspectives on how you see these issues.
Hi everyone, I'm Shubhangini. I lead the abortion rights and reproductive justice work at the YP Foundation. Thank you, Rajat, for asking that question, and for really prioritizing sexual and reproductive health and how that can be a marker for health equity for all of us. This is the last panel of the 3-day summit, and I, along with all of you, have heard some brilliant young panelists talk about youth and adolescent well-being, talk about youth-centric SRHR, and I just want to take a moment to acknowledge everything that has been shared, from looking at young people as experts who are not recipients of services or policies, but who are very active co-creators of those, to the fact that young people are not a homogeneous group of people. We have lived experiences, and there's diversity in our realities, and there's a lot of value in bringing all of that to the table of decision making and really expanding that table where decisions are made. All of this and so much more we've heard over the past 3 days, and I was thinking about how these are conversations that we've not just had in the past 3 days. We've been asking young people what they want, and these are the responses that young people have given us. This is what we want to advance SRHR, this is the role we can play. And I think today, for this conversation, I was wondering, when we think about meaningful engagement with young people, do we really want to dive deep into what does it take for us to have young people meaningfully engage with us? Let's take an example of a global advocacy space. Let's imagine how these spaces are structured. The kind of language that we speak, which is very jargonized, very dense, to the kind of clothing that we choose to wear, to the people we see, we want to meet, who does have potential. All of these decisions, all of these conversations are things that I'm sure all of us in this room have done for the summit as well. Now I want you to think about a young queer person who's working with me currently on abortion rights, who has a lot of experience on youth collectivization, on advancing SRHR in some of the rural districts of Assam, and who will tell you over a chat that this is the problem that my community is facing. Think about the kind of preparation this young, queer, really brilliant, if I can say so, young person has to make to be in a space like this, to be in a global advocacy space and speak the language that we are doing today. Through our work of facilitating youth leadership and making sure that young people like me are part of spaces like this, where we talk about our needs, our issues, we make some recommendations, we have realized a bunch of questions that young people keep asking us. And I have a couple of them here with me. I remember a youth leader asking me, what kind of clothes do I wear to a space like this? Or how do I talk to be taken seriously? Or what if I'm not able to leave an impression? And we see how in all of these questions that young people are asking us, there is this hidden expectation that we have, that a young person needs to prove their legitimacy to be in a space and talk about SRHR policies and how we can really advance access to services. This might not be the expectation we have from somebody who has 2 decades of experience in the sector, but might not know the realities of that young queer trans man that I spoke about, but they know. And doesn't that really point us to a question of what does it take for us to meaningfully engage with young people, where the spaces that we are creating are not intimidating, but accessible, where we've heard a lot about co-creation. What does that mean? Who's co-creating? Where spaces are not top-down, where we genuinely intentionally create an intergenerational dialogue, where years of experience meet lived realities, and that drives the policy work that we do.
Hello.
I'm thinking of an example of a recent process that we did at the YP Foundation, which for us as both youth leaders, young people, as organizers of this space, as designers, gave us a lot of hope and strength in engaging with young people and having them lead conversations on SRHR. We brought together 84 young people from 22 states of India, from different identities of sexual orientation, caste, class, religion, ethnicity, more, to build an understanding of what are these sustainable development goals. I'm sure a bunch of us are doing it. And we thought, let's look at this process. And I remember it very distinctly as an important process for us at YP, because not only did we demystify a global process like sustainable development goals and connect it to the realities of young people, But we also realized that this was the first time for most of us, including me in that room, and I have like a small experience of 7 years in the sector, where somebody was talking to me about what sustainable development goals are and how the work that I've been doing in my community mobilization on abortion rights is very much related to the global advocacy process. And isn't that what we mean when we say meaningful engagement? I was talking to a colleague of mine recently, and I asked her, what does it mean for us to like have young people at the center, and what do you think? And they said something that has stuck by me, and that is something that I would like to leave the room with. That for us, meaningful youth engagement at YP is not a strategy. It's embedded in our values. And when it's embedded in your values, you try things, you experiment, you fail, then you get up and you realize that a value is not something that you compromise on. So we will not compromise having young people lead these discussions. We will not compromise young people be at spaces like this. We will not compromise on building capacities of young people. And we will not compromise on the fact that young people bring to the table what we need. Not just for young people, but honestly for all of us. Thank you.
Here. Thank you for that, Shubhangini, and for outlining the potential for meaningful engagement of young people, but also the challenges and pitfalls that lie. But also appreciate you bringing into perspective questions around SRHR policies, abortion activism. And for those of you who would have seen the most recent causes of mortality analysis in the Lancet, the top 5 causes of maternal mortality remain postpartum hemorrhage, eclampsia, unsafe abortion. However, one issue that we have made very little progress, if at all. With that, I would like to come to you next, Rodrigo, as the WHO country representative, and looking at how does WHO support countries in implementation, not just of the WHA 77 resolution that I opened my remarks or precursor them with, but especially at a time like this when we are looking at the complexity of issues, differently placed. Over to you.
Thank you, Rajat. But it's very difficult to follow Shubhangi in the fact that even the whole term WHA, World Health Assembly resolution, reeks of every possible bureaucratic, non-youth represented type of forums. But rest assured, it's in that spirit, World Health Assembly resolution. We do try. Just to say what is that resolution? It's to accelerate the progress towards maternal, newborn, and child mortality reduction to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals 3.1. For WHO, maybe I'll summarize it in 3 areas. It's data-led, accurate reflection of national data for international purposes, for international estimates. And I'll tell you a story on that. Evidence-based interventions, as well as going digital. If you lasted to that very long opening ceremony, I think it was only the speakers and a very few were left at the end. But it was Ilona Kickbush who said, the future, we will not even say digital health, because health will be digital, and our lives will be digital. Okay, back to the issue. First, data-led. When I first got to the job in 2020, it was only COVID. Until this issue hit us, that the ministry was saying, look, I think there are data discrepancies around how you estimate global maternal mortality rate versus what India has. And point is fair enough. There are global models and modeling systems. Everyone is going backwards. It's like when I said modeling systems. All of that becomes a very complex process, which does not actually cover what India is in terms of its size, diversity, magnitude, and all the types of complex interactions and nuances of data. I see it in TB. Again, we have our own separate types of estimates there, but especially for maternal mortality rate. The work then with Priya was there. It's like a whole discussion between RGI, the UNMIG experts, the UN Maternal Mortality International Group, to come together to understand how India does its estimates. 7 months later, the UNMIG group accepted the India estimate as a special study, meaning the model is not modeled again such that you get either an underestimate or an overestimate. So let's get our methodologies right so that we are able to guide our policies with data that's more reflective of what the country has. I think that's the first. And with that, you can clearly see it's a reduction to 80 per 100,000 in maternal mortality rate. 5 years ago, it was 140. The reduction is 77.6%. That's huge. I think that deserves really an applause. We have here partners, all of you have contributed to that. It has registered the highest proportional reduction in under 5 and mortality rate and neonatal mortality rate. With these achievements, I think really we're well on our way. The next part is finding evidence-based interventions. Okay, so one area is expanding the contraceptive choices. The contraceptive choices should be as many so that women can decide for themselves what is the contraception that they would need. It's the rollout of 2 methods. It's the subdermal implants and injectable contraceptives. So at that time, yet again, ministry said, WHO, we will give you West Bengal, Delhi, and Karnataka. 1 hour later, I phoned our head of family planning is like, why did you give me the easiest 3 states? For those of you in India know exactly why that's easy. But we managed because they said you manage a challenge, and we did. And the uptake is really fantastic, especially in Karnataka. So Dr. Zoya will know. Part of this process, because WHO is also a network of certifying for medical products, is we were able to have Centroman, pre-qualified. When you are a pre-qualified product or medicine, you are in a global roster of products that any country can buy. And that is what India contributes to the world. I'm sure all the participants, especially international, would have had an Indian vaccine already in their arms, or their children would have had. So can you imagine how much cheaper, high quality product will be available, produced in India? So that's another way of us working on the resolution. Also to begin addressing new issues. There are other issues such as infertility. This is a big request from Sikkim, so we've been working with them. First is to find out what are the causes of infertility. So there'll be still more issues probably that we will find out, especially if we get together with different groups for this. And finally, leveraging technology. As was said, the future is digital. We started analog, just to say that we've had this India adapted medical eligibility criteria. It's a wheel for family planning. Colleagues are going to distribute this. So for your condition, you're able to match which type of contraceptive you will have, and the self-care wheel. This is now digital. It's available. There's a QR code. This will be available in the App Store in 10 days. So I think that's where we have to head. This issue is not about, it's about the future. It's about the future population too. So anything we think should be forward-looking. I think I'll end there. I think those 3 really capture that, and with 3 good examples. If there are other questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you.
That was lovely, Rodrigo. Thank you. And really appreciate you breaking it down to the specifics, from supply chain issues to contraceptive method choice. I could see Sumita getting happier and happier as you spoke. I think you've done FP 2030's job. What is important is also how do we ensure access. that the commodities, the supplies, the logistics that we are talking about are actually accessible for those who need it the most. And with that, I would like to come to you, Sarojini, with that precise question. What do you see as some of the key barriers in health systems for individuals to access the services? There have been some fantastic examples, and we have brought down the cost. We have ensured the supply chains are robust enough that commodities are available. What is stopping individuals from using, especially those who are the most vulnerable and marginalized?
Thanks, Rajat. Thanks for having this session particularly. I just heard some of our ex-colleagues were talking like when they had a session on abortion, there were hardly 3 people in the room. So I'm very happy that for this session we have many showing interest to understanding the SRH. Working from Sama and also other with women's rights groups in India and also in South Asia. I think it's very important to talk about the, despite some improvements, one could see in India still continues to face deep inequalities. I don't think we can deny on that at all. And some of the most prominent, barriers in accessing SRHR, we did a mapping with NHRC in India, a huge study 3 years ago, where, that has been faced by women, girls, gender non-conforming persons, trans persons, and also persons with disabilities and those at various levels of marginalization who are marginalized socially, culturally, and economically as well. So there are these infrastructural and lack of human resources, and there are the healthcare system is under-resourced, particularly in the context of SRH, and huge information asymmetry which still exists, and there is a lack of cultural sensitive services, lack of empathy and compassion within the healthcare settings, and ultimately that is leading to poorest health outcomes. I'm just quoting 2 examples because I don't have much time. One, this is from my own work in one of the states in Chhattisgarh. Often we think, many of these legislations and policies will address, but often legal remedies don't translate into assurance of SRHR easily. Even after a High Court of Chhattisgarh order in 2018 that women of PVTG, that means particularly vulnerable tribal groups, that is the Adivasi tribal women, they have a right to terminal methods of contraception, including tubectomy. It was not allowed earlier till it was revoked, and that is in 2018. So you can imagine. However, even after the prohibition, this is my own experience last month, it was lifted, information and awareness about it and the implementation has been remained extremely limited among many healthcare providers as well. They are still denying sterilization to these women. I think this is something one should understand. My second example is about in the context of access to safe abortion. Despite being legal in India, it's not easily accessible for all. I'm just skipping, but I'm just talking here about the healthcare providers. They have also admitted, this is from my own interactions, how sometimes for girls below the age of 18 years, there is a hesitation to provide abortion care and services, irrespective of, whether or not they need to report under POCSO. This is something, a huge challenge, whereas on the other hand, delivery for girls below 18, but in child marriage are fairly common and do not include the kind of moral dilemma as encountered in the former. So these are the real issues which we are confronting at the ground level. The last is about the infrastructural, which is very important. There is an improvement. I'm not denying at all. It's not completely, the worst situation in some of the states actually. And where we do have the adolescent-friendly health centers, AFHCs, and they are up and running. And many places they are not, of course. But there are only a few adolescent health counselors. I think that's where the infrastructure comes in. And there are no counselors who can guide the adolescent girls on reproductive and sexual health. So that gap still exists. So how do we make sure that human resources and health, particularly when we are talking about the counseling services, availability of the specialized OB-GYNs, And at various levels of the health system, that is something which we should look into. Thanks so much. And I think what I want to say is we need to increase the budget allocation definitely, which is very, very important for the SRH, and also implementations of the programs and policies without any discrimination, with equity in mind. I think this is something which I wanted to flag. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Sarojini. And indeed, while enormous progress has been made, challenges remain, and challenges that are not often easy to address, I think, which requires a plethora of initiative. But what is important from your intervention that comes out is critical issues around consent, provider bias, legislative aspects that one needs to look at when one looks at issues around sexual and reproductive health and rights. Sumita, moving on to you and looking at more now from a regional perspective, a region with immense amount of diversity of culture, of issues, demographic patterns, etc. How do you see these issues manifest themselves? And importantly, in an environment that is becoming more and more restrictive, both in terms of fiscal availability of resources, but also in terms of the introduction of draconian legislations that will inhibit your progress. For instance, the MEC wheel that Rodrigo presented. I worked in the Department of Reproductive Health at WHO for a decade. The work primarily funded by USAID. There's no money to do that, a new update of it. So how do we go from here?
Let me start, Rajat, by thanking you for inviting me to be a panelist. It's a pleasure to join this panel here. I think Rodrigo's made my job a little bit simple by emphasizing family planning, and I'll be talking about family planning. Like you rightly mentioned, Rajat, the region is one of immense diversity. So if you look at our region, you have declining fertility rates in some parts, there's a youth bulge in others, there's an aging population in some others, and there is a pushback around sexual reproductive health and rights. But alongside it, we are also seeing a deprioritization of family planning programs, because a lot of countries feel that they need to push their population up. We read it in newspapers all the time. We hear politicians talking about having more children and props being given to more children. But I really want to emphasize that what we miss here is the transformative power of family planning. So really looking at family planning as the foundation for public health, for social and economic development, for human rights, because family planning is not about TFR, and I think we really have to move away from that discourse, because that's it's a demographic indicator. Family planning is about choice, autonomy, about agency. In today's world that we live in, I think Shubhangani is here, it's about unmet needs, it's about teenage pregnancies, equity, method choice, what Rodrigo mentioned of, and that will help to tackle maternal mortality, child mortality as well. Because again, what we miss is that family planning allows women to plan their pregnancies, it allows women to space births, it allows their bodies to recover nutritionally. I think you mentioned about postpartum hemorrhage. Look at the data, and that evidence and data is available, and how does family planning support these? So we really need to elevate those. I think, like Rajat mentioned, in a context of declining funds as well, we are still lucky, because in many countries in our region, family planning is domestically financed. But how do we continue to prioritize family planning? How do we get other sectors involved, the private sector, to play a bigger role? We have large number of philanthropists in our region. Why do we not why don't we not engage them and provide them with that evidence to step in and fill in some of those gaps probably being left by USAID? And I'll just stop by mentioning that FP 2030 has launched a campaign. It's a global campaign. It's called the Made Possible by Family Planning campaign. And it's exactly these areas that it's looking at, going beyond just looking at family planning as a population control measure, but looking at it, all the possibilities it allows to meet other development goals, staying in education, economic empowerment, joining the labor force, the costs which are saved to governments, adding to the GDP. I think this is the conversation that hasn't happened. So I think that's what hasn't made it attractive in the policy area, in the policy space. But also I want to highlight a few other things, like you mentioned about strategies. There are strategies that work, again, in the context specifically of maternal mortality, infant mortality, PPFP programs. How do we integrate PPFP into maternal and reproductive health strategies, for example? Counseling, again, through that. We know that there are commitment-making countries. Countries make their family planning commitments. These are prioritized to their own country-specific goals and targets. We know that spacing is one of the spacing, looking at the Mission Parivar Vikas, looking at unmet needs. That has also been a highlight of India's FP 2030 commitments. And then we are seeing some of the results, like you just mentioned. We are seeing some of those achievements that India has achieved as well. I had a colleague here who spoke about legislative norms, but then how do we have a more multi-sectoral approach, bring in a policy lens, a legislative lens? We have really good example from Thailand, which reduced its birth rate from over, for young people, for adolescents, from over 53%, brought it down to 20-some%, and looking at bringing it down even further. And that's through a mix of legislative measures, an act which asked the government to allow and provide comprehensive sexuality education in schools, look at making, not just generating demand for young people, but also making those supplies available to young people. And that's where that method mix becomes really important as well. What is it that's, so not just offering things which would be more suitable for couples, but also what are those contraceptive options that would be available for young people too. And then again, looking at how do we target, reach out, have mass media campaigns that are culturally sensitive, look at the transformative power of family planning, but also are able to reach and hit a chord with young people's needs as well. So I'll stop there, Rajat. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Sumita. Very helpful to have that, and congratulations to FP 2030 for that remarkable campaign. We were going to hear at this point from a colleague from the Guttmacher Institute, but not only it is an ungodly hour, I think the technology is not on our side. So I'll go to you next, Zoya, in that space. So how is Government of India aligning the National Health Strategy to address the WHA 77 commitment, but also hearing what you heard, where you see the biggest bottlenecks and challenges from a policy side?
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I think coming at the end, you realized that half of what you had planned to say has already been said. You know, so I was like going through my notes. I said, what do I say which hasn't been said? What data do I say? Because Rodrigo has shared the data, so I have no data. She talked about what are the services, what are the gaps. I'm just kind of muddling in my brain. But I would only say that as a ministry, we are totally committed to ensuring the availability of sexual reproductive health services to adolescents. It is not just about services, it's more about the young people, adolescent, having a voice, a choice, as well as the agency to choose what is the service they're looking at. And within this, just taking one leaf from Rodrigo's discussion, just to say that within our own national health policy also, we had embedded the fact that access to safe sexual reproductive is a very strong component of a national health policy, which is looking to reduction in maternal mortality. And as already Rodrigo has mentioned, we have managed to bring it down to 80 and infant mortality down to 28. And this has not just happened because we planned. This has happened because there was comprehensive, sustained action which took place not at the national level at all. All this action took place at the ground level by our own healthcare providers right there. And it kept on working. And then, of course, we worked with the data. But then major hard work has happened at the ground level, and that is how we have managed to reach this level. So with the ground level, I would also say that within our own health policy, we have all of you must be aware about the RMN-CHA approach. Within the RMN-CHA, we know we have reproductive rights, reproductive health services, of which Rodrigo mentioned. Also that now the whole concept, which you also mentioned, is that it's not about family planning, it's about the health of the woman. And what is the choice, what is the autonomy she has, as what is the option, whether it is going to be a chaya or antara or subdermal implants or actually terminal method, whatever thing. So that choice has to be there, because she should be choosing. But we also realize as a country, as a community, and as a whole culture thing, it's often a family choice. It's not the woman's choice. So more and more involvement within our own programs has been the male partner and also the family. So if the whole family is aware of what are the, again, not taking away the option of choice from the woman, but again, we do realize that we are in a patriarchal society and decision often is by the mother-in-law or the husband. So it is important for the woman to choose with the information of the husband and the mother-in-law, again not taking away the right from her. So the information of which our field level health worker, whether it's the ASHA or the NM, informs the woman or the choice what options she has, but it is always good to inform the other partner also as to what options have been discussed, so that the couple can decide in unison what is the choice they have. That is first. And second, also we realize that because we are looking at universal health coverage, and within the universal health coverage, provision of SRH is an important component. And as we have our Ayushman Arogya Mandir, more than about 1.7 lakh now across the whole of the country, provision of SRH services is kind of integrated within the universal health coverage at these Ayushman Arogya Mandir, and that is where we are looking at empowering the community health officer, the CHO or the ANM or the village health nurse or the public health nurse, whatever is there depending on which state we are talking about. That training of the 12 packages is now kind of integrated within the training curriculum, and we believe that if the universal health coverage has to actually take off, access to SRH services is the basic services which every woman should have access to when at the first level of care. Now, just to come a bit away, I would say that even with the with the lens of adolescent health, for ensuring access to services, we have two main programs. We have the Rashtriya Kishore Swasthya Karyakram, which you may be aware, in which we are providing services through Adolescent Friendly Health Clinic you mentioned. And I do agree that despite having more than 8,000 clinics across the country, we are struggling with counselors which are 2,300 only. But also, having said that, I would say the government has taken a call that whatever counselors we have, let us train whichever counselors are present, whether they are our own adolescent health counselor, whether they are the family planning counselors, whether they are the ICTC counselor, RTI, STI counselor. Every counselor should be trained on adolescent health, so that no adolescent who accesses these clinics goes back without getting the correct information. We do realize that counseling is a specialized technique, and we often struggle with giving quality training, but of course with support of WHO, we managed to do during 2020 lockdown. We trained almost, I think we trained 2,500 counselors from across various programs. So I think we keep innovating also to ensure that the service provision keeps happening. There is no stoppage in services, and also continuing from that, even in the schools, we are ensuring that information regarding reproductive health, health and hygiene, keeping yourself safe, that also is a part of training of teachers under school health and wellness program, which is now across most of all the states, in fact, in the country. So I'm saying to ensure the access to basic health, sexual reproductive health across all levels, whether in facilities, in communities or school, is something which the government is working on, stressing on and strengthening all through. So I'll pause here. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Zoya. Much appreciate. My own boss, Helen Clark, who before she was the Prime Minister was also a Health Minister for New Zealand, often says that was the most difficult job she did, because the needs are always enormous and the resources are always limited. But really appreciate the point that you made. Zoya, I think that's the best definition for reproductive rights: voice, choice, agency. I think if there is one thing we should leave with, it is those three words. So thank you for outlining those issues for us. For our colleagues who are joining us for the discussion right now, just to explain how we will go about the next segment of our conversation, we do have Deepa with us from UNFPA, who would share her reflections of what she has heard thus far, but also what she hasn't heard and where she would want us to focus on. And then really it's over to you. Would love to hear your reflections, questions, concerns. Does it make sense to you? Are we missing some critical issues that you would want for the panel to highlight? And then we'll come back to the panel for their further reflections and before we conclude. So Deepa, over to you. You can come here. It's just a bit more.
Thank you, Rajat. It's a privilege to reflect on what has been discussed. A lot of thought-provoking and powerful insights. I'd like to start off with what Shubhangi was mentioning and what she brought out. We all, as we work, we want to bring in meaningful youth engagement. But you brought out very critical issues that you face. Do we speak the same lingo? Do we speak the same language that you understand? And what does it mean? Are we taking into consideration the lived realities? That's something I think we need to reflect, and that's also what Dr. Zoya was mentioning. How do we bring about the voice, choice and autonomy for young people? And another reflection is that we all agree that in India we have very progressive policies and programs across SRHR spectrum, but there are also deep-seated inequities. How do we address that? And that connects me to the point which Rodrigo brought in, the importance of data. Are we looking at realities in the country? How do we address that? And within that, how can the digital health interventions play a key role. One of the things which again stands out in all of these discussions is within MNCH how SRHR is intertwined and wired. We always we used to see it very much compartmentalized. While we work with different divisions in the ministry, or we go down to the state or district level, it's maternal health, family planning, or access to safe abortion, all segregated, different people handling different things. But how do we bring all of it together? I think that's something which is coming out of this discussion. Unless we do that, we will not be able to achieve the full gains from what we are aiming to do in terms of both social as well as economic returns. What Sumita highlighted, economic returns of family planning. Are we connecting it with beyond achieving TFR, addressing the needs of women? When women have access to contraceptives, the choice they need, and they are able to space and delay pregnancies, how can they be better engaged for them to be employed and the returns they get? So all of it kind of brings in some of the thoughts that we need to take from here. How collectively do we work together to accelerate action? When we are talking about maternal and child health, it's not maternal and child health in isolation. It's about the full spectrum of sexual reproductive health and rights, abortion care, access to STI, RTI. Beyond that, are we talking about infertility, which is a growing concern? I was attending a session on women beyond uterus. What struck me is we are just looking at women in terms of their reproductive role, and then the disparities in terms of access to care, research, etc. The bigger question of is our public health addressing reproductive morbidities, issues around dysfunctional uterine bleeding, endometriosis, several. If you go out into a community or even in your circles when you talk to women, it's not just about family planning and giving birth. There are much bigger issues. So I think it's time that we all work together to advocate, to look at how do we bring this into the policies, programs, and do we have the right kind of investments. So Sumita also said, like, in this region we have good investment, domestic resources, but is it fulfilling the entire needs of women's needs? I think with that, those thoughts I leave. Thank you. Thank you, Raja.
Deepa, thank you so much for those thoughts and making my job easy, and really appreciate you bringing out the point about the need to ensure a full spectrum of issues, and also thinking about reproductive morbidities, an issue that we don't talk about. As the WHO statistics tells us, for every maternal death, there are 20 morbidities that we are looking at. So, colleagues, over to you. This is a remarkable panel for your questions, comments, or inputs into the conversation that we've been having thus far. We've got, I think, some roving microphones somewhere here. We really are exhausted. It's Sunday afternoon, 4 o'clock. Come on already. Please, Vivek. I know.
So my point is, I think some of you refer to legislative frameworks. I just want to draw the attention of everyone here. Many of you probably know this. I'm part of a center which is just putting out a study on the jurisprudence on abortion in India in the higher courts in the country in the last 5 years. And more than 1,000 women have approached those courts in a situation where women just do not need to go to court to actually get abortion services. It's remarkable. It's not women, it's also girl children, etc. It's situations of force, it's situations of consent, it's a variety. But it smacks of a problem where clearly the law is not working. Attached to that is something that transpired in the last 2 years in India, which is that we have issued a new Indian penal code. It's called the BNS now. The BNS regurgitates the criminalization of miscarriage in absolutely so many words as it has since 1860. If you truly meant that you want to support women and their ability to actually take decisions for themselves, you would never have actually reproduced that law. To me, I think we have to talk about the patriarchy that exists throughout any of all that we try to practice and preach.
Thank you for that, Vivek. And indeed, issues around gender norms, patriarchy, and sexism, and how they underpin much of what we are talking about, and even when consent and provider issues are in the legislation, access is not guaranteed. I got two hands. Ma'am, you first, and then we'll come to you next.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's been very interesting to hear the panel. Just 2 points I'd like to make. I think even yesterday at the same session that you referred to, Women Beyond the Uterus, I was also a speaker there. I think we forget that when we talk about women have the choice, actually in our country and in our region, women don't have the choice, because there's so many structural, societal barriers that need to be really looked at and broken down, because women themselves are stigmatized when they choose. So that leads me to the second point of stigma, and that leads to discrimination. And I did mention yesterday, I think we are really facing a triple-edged sword. Being born a woman has a stigma already there. You know, we know about the infanticide, feticide that happens. And then if you have any of the SRHS issues, if you are different from what the society considers normal, there's a big stigma against that. So I think these are some of the issues around that really become huge barriers in achieving what all of you have been saying. So just wanted to point that out, that that's something that will need to be looked at as well. Thank you.
Absolutely, and really appreciate you making the point, and to Vivek as well, because we often believe that law as a tool can ensure social transformation. If it is in the law, it will happen. It doesn't work like that. There are structural barriers, there are inherent issues, there are societal dynamics that preclude access in any society that we are talking about. And unfortunate reality today is that these issues have a very clear pattern on how they manifest themselves across regions and countries as well. Over to you, please, for the next one.
Hi, I'm Sanjoli, and one question that keeps popping up across sectors is the lack of human resource. Say now in adolescent-friendly health clinics, we discussed how there's a lack of counselors, and we see students across disciplines who sort of look for internships, and we had a recent convening of young people also, and we were trying to assess the progress we have made on SDG 8, and then how they've also expressed the lack of practical skills that they need to be on job in the workforce. So is there a need of cross-collaboration and convergence? How can we see students across these disciplines as a workforce in making through internships? Because Government of India has also paid a lot of attention to how to sort of build capacities of young people and also promote internships. So this question is to all of you as to how we can see young people as a workforce in progress as well.
Absolutely. Thank you. And we'll come to the responses in a moment. I had one more. Okay. Why don't you go, and we'll have a second round. I'd like to come back to the panel to have any reactions, reflections they might want to share. Let's go with you.
Sure. So I'm really grateful to the first two commenters for highlighting something really important. I have been part of processes that try to map the rising anti-gender, anti-choice movement and entities and the transnational linkages. And what we have found out is like really concerning. Young people are being systematically targeted through workshops, through school-based programs, and also a lot of global entities are working actively in India. What we have found is that narratives of protecting the girl child and PCP entity are used to promote anti-gender and anti-choice narratives. So in that environment, like what kind of activities are we taking to accelerate the momentum? Otherwise, this informational and knowledge deficit is being leveraged to target more young people. So,
absolutely.
Yeah, I want to know more about that.
Absolutely, and indeed, how do we achieve that acceleration that we've been talking about in complex settings such as these that we are confronted with? Just want to quickly come back to the panel for any reflections to add to what all you have heard right now. So you want to start us off?
I
Please.
I don't know. I think I'm a bit confused. What do you mean targeted? See, whatever interventions we are planning for young people in schools, colleges, it's not a target per se, right? Maybe you just misunderstood your question.
It's not. It's mostly by entities that define themselves as pro-life or anti-choice, not government entities, but
Okay,
others
for a second, I was
alternative.
like,
No.
No, not about you, Zoe.
I think for that it is important for our own young children to read and be critical in what they read about. It's more so, especially with the coming of the digital media, there is so much of information on the net, so much of pro, so much of anti. The decision has to lie with the young person, but then whatever information is fed to you, whether it's through the WhatsApp University, whether it is through Instagram Reels, whether it's to whatever, please validate. Because unless you validate, you can just kind of accept whatever is being doled out to you. So whether it is a pro-life and whatever campaign, I'm not addressing anything specifically, but I'm just telling our own young people, so please be aware of what you're accessing online, because digital access is beautiful. It is giving you access to so much of good information, but it is opening up the Pandora's box, and a lot of people with wrong information, misinformation are out there targeting young people, not forcing them, but actually guiding them to the wrong choices.
Yep.
So please be aware of what is the correct information and then take due action, whatever is necessary. Now, just quickly coming to the internship you mentioned, that's a big scheme where the government is running for internship, but that is institutionalized in the specific ministries. So I cannot comment on, because each ministry is deciding what the internship is going to be based on, what is the theme, and which department of that ministry will look at the internship. So that is a much larger program, but also on the other side, the Ministry of Youth and Sports also has floated a very interesting, when they launched the youth policy, they floated a very nice website on which the young people can get registered as a person who wants to undergo training or a small job or a small internship, and that information is displayed on the website, in which they will have access. And I think UNIFP is anyway working for the My Bharat portal, in which any service for young person is available on that portal. So that availability is there. Whether what action is within youth affair or different ministry, that is a different thing.
Yeah. Thank you, Zoya. Very, very interesting, and also very helpful to have that contrast where digital can both be a driver for change, but also a barrier because of the kind of information that does circulate on social media platforms as well. Sumita, Rodrigo, anything?
I want to answer the lady's question at the back around social norms and patriarchy, and of course it is a region and that we see strong and entrenched social norms. It's a region with one of the highest rates of child marriage, and it's just not South Asia. We see that in Southeast Asia as well. Laos has the highest adolescent birth rate because of very high rates of child marriage in the country. So one of the ways FP 2030, and I'll just talk for my organization's perspective, is that when countries make an FP 2030 commitment, it's a government-led process. So the government makes the commitment, but there's a focal point structure around the entity making the commitment. So there's a donor focal point, there's a CSO focal point, there's a youth focal point. We have YP Foundation here, and they are the youth focal point for India. So one of the roles that also the entity around it has is around advocacy. So how do we really elevate those issues at a national level, at a regional level, at global platforms? And then of course it's a whole process of stakeholders engaging in that process. But also I think another piece through this is also a multi-sectoral approach that you just talked about patriarchy, but we have to have one, male involvement, because family planning is not just about women. The other partner is involved as well. The second is adolescents and young people will grow up one day. So if we have the right programs in schools, we can influence and break those norms. So I think, I'll just stop there, Rajat.
Very helpful, Sumita. Thank you. Thank you for bringing that perspective in. Rodrigo?
Maybe to the point of Vivek, once your study is ready, maybe we can discuss. We're not legal experts or anything, but it would be helpful to kind of weave around what would be policies that would be appropriate. And although, as you said, Rajat, that the presence of a law is not transformative at any point, it is better to have one because it is a recourse for everyone. To the other point of Blessina, it's the looking at pregnancy, reproductive health, not as a disease. I think this has been too medicalized, and that's why we're also being programmatic. and we forget the social issues around it. And then we grapple. How do we deal with the social issue? If we deal with the social issue, the reproductive health issue may be solved, actually. So I think that's where the tail end of public health becomes, that's where the challenge is. When we say last mile, to eliminate Kala Azar, in India, the intervention was change housing, is to change the mud houses so that the sandflies don't live there. So it's not something coming out of the Ministry of Health. It is us explaining to another ministry, another sector. So that's why I guess this is where that kind of lens has to come together. It is with youth, it is with family planning. Even Sumita is saying that we're looking at family planning and I'm looking at it as interventions and choices, but actually we have to communicate what are the social and economic gains around it. So that has to, we know it somehow, right? All of you here, we all know that, but somehow it just keeps coming back as an issue that, okay, for us to get to this target, that target, it becomes targeted, and then we forget that it is not a number. It is a life, it is a family, it is a community. So I think that that is where the shift can happen too.
Absolutely, absolutely, Rodrigo. And actually, you remind me also of the UNDESA and WHO database on abortion policies, which clearly shows over the years a trend of liberalization of abortion, against the popular rhetoric. Although one would have to see what implications the global gag rule and its reinforcement will have in terms of the legislative trends that we are seeing. But importantly, the problem that we often have is that of implementation and provider bias. Even when these grounds are available, women often do not get access to services, which makes even more difficult choices for them to go for clandestine procedures and other things. We do have some time to take another second round of questions. Ma'am, you have been waiting very patiently, so I'll go with that. And we'll start with you, Sarojini and Shubhangini, for the next round.
So thank you so much. It was really good to hear about the triple dividends of adolescence that came through. So my questions are reducing. Male engagement came through, so very good to hear that. Two aspects I wanted to bring in. One is health literacy specific information that is going out, because what you want to tell a teenager in a city is going to be different from who you are catering to primarily in the rural setup. So that's something I just wanted to understand, how it is happening. More important, we medicalize, and that's a very good term. The minute a girl or a woman is pregnant, we call her a patient. So I don't know why pregnancy makes her a patient. Anyway, but more important, my question is on climate change. How are we integrating this? The reason is when a woman does fall pregnant in this kind of climate change, the extent of preterm babies, low birth weight babies, and stillbirth is going to increase. So how are we planning? I'm sure you're doing it, just that, we need to know what is that integration process that is happening. Thank you.
Indeed, and impact of heat stress, air pollution on maternal birth habit. Madam behind.
Actually, I came late, so I had a question for you, all of you. I had a question, it's a statement. Women in terms of, CBSE has introduced reproductive health in NCERT books from junior classes till class 12th. When I was a teacher, students used to giggle in class about the topic when I used to teach. I told them whoever laughs will be out of the class. It was difficult to teach reproductive health in a co-education school at that time. Parents used to come in parent-teachers meeting and used to complain to the management that Ananya ma'am is teaching this topic and it's hampering our culture. The school was at that point of time the only co-ed school in a remote village in Gurgaon, which has now turned up to be a millennium city. This problem is still prevalent in the rural areas of Haryana, so the government must pay attention to see through it that the awareness is passed on to the adolescents through the teachers.
Absolutely. And going back to something that Dr. Zoya said, we need to constantly work on these issues. These are never a one-off that we have to do. Please, over
I'd
to you.
just like to add something to what she said.
Please, go ahead.
I am in class 12th. I just studied that chapter like 4 days ago. And I would like to emphasize on how there is nothing mentioned there. Like I could just Google a simple question and it would give me 10 times more information than what that 7-page chapter gave me.
Right.
There is nothing mentioned there. So to everybody here who can implement, you should, because it is so necessary. Because I am interested in the field, so I have information about it, but I don't know anybody around me who's not in the medical field who knows about it. Who's not interested, they don't have a clue, so they should.
Absolutely. We'll come to that and in issue of information. We've got 3 hands over there. Bhavya, can I start with the lady in the turquoise? Yes, and then
Sure. Thank you.
at the back. Oh.
So I just wanted to, it's a reflection basically. So I worked, in my career span across HIV and SRH and, other health verticals. For the past 2-3 days, I've been hearing a lot about SRH, young adolescents, adolescent health, But one thing that I have probably missed or may not have attended those sessions where we've focused on the overall health of young adolescents. We know that, it's just not the SRH concern as far as adolescents are concerned. They are far more, they're open to many more. And why I would like to bring, because, my very, very recent interaction working on SRH and interacting with, young adults in UP, Bihar, Rajasthan, there is no mention or threat or fear perception of something like HIV, despite, it being a rising infection rate amongst the young adolescent. And isn't the government going to look at integrating an overall comprehensive, healthy young population to just not look at these things in silos? Just because SRH is the flavor of the season, so we go to that, and we've forgotten that there are other, STIs and other correlated morbidities that can, because I just said in a previous session on HIV, because youngsters today don't have any fear perception of HIV or STIs. They just look at using over-the-counter pills, which is very easily available if they've had unprotected sex. Right. And when I talk to them about this, they're like, actually a lot of them are not even familiar that, oh, we could get infected with this as well. So it's just not preventing childbirth, but it's the overall health of young populations. Thank you.
Absolutely. And a point very well made in terms of breaking the silos and need for integration. And we'll come back to the panel in a moment, but over to you, please.
Thank you. My name is Ali, and I wanted to shift the conversation a little bit from the beneficiaries of SRH care to the providers, specifically community health workers, whether that's ASHA workers in India or young people living with HIV who are working as peer educators around the world. And I think, we all acknowledge that they make up the backbone of SRH care, especially in developing countries. But one thing a lot of my work has shown, interactions with them, is that we know that they are receiving inadequate financial compensation. But another significant issue is that when they are doing this work, there are a lot of very significant physical and psychological threats to their well-being that exist as well. For example, being disrespected by other healthcare workers, or being in situations of physical danger, or facing vicarious trauma, re-traumatization, things like that. And also many of them spoke about how they'd really like to be more included in more formal healthcare systems. And so it seems like maybe there are two possibilities. Number one, either to formalize or legitimize their work a little bit more, or to create more concrete pipelines for them to transition into formal healthcare systems in a way that allows them to grow beyond those careers. And I think that's something I was curious to know what the panel thought about.
Absolutely, and critical point. And yesterday in another conversation, the point also come about how not to overload the frontline health workers who are often working in volunteer capacities. I'll take two final interventions. So you've been waiting, and you at the back in yellow.
Thanks for the very thematic on breaking the barriers. With the recent funding landscape change, might seem a temporary barrier, but I would just request to hear from the panelists on what innovative financing models or strategies or partnerships can be taken up to continue the momentum for FP 2030 and meet those targets in specific for LMICs or South Asian countries? Thank you.
Thank you. For the final comment, please. It's for the recording. I think you do need for that. It's coming.
Thank you. So my name is Pragya, and I come from the background of HIV, TB, and law. And my work with adolescents, boys and girls, and with targeted communities in HIV and TB, and the 3 days here has made me realize that when we look at women and women's health, it is through the lens of either children, under 5 mortality, under 5 nutrition, undernutrition, nutrition, or as women from the lens of motherhood. Not as sexual beings, just sexual beings. So we are not talking enough about women's sexual and reproductive health and their rights as women as just sexual beings, divorced and disconnected from marriage and motherhood. And this is something that I have realized over the last decade or so, that this is so deeply rooted in the culture and patriarchy that Blessina was talking about, and it inhibits our access, an access of an 18-year-old who would want an abortion. Because I have known cases over cases where teenage girls have gone to a facility to seek abortion, and they have been denied, despite a law being there asking for their parents' consent, despite being adults, or the consent of their husband, which does not exist. Right? So I think when we're talking about the schemes of any government, and especially in India, we should talk about and look at women from a lens which is devoid and disconnected from their marital status and from their status of being or wanting to be a mother.
Thank you, Pragya. The important point in terms of looking at issues about the S in SRHR in and of itself, and not just looking at it in terms of procreation and reproductive intent. Sarojini, I think we are running, so very quick one. Yeah.
Very quick one. I'm so sorry, but I'll just build on what has been said until now. We've been speaking of legislative reforms, but also not them being enough for transformation. But we've seen that there are criminalizing laws like POCSO, which involve provisions like mandatory reporting, which has direct bearing on the sexuality education in schools, which has impact on access of family planning measures for people who do not want pregnancy, or people who are experiencing pregnancy due to unwanted reasons, or when it is just not out of choice. So how are laws really enabling or not enabling that kind of violence or combating of violence is what I would want to understand from the panel.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Sonu.
Thank you.
Fair enough.
First of all, myself, Shahid Aman Laskar. I do hail from a part of India, Assam, and right from the inception of my job, I've started my career in the field of family planning. And MEC Wheel was one of a kind which, helped me tremendously into advocating whom to give and what to give. Coming back to the family planning and the choices from options, stipulations, met need, unmet need, and I feel this is the app platform in which I can thank my brother Hilal Uddin. He's my senior, and just to give you a portrait, like in the year of 2015, before the NHM system, I shared an idea of having, condom boxes. And he took it from here and he made a very simple condom box. If anyone happened to visit anywhere in my country, any health and wellness center, you'll find it's a very simple condom box. This is his, coming up. And what I'm trying to say is that, male counterparts were always been, in the back burner of family planning, policies and designs. But, man of India, they have, made a silent revolution. You go to any health and wellness center today, you will, I am afraid to say, but you will never find any condom box having condoms. This is what the demand is.
Thank you.
This is what the silent supply is. And just, this is a platform in which, all the policymakers, all the framers, all the people, those who have, funds, have backings, everything. I want to float it up. FP 2.2, which I want to say is that to have,
keep it brief, please.
sir, please, just 1 second time, like a condom box in which it has an automated thing, and in which, private players may also rope in which we give more further choices, like the brands, I don't want to name it, all those private players where the male have more choices, parting up the option. And also the ladies also have the more choices. Like there is, from where I came, Assam, close to proximity, it's Bangladesh. You will find the woman more going, close proximity to Shoki and all those, choices kind of options. Thank you. Thank you for giving the time.
Thank you. The point's been made, and we do appreciate you bringing in the point about access to contraceptive methods and how innovation can be used in that regard. Sarojini, any brief reflections to this round of conversation and comments before we come to some final reflections?
Quick, I think I would like to respond to a couple of things from my own work. One is about definitely, I understand, working with ASHA workers and Mitanins, particularly in Chhattisgarh, I work. And, that issue is always, we try to reiterate wages and then the recognition and lack of, in the sense the discrimination and the value hierarchy within the health system. Those issues definitely we need to flag, including the, I also would like to give a very positive aspect, because this is what I learned just now last month when Mitanin was doing the solubility test for sickle cell disease and also point of care test, I just felt, despite so much is happening, what is happening in Kerala with ASHA workers and everywhere, but still there is that resilience I could see, the kind of knowledge which we have to acknowledge and then say, it is very important to give that kind of value to the work, not only in terms of recognition, but in terms of incentives as well, equal wages. That is very important point. The second is coming back to the climate thing. I was just visiting because I thought one should talk to because they were all very open, the district hospitals and CHCs, where the health system preparedness, particularly for the heat wave, extreme heat wave. Now, I think some of them, one is definitely the largest structural issues with electricity and also the transport, and also there are no air conditions in many of the maternity wards, definitely. So these issues also we need to flag in our discourse. I'm not talking so much about adolescent health, and of course we need to talk about sex and sexuality programs, particularly looking into sexual health as well. So these are the two things I would like to flag. Maybe others can also talk about
Absolutely. Let me go to Shubhangi next, and then if anybody else has an intervention, please do come in, and then we'll go to the final wrap-up.
Thank you. Thank you. I think I just would like to quickly address the information bit. How are we creating information? Somebody mentioned that they were in 12th, they were reading biology books and the chapter around reproductive health. It's usually that, right? It's either ignored or we're all giggling as young people because we're curious. Nobody has spoken to us about all of these issues. And at that point of time, what we have realized through our work at YP is to constantly ask ourselves in terms of who are we creating this information for, and are those people in this room? If we are creating something for adolescents, do we have adolescent representation? Do we have experiences of adolescents, of what kind of information they would like? Because honestly, a lot of times when we talk about SRHI, we don't just talk about health, maternal mortality, but we also talk about pleasure. We also talk about the kind of violence that might exist in our families and how it is connected to our health. We also talk about games and how I can play a game and talk about my health and go back with an understanding of what my rights are. So as people who create information, who also are recipients of information, maybe for us to think about what are the various ways in which we are reaching out to any community that we are working with to make our work, research, policy more effective. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for that, Shubhangi. Sunita, did you want to come in as well?
Not on this one, but on the financing one. I think there was a question on financing. So one of the things, of course, to look at is there is with the USAID leaving this space and with USAID funds gone, it is looking, I think I mentioned that, looking at new philanthropists, looking at impact investment bonds, looking at high net worth individuals. It's also looking at other development partners. There are a lot of East Asian countries who actually have a development program, possibly not for family planning, and it's time to really get the evidence together, get the right data, create this new narrative, and engage some of the other development partners equally. We know that Japan, South Korea, all of them have development programs, and then there are also others who are coming into this space. We know Indonesia has a South-South technical cooperation program around family planning, looking at TA support. We know Thailand has shown interest in this area, so possibly looking at other countries coming up and playing that role as well. And I think we are quite positive that hopefully it will happen.
So, Sumita, before we go to Rodrigo, could I press you a little bit on that? Because you did make an important point previously when you were referring to the regional experience. What about domestic resource mobilization and committing resources from national health budgets to commodities like family planning?
Absolutely, Rajat.
That's the India success story.
Yes, absolutely. That is the first priority. So I think that has to happen across countries. And like Deepa rightly mentioned, that there is domestic resource mobilization, but there are still gaps. There are still gaps in funding. And how can governments increase their budgets? And would they be willing if we look at better integration of family planning programs?
Thank you. Thank you, Sumita. Rodrigo, any reflection?
Yes, for a few things. First, the climate change. I think it's a very important point because it will affect all the sessions that have happened in this past 3 days. What is actually a health system resilience concept around climate change? Is it about the condition of pregnant woman or a menstruating woman? It may change. How will the science change? Where is the evidence? There are many efforts now globally in terms of a climate resilient health facility. Maybe how do we then have a different design of a retrofit of health and wellness centers. And please don't forget our ushers. They will also be just as affected as climate change. Sometimes we refer to them as if they're not affected, that they will just continue doing this job. So there will be a lot of things, and it's really looking at it in different ways. As pregnancy is also a physiological condition, not a disease. Of course, there will be new evidence also coming up around these, as with other diseases. I don't have an answer, but it's really looking at it very differently. To our class 12 participants, I'm so happy. I've never been in a meeting with such young people, and that's the beauty of the WHS. In the WHA, the World Health Assembly, everyone is above some certain age, and you don't get these questions. My age, so we are working with Google actually to address questions that young people actually put in to Google search. They've come to us because India is a big user. And the questions are around sexual reproductive health. what is safe sex, as well as cancer. Those are the top things. So we had a meeting with them. How do we feed them with all the information? Partly it's also using the wheel so that it can be something that's turned into their Q&A. And it comes at the top. They want the real information to come at the top versus also a product. Sometimes it's a paid ad will have the answer. Then the last bit, and that's where we have to provide the content. Digital is not about us watching it, complaining about it. Please provide content. I was a young professional, and my task was to review websites on adolescent health. And you will be appalled that when this was in the 90s, late 90s. I'm giving away my age. I am slowly getting out of this WHS age group. But you will be appalled of what kind of websites appeared when you type adolescent health. It's adolescent sex. So the point being, if you don't provide the right, you lose out. Okay, the bell is there. Oh God. Yes, we have baskets of all types of contraceptives, whether it is health and wellness center in Delhi or in Chennai. I visited enough Arunachal. The basket is always there.
Thank you, Rodrigo. So, any reflections from you before we come to final wrap-up?
A very short one. I would just say about the budgeting. Is it we do have enough budget per se in government program? The only thing maybe we need to do is that we maybe ring-fence a budget for SRH that we plan. And that can be done internally and that can be discussed. Second, he's talking about adolescent. I would say if you type in sex, the amount of, and that's one of the quickest, you'll have a million hits. And then if a young child types in sex, what they will see, the real thing will actually be on page 5 or 6. But what other things is something which is totally irrelevant. So I'm very happy to know about what WHO is doing, and that is how we need to empower and inform the young.
Absolutely. So, final question, 1 minute or less. You've already heard the ring, otherwise we'll be all sleeping in the mandapa. One key policy recommendation that you think is essential to move us forward. Shubhangi, let's start with you, and we'll end with Sarojini in that order.
One key policy recommendations for us, it would be more capacity building, leadership, investment in young people, and creation of multi-stakeholder platform spaces for us to really look at how local initiatives that we are taking up are speaking up to the global agendas. We are able to collectivize and really tap into the brilliance that young people are. Thank you.
Thank you, Shubhangi. Sumita?
I don't know which one to focus on, but okay, I'll give it a shot. So I would say integrating family planning at the primary healthcare level at even a sub-district in the most remotest part. And I would say that to improve or to really look at access and availability.
Thank you.
Two things. First is investment. The Lancet Commission says $4.6 investing in young people, it will yield to 10 times. And the work of PMNCH for adolescent investment case is a 33 billion investment in India will change the GDP to 10%, increase the GDP to 10%. Those are very powerful points to get into in terms of continuing the investment to Dr. Zoya's program. And others, it's just not the Ministry of Health, it is school health, it is the workplace, it's etc. That's what the 33 billion covers. Lastly is going digital. Digital in terms of monitoring programs. RKSK, for example, monitoring program is already digital. Choices for access to choices by young people for sexual reproductive health in women. It is all digital. Going digital, but I'm sorry, the content has to be human. That's the promotion of the digital service should be human.
Thank you.
I have so many wishes. So I think the only thing I will say is that let us look at SRHR not as one silo, but as a cross-cutting theme, which covers the entire life cycle, and that is only how we can address it, not just targeting certain age group, but the entire life cycle.
Sarojini?
It's much easier for me, all of that, whatever they have said. And one thing which I want to say at the end is, along with that, we need to also strengthen the communitization processes and build the peer support groups. I think that is equally important. So I agree with all the points. Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to all of you really for joining us today. And you know, we started the conversation by saying the taboo and the conjecture, the misinformation that surrounds SRHR. I really wish somebody said it's a flavor of the month, and I really wish SRHR was ever flavor of the month for somebody so that we make some sustained progress. But I do have to say, issues around sex, sexuality, reproduction, which can be the most uplifting, intimate, pleasurable moments of individual lives, are often dealt with disdain and fear. We do have it in our power to change that reality. Thank you really for joining us Sunday afternoon, 5 o'clock. You're still here. Really speaks to your commitment. Thank you, and it was lovely meeting you.
Rajiv was asking whether he met Priya or not. He was supposed to be. I think he was traveling. All our GDP calculations. Rajiv was only supposed to do. I think one day we'll get there also. उतना हमने सोचा अब खुद से करना पड़ेगा. How are you? 6 years, 9 years actually.
चलो तुम आगे क्या क्या इसमें कोडिंग मशीन भी बोल और ये चल कितने तुम्हारे पास पता चल रहा है तो बोल क्या है चलो तुम क्या ये कोई थिंग गिरफ्त का ये
हम कर तो रहे हैं अरे maternity जहाँ पे थे maternity leave
और ये सारा किसका
है through self-care basically Google found that you were not some of them so Google if they would think found out that the biggest the top search is on reproductive health so they didn't want to come to us they were forced to come then what happened that the team came totally disinterested in reproductive health, you know? But it so happened that their boss and they together. So I found out on LinkedIn. So Anisha, the team that had come, we literally she put her head थी ना, she turned out to be very close friend of mine from school. I didn't know her. So they fell through the cracks. हमने English बनाने को दिया, YouTube के साथ ये हमारा series already है, search के साथ ये करो, इसके साथ तो 10 point list करके दिया था, उनको ये करना चाहिए था, but they didn't show it. So they did जो discussion लगाया ना, तो हमारा बुलाया, तो Alicia she told me कि come to our office. You can find time, then I can go. So they had asked us that we will do a comedy.
ये है 5 बजे से लेके 6:30
So they have asked us to create. So we suggested that we should do Google search का product. Search में question answers search में they wanted to do Google ads will pop up करवा दो about map into services. Something like money. अगर आपको information चाहिए तो ये लो. Actual content को इससे मंगा लो. Those kind of things. We have done that work, so why not ask?
ये तो कोई एक मैं दो में से आप एक दे दीजिए मुझे कोई इसी से मेरी लेकिन ये नहीं यार एक तो दे दीजिए हम 630 राइट 435 से स्टार्ट है टोटल आप एक दोनों में से एक दे दीजिए इतना टाइम नहीं है मैडम हम चलो आप चलो
ये तो बहुत लाइक
कुछ नहीं है आपको
देखो तो कोई माइक पड़े आगे
पड़े
Just outside. In case you need he needs water, not water.
Time to stop thinking of a woman only as a mother. I
Next one, we will do Yes. No, somebody pays you. A government. But I will share with you because I didn't for because actually वही तो बैकअप करने के लिए लाते रहती है एक मिक्सर तो और हो गया तो ऑफर तो हो गया एक सेशन है ना वो बैठे तो करके बिल्कुल आपको आगे जाऊंगा कहाँ से हमारे स्टोर से फोन आया अरे हाँ बाहर जा रुपये हम तो है ही नहीं वो है बता दिया हाँ
देखो रैप के अंदर दोबारा फोन हो रहे आप पता कर लो, आप पता कर लो, आप फोन करके वो सामने रहे तो जाके देखो। जोगिंद्र भाई ला दो ना महाबुखार, ये बंद करो ना।